Hello and welcome to the West Coast Sevens. We are here in Stanford, California, of what is the second leg of this magnificent tournament, bringing you college and high school rugby action. The West Coast Sevens, sponsored by Axos Bank. My name is Will Hooley. I'm joined in the booth by the incredibly special Jeremy Ognall, and we have a fantastic day today. You're joining us, of course, here on TVX Video Studios, covering sports in San Diego and around the Southwest for nearly 20 years. Very much committed to the best live, local, and emerging sports here in the US. Visit tvxvideo.com or check them out on YouTube, Instagram, or X at TVX Sports Video. Jeremy, it is fantastic. I mean, I've said it so many times, but what a day. What a day we've got here. The sun is out, the beautiful campus of Stanford University, and we are moments away from the first game.
Oh, it's super exciting to be here, Will. It's great to be alongside you again. As you said, I don't think you could have a better Chamber of Commerce day than we have today. Clear blue skies, beautiful stadium field, great setup. Got some phenomenal teams we're going to be calling over the next several hours. It's going to be a fantastic day, and the West Coast Sevens just keeps building and improving.
Indeed, it does. And a quick reminder that we have men's, women's, and high school rugby action. It's a full day, 2 fields, pitch 1 you're looking at, and then, of course, we've got field 2 as well. And the first game coming up is GCU against UCLA. UCLA were part of the first leg of the West Coast Sevens. We were there 2 weeks ago in Los Angeles at the Dignity Health Sports Park. Cal were the winners that day in the men's competition. Jeremy, it's always great to see the standard of rugby growing here in the US, particularly at the college level. 2 great programs in GCU and UCLA to begin things today.
Oh, I mean, we couldn't wish for a better start. We've got, UCLA, GCU over here. We've got Cal Stanford behind us with Colin Hawley and Alex Corbacero on pitch 2. And I'm excited for some good rugby. And UCLA, they've got a bit of a point to prove. They had a great tournament, as you said, 2 weeks ago. They looked really, really good until the final. And Cal, I mean, obviously Cal's Cal, but UCLA didn't put their best foot forward, so this game is an opportunity against what will be a very good GCU side just to put a marker on the board.
Indeed, as the teams just await us as we kick off this first game that is beginning at 9 p.m. Pacific time, 9 a.m. I'm already thinking about what's going to be happening this evening. But we are looking forward to a full game of action coming up. And like I said, as you can see from the beautiful, look at that footage we got going on there. The drone camera is in place here at Stanford University. Brilliant to be here on campus, of course, Jeremy. And it's all about being involved in great facilities. This one is special. What a field we've got in front of us.
This is a premium experience. I mean, thank you to the whole Stanford rugby community, to Richard Ashfield for putting this on. Really excited for it. Looking down to our right, we see Harry Bennett, the UCLA coach, looking anxiously waiting for his players to come on the pitch. And, yeah, it's going to be a great day, Will. And you and I are going to have some fun together. We're going to have some fun with Corbs and Colin Hawley, and it's just an absolute pleasure and privilege to be around you guys. We'll have a lot of fun together.
We do indeed. Yeah, Alex Corbacero, former British and Irish Lion. And then Colin Hawley, well, I mean, he's been there in the US Sevens and US 15s. And a reminder that there are 2 fields going on. 2 fields of action behind us. We got Cal taking on Stanford. And here on pitch 1, we're about to see GCU versus UCLA. Maybe a quick one before the teams come out, Jeremy. Well, what is the vision here of the West Coast Sevens? What is ultimately, at the end of the day, why this competition is here in the fall in the West Coast?
Well, I think we're trying to really build around Sevens. Sevens has been a bit of an afterthought the last few years with USA Rugby and CRAA, and we're trying to put it at the forefront. And really the idea is certainly by next season to build this into some qualifiers for a national championship, whether that championship is late fall or, first week in June, we don't know yet. But this thing is going to keep building year over year. And as the teams come on the pitch right now, this is where the building really begins.
Here we go, welcoming onto the field is UCLA and GCU. 2 great programs. UCLA were there with us 2 weeks ago now. And in the men's competition, it is Oregon, USD, Cal, Stanford, GCU, and UCLA. Cal actually here with 2 teams. So keep an eye on all the action. Some great players involved in both these sides. A reminder that sevens is 7 minutes aside, 7 players on the field. There's plenty of space, plenty of action, and we are about to get things underway here today. UCLA, the Bruins, playing, of course, in that infamous light blue and white kit, while GCU in their purple colours here, beginning stage 2 of the West Coast Sevens here at Stanford University. A perfect day for hopefully some beautiful sevens rugby. Here we go then. UCLA to kick us off and get us underway. Taken very well by GCU. Settling into what is a full day of rugby sevens ahead and already spreading it to the width. If they can keep hold of the ball at early error, maybe a sign of a few nerves.
Yeah, I'm sure they're nervous. You know, first game out, they probably had a long trip in from Arizona yesterday, so they've got to work out a few kinks. They'll be a bit disappointed. The intent was great. Execution let them down, so now UCLA has a great attacking opportunity just inside of the GCU 22.
As UCLA get it in, but it's stolen by GCU. So they're playing out from their own 22 with a lovely little line through the middle, and that's the offload to Lambert, the number 5 for GCU. Ball recycle. Can they get it to the far side? They do. They try and get there. That was Lambert actually played it away. Now to that far side we look at. Keep an eye on the width. The danger men out wide. That's Austin Diaz who's trying to keep hold of the ball. Does well. So GCU making their way into the UCLA half and already getting the breakaway. Sam Reed gets over the try line. Sorry, that's Marcus Tizzoli, the senior, getting over the try line. I do apologise. And there, GCU have the first try.
Yeah, absolutely. Some heavy lifting was done there. Out on the edge by Tomlinson, a couple of good strong carries, and then, you know, coming back into Tizzoli. You could see the first time he had ball in hand that he's a bit of a playmaker for them, and he finished that off nicely, and GCU will be very confident with that start.
Good start for GCU. Apologies there for picking up the wrong name on that far edge, but it's a good conversion by Boyle. He gets it over, so it's 7 points to nothing. Take a look at this, Jeremy. Good start from GCU. And that man to get over the try line for the first try of this West Coast Sevens here in Stanford.
Yeah, I mean, he saw a blindside opportunity, really nice little step back inside, and, you know, open grass from there. So, again, just a confident start from GCU. Let's see what they can do with the next possession.
It's a great restart, a great take. Really good way. That's Becker, the 14. Really good restart, used almost as another set piece. The GCU spread it out wide. They've got an overlap if they can get it there. And the ball just goes down. But good signs early on from GCU.
Oh, great signs. I mean, as you know, it starts with restarts, and GCU went up and took it very cleanly in the air. You know, that was the number 10 from GCU, Castanon, who took it beautifully. And again, they move the ball well. They look as though they have a plan. They're playing to a pattern of trying to get edge to edge. And UCLA seems to be struggling to adapt to it. It was just, you know, a loose knock-on has, you know, caused a bit of relief for UCLA.
So now UCLA will play out of their 22. And the referee actually changes his call to a penalty, collapsing the scrum. So another opportunity. I think that's the man, Tizzoli, the number 11, as can he get his way to the line? No, doesn't, just short. They recycle the ball to try and bring it to this near side. Good handling in there to number 1. That's Tomlinson. Gets the offload away. It's a dummy. It's a go. It's a reach for the line, and it's over from Brennan Boyle. The sophomore just reaches out, and GCU have started this game incredibly well. That's their second try.
Wow. I mean, I'll tell you, Will, I wouldn't have predicted this having seen UCLA 2 weeks ago. Obviously, we haven't seen GCU, but clearly Sean O'Leary and his staff have been doing some heavy lifting out in the desert, and their team have responded. So great start, and, you know, conversion to come here for Boyle.
Can he make it 7 points to his name? He can. And Jeremy, it's so important in sevens to start well. I reminded everyone earlier that it's 7 minutes a half. You don't have time to just have a lapse of concentration because you get punished. And that is exactly what GCU are doing.
Yeah, they're punishing. Here comes the replay. Again, there's nothing fancy here. It's just about, simple execution, good strong carry, little bit of an offload, looking for space, and just carrying through contact. And that's what sevens rugby should be about.
Here we go with UCLA. Near this far, so great work, great fight there on the ground. That's number 11 in Sam Reed. Now UCLA played to that far edge. That's the number 3, and Freddie Jobber keeps hold of the ball. Just about trying to get the ball to the width, using the ball rather than just running into space, trying to get it into the space with the handling. That was nearly an offload, but keeps hold of it, gets the offload away now. That's the number 11 Reed. He also tries to offload it, but just doesn't go to hand. Penalty awarded. It's tap and go, and away go the Bruins as they try and move it to that far edge. Getting into the danger men, but that's number 3, Freddie Jobber as well. Again, he's been busy just in this passage of play. UCLA getting up to the middle. Great strip by GCU. And there we go. The first kick of the game, Jeremy, as that stays just about in play. No, just rolls out.
Yeah, not a bad strategy by UCLA. By GCU. UCLA's gone quickly, so we'll come back to that in a second.
It is all about the fast-paced game of sevens. There's no breaks. It is all action. It's now good tackle, good turnover from GCU. You knew that was coming, and Jeremy now a little bit of a breather. Or no, they're away again.
Yeah, they're not resting on their laurels. They see an opportunity to strike. I think they've got UCLA a little bit on their heels, and they're trying to take advantage. Up by 2 scores and only about 45 seconds left in this half, and we have another really nice breakout there. And once again, we've got to the big man Tomlinson through the middle, who's really carried well and been very destructive for GCU, and he's still going.
Tomlinson looks to run over the line. He just about reaches out. And as you were saying, Jeremy, it was about keeping the ball alive. Tomlinson keeps his body alive and rolls over. Third try already in this first half goes to GCU.
Again, another impressive try. Nothing fancy about it. That was just about, body on body, hard carry, and UCLA falling off the tackles a little bit, and Tomlinson punished them.
Boyle keeps his 100% record there as the referee blows for the first half. Jeremy, talk us through this one. You were literally talking it all the way. It was kept alive. Yeah,
well, we had a great break through the middle by Becker, but then Tomlinson supporting. And if you look here, he wasn't held in the tackle, so he has the right to get back up. Danced his way through a couple of people. Some good feet, by the big man. And, finishes, dots it down, conversion, and a very, very comfortable lead. And what I would say, Will, now, on your opinion on this, UCLA looks very sluggish. And Harry Bennett's going to have to send a bit of a message, for them to get back in this second half.
You are right. They are certainly just getting off the coach, maybe is the right way of saying it. 2 weeks ago, they were in the final against Cal. Cal won that final in Los Angeles. Harry Bennett, of course, has got a brilliant program going on there. I've been ever so impressed by the growth of the UCLA program. And no doubt that is largely down to someone like Bennett. And I've asked this before to you, Jeremy, but having programs like UCLA, having a strong rugby presence is important for the growth of our sport ultimately in this country.
Oh, it's massive. I mean, these two teams right here are, the future in some ways. If you look at the, current standings, probably 15s and 7s in this country, there's a few different tiers. I'd say right now UCLA and GCU are probably a little bit behind, a Cal and, a Life and a Lindenwood. But they're definitely closing that gap, and it's to do with really good coaching, really good recruiting, and just committed athletes who fall in love with this sport that we all love and want to play more.
And you know the college landscape incredibly well, Jeremy Ognall. I did you a disservice at the beginning by not introducing you properly. And I know you're very much part of Claremont down in Southern California with the rugby program there, but also a collegiate rugby man and success in your own right.
A long time ago, Will. As you've pointed out at a couple of broadcasts, it definitely was a while ago. But, we just talked about, these athletes in the sport. It's the world's greatest sport, and I want to give back to it as much as I can, just like you do. And this is one way of doing it, and it's just so much fun to watch these young guys, do their thing.
A full day of rugby sevens ahead. It's a game one on field one here with UCLA against GCU. GCU leading 21 points to nothing as they get the penalty just inside the UCLA half. Tomlinson, who has been a try scorer and has been all over the ball in both attack and defence. GCU number one, keep an eye on him as they move it to this near-hand side. It's a great fend and a great score. This time it is Boyle who gets over again, so the 15 is having a fine day. I think that's at least, 2 tries to his name and 2 conversions. 1 try to his name, full conversions, and now that's his second.
Yeah, I mean, obviously GCU has a couple of playmakers. You know, they're using the heavy lifting of Tomlinson, but then they have the skill in that case of Boyle, who's just really showing, very well so far. And once again, I think the disappointment there, I mean, it's a nice try, but UCLA really didn't get into the right body position to make that tackle to, try and affect a turnover. So they've got to fix their defensive posture or they're going to be in for a very long day.
So Boyle gets that over. That's 28 points to nothing for GCU over UCLA. As you say there, that's a fine handoff from Boyle. But sluggish. It's still sluggish from UCLA.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got to fix it. And they, to be honest with you, Will, they're running out of time. I mean, this possession has to result in a score. Otherwise, it might be a bridge too far.
And it comes back for blocking UCLA. Referee just explaining everything. It was Diaz, the number one for UCLA, who was trying to find his way down this near-hand touchline. But the blocking, preventing the player from making the tackle, gives GCU the ball back here as they spread it out to that far side. It's those one-on-one tackles that have been lacking at times in UCLA, but they make it this time as now GCU restore ball, recycle ball. There's a bit of dew on the floor, and as soon as I say that, there's a knock-on. I was going to say the morning dew is in the air, and there's a little bit of grease there.
Yeah, definitely the commentators curse there, Will. But no, you're right. The ball's a bit slippy, and there's probably still a little bit of nerves. But again, GCU showed that they get into their pattern. They get into their shape very quickly. And again, just couple of drops, couple of knock-ons have spoiled it. But at the same time, they're still up by 28 with just over 4 minutes to go. So they're probably pretty happy with the performance.
It's a long way to come back for UCLA, and as you say, Jeremy Ognall, there's not a lot of time with only 4 minutes left on the clock as GCU still put those hits in. You've got to say that their tackling has been better as well in the defense department, as that's the number 3 for UCLA trying to make his way through. Freddie Jobber, he's had plenty of ball in hand, but hasn't been able to make that inroad that you would want for the Bruins, is now making out to this far side. That's number 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, UCLA is doing a better job here of possession, but they're not really penetrating. They need to change their running angles a little bit, just like they did there, and this could create some opportunities.
UCLA just trying to come back on that near side. They do that. That's the big pass from Diaz, who gets it over. That's the number 11 for the speed, Sam Reed, who looks to pass it on. And finally, UCLA have their first try of the West Coast Sevens here today in Stanford, as they want to probably get on with this restart to make it a 7 points. It is 7 points, so there you go, Jeremy. It's like they finally got themselves off the bus.
Yeah, they're off the coach. They're back after it. Again, that was a really good sequence. It was a great finish there. Jet Bunch came really nicely through, hard-charging freshman. Again, I still feel, to be honest, Will, a little bit, too little, too late. But it will give them a bit of confidence. And obviously, the big thing right now is how do they improve the balance of this game and then get ready to perform better in the next one.
Look at that lovely drone shot here on the beautiful campus of Stanford University. Walking around here yesterday, you are in an area of brilliant facilities, one of which is this fantastic rugby field. As now GCU have the ball back in their hands and look threatening. They've been threatening all morning. As what a spin move that is from the number 12, Disney, who can he finish off his great one. Great tackle from the UCLA defender. As GCU try and recycle the ball, it's a penalty for a high tackle by the referee. And our first yellow card of the morning, as the referee just prevents GCU from going quickly. Just wait to find out what they do. They go to the far side. As now the ball just drops on the floor, but it's picked up very well. Brought back inside. That's Tomlinson, the number 1. He's been powerful. He's been strong. And that is a bit too easy. But a fantastic passage of play from GCU, finished off by Tomlinson.
Yeah, great passage of play. Obviously, UCLA wasn't helped by the yellow card, which came with about 2 minutes left. So they'll play the rest of the game, down to 6 men, and they're already down by 4 scores. So, all I can do is say, really good work overall. For a first match out by GCU, again, coming in from a long trip to Arizona, very, very impressive start to the day, and they've put a marker down that they need to be feared. And you can watch this again, just a beautiful breakout. I mean, what I'd say, if you look at Disney and you look at Tomlinson, what a great combination. You've got the stepping and the skill set you could see of Disney. And then it's not that Tomlinson's lacking in skill by any stretch, but he's a big unit too with some good feet. And UCLA haven't had an answer to Tomlinson. So, so far I'd say that Tomlinson's probably my man of the match. But there's some good performances across the board for GCU.
I definitely have to agree with you on that one, as now UCLA try and maybe just finish this game with a bit of confidence. Can they get a last try? That's from the penalty. That was an interesting way of tapping and going, but it works, and they now play away.
Yeah, so UCLA, again, you just said, they have to just finish on a high note. If it's a score, great, but they just have to have some continuity, build some confidence. The game's lost, but, finish on a high and then regroup.
Now UCLA just trying to play out of their half. They are 33 points to 7 down. This game is all but done as they nearly get an interception. Good work to keep the ball alive, and the handoff. Tomlinson, the defender, coming across, and, well, in the end, he's been brilliant with the ball in hand, but also defensively. That is the number 1 for GCU, Tomlinson, who's helped his side out get their first victory today. It's game 1 on field 1, and GCU get this win 33 points to 7 over the Bruins.
Yeah, comprehensive win, comprehensive performance. A lot of work to do for UCLA over the next, couple of hours to regroup. But again, we just have to say kudos to GCU, Tomlinson, Disney. Several of their players really put their hand up, and we'll probably try and grab a couple of them a bit later in the morning for some interviews.
We will indeed. As you can see, that shot of the players coming off the field and us in our booth. We've got like these little canapes. I feel like I'm almost by the beach in what we've got going on here. Some Tommy Bahamas. Maybe a future sponsor of the West Coast Sevens, we don't know.
I think that sounds like a fantastic idea. Really excited for this match, Will. We've got, Cal's number 2 team. I'm not even saying it's a second team, it's just number 2 for them, playing against Oregon, and again, credit to Oregon coming down. They drove down here. I spoke to their coaches, as you did last night at the coaches' reception. They drove about 8 hours, I believe it is, to get down here. We haven't seen them before at the West Coast Sevens, but they're really excited to be here, and we're really excited to see. And what a good test to go straight up against Cal.
Great to have the Ducks in town. Cal, just a hop and a skip across the bay from Berkeley, and this, as you've mentioned, Jeremy Ognall is Cal's second team taking on Oregon in game 2 here on field 1. A reminder, there's also action on field 2. As I look over, it's women's sevens. We've also got high school sevens. It is a full day celebrating our great game, as Oregon will get us underway. This beautiful setting here in Stanford University. Joining us here on TVX Sport, fantastic provider bringing you the action throughout the day of this Sevens clash. So, Jeremy Ognall, before it does kick off, what are we expecting here? It's a tough ask for Oregon, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's a tough ask. I know little about Oregon. They've definitely been an improving program. They've done very well in D1AA in 15s. Cal is likely to have too much, but as we just saw in sevens, I would have favored UCLA going into the game, and I was completely wrong. So, a positive start there for Oregon, a knock-on from Cal, and they have an opportunity to strike just outside the 22. So, regardless of the result here, Will, I just want to see a team like Oregon just really show well and build some confidence. Well,
keep an eye out on number 9 for Oregon in Brookie Fisher. Sevens All-Star in the NCR National Championships tournament back in 2023, the senior. He's got his hands on the ball. He'll be putting it into this ruck at the moment. As they get the ball just out of the scrum, but not to be in the legal way. So Cal will look to generate an attack, their first attack of the day. Cal 2s coming in strong and hard. That's the number 10, Elliot Lewis. As now they move it to that far side. So important to have good handling in sevens. A bad pass can affect the attack so abruptly. That's a good counter-ruck from the Ducks. Oregon just coming off their feet, not releasing. It was actually given there by the referee. So Cal keep the ball. Good defence, though, from the Ducks. Question whether he was 10 metres or not. But Cal play away to that far side. Oregon keeping their tackles going. As the ball continues to be in play, it's very much a game of fitness. Who can hold on the longest? As now Cal move it to our near side, as you can see, wanting to get it into the danger man. Wearing number 21. Bring it inside. That's a lovely line and a lovely step of the last defender, and a try for that man, number 8.
Yeah, that was Ronan. I believe that's Quinn Speaker, actually, who made that. I think we've got 2 number 8s on the sheet, so we need to get some clarification. But regardless, it was just watching how Cal built that. They didn't do traditional sevens. They were actually looking for contact. They were looking to, basically route one, go straight forward, condense the defense, which is what they did with some strong carries and some good work at the breakdown, and then they are able to strike on the edge. So as you can see here, good strong carry, nice offload, little step back inside. Again, good ball movement, good support, and then just, pace. It looked like Will Hooley from a few years ago, I have to say.
Oh, that is a complete lie, but I do honestly respect that, Jeremy. We both know I'm not the fastest, but when you're scared, it's amazing how quick you can travel, and that was superb from Cal to get their first try today, this morning, as they are taking on Oregon, the Ducks. Can they take hold of that ball? They can't. It's kicked forward and maybe regathered. Is it in the end? It is. It's a try, and I'm working out who is the man who got it over. A bit of soccer skills.
That's Grant Villanueva, number 21, I believe, who put that in. To be honest there, Will, like we talked about in the last game, it started with the kickoff. Really high, deep, but, achievable kick retreat. Quick kick receipt. I can't even speak this morning, Will. and they punished them. So good, strong start for Cal number 2, and Oregon will have to regather. They need to get their hands on the ball and play a little bit down in Cal's half to build some confidence.
And it stemmed from one mistake. One drop on that restart was what killed it for Oregon and Cal. Villanueva gets over for the first score. Great bit of footwork that he managed to show. Soccer skills. As now Cal restart this. It's another high hanging kick into the Stanford sky. But this one is taken very well by Oregon. Now into the hands of Weir. Liam Weir, wearing number 10, tries to go one way or the other. The ball is kept in the hands of the Ducks as they get the offload away. So maybe a bit of space on this near-hand side, showing what pace they might have. Good tackling, though, from Cal. And in the end, that's number 19 from the Cal team, Jeremy, with a fantastic tackle. That's Freeman. And in sevens, it's those 1-on-1 situations. You've got to make your tackles, and he did there.
Oh, it was a great tackle. Oregon looked like they were struggling to break out a little bit. Then they did get a bit of an edge, but like you just said, Freeman, he knew exactly the right position to be in to make that tackle. Achieves a turnover to a line out, and now Cal has an opportunity to strike just inside of the Oregon 10.
As they get it to the far side, good ball handling, 2 passes, and they're outside of that kind of midfield of the pitch. They bring it back, though, to this near side. Using the stiff end. Can he get away? That's the number 10, Elliot Lewis. Good tackling, though, from the Ducks as the ball just spills onto the floor.
Yeah, again, Villanueva, nice work cleaning up on the spilled ball. Again, Oregon's putting some pressure on them, but unfortunately they knock it on in contact. So Cal will have a chance to take a breath and have an attacking scrum just outside of their 10-meter line. So Cal probably needs to settle down a little bit. That was a little bit scrappy. But I'm sure Villanueva, ball in hand now, is looking for some opportunities. They've got some space. He's got some big, hard runners. This could be hard to defend against a midfield scrum. It's always a great attacking position.
There's a fight to this Oregon team, though.
Oh, there's definitely a fight. I mean, if you're coming all the way down here, you better fight, right?
You've got to be ready. It was a long trip home if you're just coming here to make up the numbers. They most certainly are not. Talking of numbers, though, it is on the scoreline. Cal, who lead this 12 points to nothing, as they have a penalty, a high shot, high tackle. You cannot tackle above the shoulder area here in rugby. Is Villanueva, who tries to get through. He's scored already in this Cal side. Moving it to the far side of the field, the grandstand, the Doyle Family Rugby Clubhouse. Pick up from the base of the scrum and showing a bit of wheels there. That's a great initiative, bit of play from Cal, and over the line is number 6, open short. Credit to Cal, that's a good bit of work.
Yeah, great work, and it actually started really back around halfway. I was really impressed by the number 10, Elliot Lewis. He's obviously a savvy ball player. He's the one who initiated that, and then obviously very well finished at the end, and end-to-end right as the halftime whistle should blow. So a comprehensive half by Cal.
There we go, 19 points to nothing, Cal lead. This is their second side. They got 2 sides out today. The Cal ones won 2 weeks ago in Los Angeles, as they are led, of course, by Jack Clark, infamous Jack Clark, been there for years now. Such a successful program, and really rugby is always been a successful story at Cal. It's a credit to what they do up there.
Oh, they're the sort of bellwether of college sports. They don't win every year, but they win a lot of years. They won a lot of championships, both in 15s and 7s. As you mentioned, the leadership of Jack Clark. Obviously the equal leadership, I would say, from Tom Billups, who's really a lot of the heartbeat of this program. They've built a rugby factory that I think would work well on any rugby playing country in the world. I really, really continue to be impressed by them. But what I'm also impressed by is these other programs. It's not all about Cal. Cal might be the bellwether, but these other programs are just looking to improve. And what do we need to do to close that gap between us and them? And several of them are starting to close that gap a little bit.
They are indeed, and the growth of rugby is here in the US at the collegiate level, and of course building towards USA Rugby, the national team. USA Rugby is proud to partner with the College Rugby Association of America for the 2024 to 2025 academic year, with the future US Eagles taking the pitch today. Potentially we're seeing them right in front of our eyes, so please, we are delighted to have their support. This experience for all the student athletes. Learn more about USA Eagles and how you can get involved with USA Rugby. Make sure you go and check them out. We do appreciate the support of USA Rugby. There's plenty coming down the pipeline. A 2028 home Los Angeles Olympics, a 31 Rugby World Cup for the men, a 2033 Women's Rugby World Cup. Jeremy, this is the time we're going to see an increase more than ever for rugby here in the US.
Oh, absolutely. And if you look at these athletes that we're watching today, both at the high school boys, girls, the college, boys, college men and college women, these are players who are looking for a spot probably in the 2031 and 2033 World Cups. And I think the Olympics is 27, isn't it, Will?
28.
It's 28, so, again, as you know, when you get to my age, you do miss a year or two. But, it's very exciting to have all those events coming in this country. And the more that, these programs can grow and improve, the better the opportunity we have of medaling, just like the women did in the Olympics with the bronze medal. We can look for the same thing in the future between the men and the women.
Amen to that. As now Oregon just showing a little bit of excitement on this near side. I can see Jack Clark getting involved there on the sideline, giving some key advice to his players. As now Cal will have the ball into this line-out. It's another back ball, good ball in the end from Villanueva. He's scored already a try. As this man as well has also scored a try. That's the number 6 for Cal in open short. Scored that try before the end of the first half. Penalty awarded from Oregon, though, Jeremy.
Yeah, good work of the breakdown and the tackle. Got to his feet, got the hands on the ball, and caused the turnover. And, you know, as you said, we just saw Coach Clark having a go at a couple of his players. The one thing is, you know, even though they're obviously, you know, controlling most of his game, you're never satisfied. He's always looking for improvement, and that's what he's going to look for. But at the same time, now Oregon is showing great improvement, and they really have a chance to strike if they can hit the edge.
They look like they will, and they will look like they get over. That's number 12. Andrew Prentice, the senior. I tell you what, that is a try deserved from Oregon. Moved it nicely to that far side and kept hold of the ball, and they have their first score of the game.
Yeah, and it all started, Will, with the turnover at the breakdown, right? So, and then they moved the ball quickly, and then it was really just a question of, you know, overlapping on the edge, move the hands, run hard, and he goes in, Prentice goes in with a very nice score. And again, they're not going to win this game, but that will give them a lot of enthusiasm for the rest of the day and a lot of confidence.
They've really fought from minute 1, and that is their first score on the board. We can hear some excitement behind us. Field 2. Women's sevens going on as we sit here in our lovely high-up view of the game. That's a bouncing ball for Oregon, and it might land into the hands of one of their players. It doesn't. They do well. Villanueva has actually done really well to get out of jail there, as now Cal just waltz up the field. Maybe a potential to have a turnover. It is. That's the 11 then for the Ducks. Sherman.
Yeah, that's 2 in a row, Will. 2 turnovers in consecutive possessions, again, which will give them, you know, even more confidence, and will give Cal some cause to concern that they've got to support the ball carrier more effectively to prevent that.
Downer, the number 2, runs through, gets away, gets the ball away as well. It's a fine right foot step. It's a left foot step. Ball back to the inside. That is glorious. It was Liam Weir, the number 10, who created it all and finished off fantastically by the Ducks in their second try. Hey, Jeremy, there's still time for them to come back into this game.
Yeah, they're making a contest. I mean, the kick here, it's not an easy one, but that would put them with one score. But again, you know, Downer was involved twice in that sequence and finished it very nicely. The kick is just sliding by, so it remains 19-10. But boy, Oregon, the last couple of series, well, they've showed some things.
I've enjoyed their style of play. It's a really sort of never give up attitude in the contact. They pump their legs. They try and keep that ball alive. As again, we see the fantastic shot of the beautiful field here at Stanford University. As Oregon are behind 19-10, but they're still just under 3 minutes this game. Cal, can they keep hold of the ball? It's not been much attack from them in this second half, as the Ducks have had the majority of possession. They're going to move it to that far side, playing advantage the referee. So can they make use of that, Cal? Just knocked on, but it's back to that advantage, that penalty. Moving it from left to right. That's a big hit going in from the 11, Sherman. He's having a fine game for Oregon as their tails are up. But now, Cal, can they get over the Oregon half? They can, here on this near side. Villanueva will play it away. He's already scored a try in that first half.
Yeah, there was a big collision there on Max Parga, who actually just had come on for Cal and did really nicely on his first sequence, and he got absolutely hammered there by Oregon, but they've managed to retain possession, earn a penalty, and now they look as though if they can move the ball effectively, they might have a bit of an edge. There's the step, and he's in, and Will, I think that's probably all she wrote.
That could be literally the nail in the coffin. Max Parga, the number 4 for Cal, gets over. I think that's him wearing the 4 jersey. And in the end, Cal just showing their bit of class. But they had to work for that, Jeremy. Credit to Oregon's defense. They were putting some shots in there.
Yeah, they were very physical and very committed. They just got, outmanned a little bit there. A really nice step from Parga. I mean, if you look at this replay coming through, again, strong carry into contact, but the contact was so good, and I could sense the Cal coaches were frustrated a little too much direct. But then, the ball here, just to step back inside, ball in one hand, looking for a fend, which he didn't need, and he goes in, untouched. And as I say, that's the end of the game. But really impressed by Oregon, not just their commitment, which you expect, but some of their execution was pretty impressive, and they could upset a couple of teams today, Will.
Definitely ones to keep an eye out on. As, of course, Cal, a high-hanging kick. Some brilliant restarts from Cal as Oregon, though, keep hold of this ball. So do they have the last laugh in this game, too, we're seeing on field one today, as they do try and keep the ball alive. Been impressed by that vigour they've had in the contact area. And, again, still keeping it, offloading, the ball moving. Far side now as Cal go for the counter-ruck. And they get a success on that as Oregon play the ball on the floor. And you wonder now, Jeremy, this really kind of Cal's way to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, time is up, so they'll want to finish, cleanly. It looks as though they are. We've got a nice break, supporting runner, a good opportunity here. Again, Oregon looked good. Becca was carrying the ball really well out there to the right side. Unfortunately, a penalty resulted, and Cal has the last possession. And again, they'll want to finish cleanly here. I don't think they're overly pleased with their performance so far, despite the win. And they'll want to be building better for the rest of the day, for sure.
They'll be looking to finish off this game in style. It's going to be just knocked forward, and the referee will blow his whistle. So game two here on the West Coast Sevens. It's Cal 2s who pick up the win against a very hard-fought Oregon Ducks side. Credit to them, but they do lose out. 24-10, Cal 2s get the win as they get their tournament underway, or started here on field one, in good fashion.
Yeah, great fashion. I think, two good teams, two good performances there. Both coaches will realize that there were some good things, but a lot to work on for the rest of the day. I think if I look across the two coaching staffs, I would say that Oregon's coaches are probably a little more pleased than Jack and Tom will be over on the Cal side. I think they realize they've got some work to do if they really want to make a mark on this tournament.
So game two is over, and game three is upon us, and it's going to be the women's action with Cal Poly taking on Cal. Great to see the women's sevens rugby being so popular, and of course Alona Maher. She is being the absolute superstar for rugby here in the US, but particularly the women's game, and it's just growing and growing. We mentioned obviously about the LA Olympics in 28 coming up, and a Rugby World Cup in the US in 2033. But even a reminder, and again, if I'm sure many people know about that bronze medal in the Olympics in Paris just a year ago, it really has helped the women's game grow even more.
Oh, massively. I mean, it's far more than just Alona Maher, right? It's great to, build on her and build on her brand and everything that she does from a social media standpoint. But it's the rest of the players around her. It's the coaches. It's the build-in to the program. And as you said, these college programs are now, even more incented to, build on that. And some of these athletes, I'm sure, are aspiring to be the next Alona Maher.
As they make their way onto the field for the first women's action on field one, there is field two as well. Myself, Will Hooley, and Jeremy Ognall here on field one for the moment. Field two has the fantastic Alex Corbusiero and Colin Hawley. Talking of Cal, well, Colin Hawley, he's a Cal legend in his own right. Do go and listen to how those boys are getting on and the action they've got in front of them on field two. But we have got Cal Poly against Cal in the women's side of the draw on the West Coast Sevens. Fantastic West Coast Sevens. Second leg of three. 2 weeks ago we were in Los Angeles at the Dignity Health Sports Complex. In 2 weeks' time, from the 25th to the 26th, that is right, 2 days, we'll be in Oceanside, Southern California, for the final leg of this fantastic tournament, doing great things for the sport here on the West Coast side. And Jeremy Ognall, I know you're very much behind it all. And it's just pleasing to see success both in the women's, the the men and, of course, the high school as well.
Yeah, when you say I'm behind, do you mean I'm behind on it all? I'm behind it all, because it's probably a little bit of both. But yeah, no, I enjoy my involvement with this. You know, again, the tournament organizers have done a great job, you know, building, you know, the program to the level that they have. Getting people like yourself and Corbs and Colin, you know, involved is a privilege for me. And this is just fun. I mean, what can you complain about today? Some great women's rugby right now. You know, Calvin moving the board nicely edge to edge. And yeah, I'm pretty content so far.
And the sun is shining. And I can tell by your tanned skin, Jeremy Ognall, that you will enjoy this one today. So here we go. Cal women have maintained the ball now for the last few phases. It's impressive skills. As now they move it to that far side. Ball in the hand of Overby, the number 2 for Cal. Strong presence, trying to keep the ball continuously alive. That is what it's about in sevens, is not to die with the ball, but keep it going, keep it moving as they try and get it to this far side. Can they get a bit of pace going? They can. They absolutely can. In the number 17 in Basil. Basil gets over inside the 22 of Cal Poly. Cal really doing well with this, keeping hold of the ball. There's a lot of space that far side. Can they try and move it there? Basil gets up from the run that she did earlier. Again, keeping hold of the ball. This must be double digits in terms of phases. They now finally move it. There's an overlap if they can get it there. Not quite. That's the 9 there in Morrison. Using her footwork, but Cal Poly, Jeremy Ognall, come away with the ball.
Yeah, what a turnover. I mean, great phases. You said, you know, probably 10 phases there by Cal, looking right in front of the post, but the turnover now gives Cal Poly the edge, and now it's a race, and this is a race that Cal Poly is going to win. It looks like it's the number 15, Azalea Kubic, who goes by Z, or Z, I guess, for us, Will. So Z or Z is the one who's going to score under the post, and without having had the possession for more than about 10 seconds, they now put the first score on the board.
The turnover, the 2-on-1, and the try under the post. Cal Poly were under the pump, defensively keeping out Cal. And watch this for a turnover. Great work to get over the ball, get hold of it, rip it away. But for me, Jeremy, it's this 2-on-1. It's a basic skill in rugby, but it was done so effortlessly. And that's why, in the end, Z, Kubic cuts over and gets under the sticks.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it was a turnover literally 5 meters from their line, and they, you know, within about 15 seconds, they're 95 meters down scoring. So our Cal Poly will be very happy with that. I think Cal will still have some confidence. It was an unfortunate turnover, but some great phases to get them where they are. They just need to be a little cleaner, a little more physical at the breakdown, and then some things could go their way.
Gotta love it with sevens. It is stuff that just turns on a dime. From one turnover, you can go from one side of the field to the other. Well, now can Cal get to the Cal Poly side of the field? As they've done well to keep hold of the ball. They certainly have been coached well in working hard at the breakdown as they now move that ball to the far side into maybe a bit of pace. They do. I think that's the 17 in Basil. She's been very busy in this first half, Jeremy. Turnover, though, for Cal Poly again.
Yeah, second turnover in the last minute and a half. And, you know, right now they're trying to feast on those turnovers. They're definitely, you know, possession-wise, they haven't had much possession. But if they can keep turning the ball over and have these strong carries post it, then they're going to feel good about themselves. Looks as though she's managed to get her knees down, so the tackle's called, and Cal Poly will have a chance to move it to the edge again.
They do. They try and get it to the space. They want to try and get it into the hands of number 9. That's Johnson for Cal Poly. Good tackle, though, from Cal. Cal Poly in that green and white infamous hoops. It's just held up in the midfield. Cal doing well in defence. You just want these girls just to move out to the edges a bit more, give a little bit more width to the attack, but instead it comes through the middle. It's a busting run from Cal Poly, but a good turnover. That's from Overby, the number 2 for Cal. And talk about turning defence into attack. Can Cal do that? That's the number 12 in Lorenzen.
Yeah, Lawrenson had a good possession last time, and then got involved again. And I'm liking the way both these teams are playing in terms of their commitment. They're extremely narrow, though, Will. A lot of them are trying to go through the middle. And, yeah, that can happen in sevens, but you really have to earn that right by going wide, stretching them edge to edge a little bit. And then you can try and look to carve them up in the middle. So I think a bit of spacing, better spacing by both these teams would be beneficial.
The ball handling has been very good, though. I've got to say, Cal have really controlled the ball. As you mentioned, though, Jeremy, though, can they control and get it to the outside channels? Well, they don't need to on this run by number 11. That's Sophie Diaz. Does she get over? Yes, she does. And whilst we were crying for them to go wide, they thought, no interest in listening to Jeremy Ognall and his words of advice. They go through the middle and they score, Cal.
Story of my life, Will. Nobody will listen, but Sophie Diaz, credit her. She saw an opportunity. She backed herself and a great result. And, I think on reflection for this half, Cal definitely deserving of that. The Cal women will be very happy. Here's the replay of it. Again, I had just commented on that they should hit the edge, and they decided, well, I think we heard Jeremy, so we'll go the other way. And results in a score. And now we have a 7-7 game, Will, with about 42 seconds left. So an opportunity here for one of these two to go in with a little confidence by another score.
I don't blame them not taking your advice. I've tried to not take your advice for the last 24 hours. But anyway, Cal will have their first try. They level this up for a 7-apiece game. Still inside the first half. We've got about 20 seconds remaining. Cal have certainly had the possession, but Cal Poly, meanwhile, have taken their chances, or their chance when they had it. Do they get another chance before the end of the half? It's a good dummy and go in the midfield. Can they get it to that edge? It's still going through the middle as Cal put the hits in, make the tackles, but there's a bit of space on the outside now for Cal Poly as they just try and hold on to this ball. It will be, if there's a knock-on or if there's a break, it will be the end of this first half. So can Cal Poly take advantage? What an offload that is by the number 2 staff in the midfield. But the turnover comes in from Cal. They'll go quickly. Reminder that a penalty doesn't mean that it's the end of play. You can still tap and go and keep the ball alive. That's exactly what Cal and Basil, the attacker on that far side, wearing 17 for Cal, will try and do. Is it another turnover? It is. And this time Cal Poly. Jeremy, I'm trying to get a breath here, but the ball is still in play. It finally is knocked on.
Yeah, unfortunately with the knock on the end, but it was turnover after turnover for a couple of minutes. And, really good match. 7-7, very evenly poised. I think both teams have, things that they'll be very happy with. A couple of areas to clean up there for both sides. But a good half of women's rugby, and I'm very much looking forward to the second 7 minutes alongside you, Will. Can't wait for the next 7 minutes of action.
It's a joy to be here. It really is. Fantastic West Coast Sevens. And we have plenty of people to thank for this magnificent event. I mentioned USA Rugby earlier, but there's also the fantastic work that, of course, CRAA, the College Rugby Association of America, is a USA Rugby sanctioned collegiate competition that includes Premier divisions within men's and women's collegiate rugby. CRAA is committed to keeping commercial resources in the collegiate game and creating memorable student-athlete experiences. A credit to everyone involved in CRAA. I know, Jeremy, you're also part of that. Maybe you give us a little bit of insight as to the plans for the future and growing this sport in the collegiate field.
Well, Will, you started off at the beginning of the broadcast with a question statement, and the reality is the West Coast Sevens, as you said, it's a CRAA event, and the idea is to build more, what I'll call, national, international class, Sevens competitions. Definitely, the West Coast, it looks like it's pretty situated. I know that the organizers are looking to expand it next year, try and get some East Coast presence, whether it's East Coast teams coming out here or if we can get a similar series on the East Coast. And again, build it to a national championship. That's what everyone's looking for. These teams are having a great time. I think there'd be even more motivation if they knew there was a big national championship opportunity at the end. and CRA and all the hard work that's going there. That's what they're trying to build to. So I'm looking forward to supporting that, and this is a great foundation for it.
Some great people behind CRAA who, of course, you and I know very well, and giving up their time. A lot of them volunteers, and we need that passion and support in all levels of rugby. As Jeremy Ognall nearly falls off the stage here on the West Coast Sevens. I tell you what, is falling off tackles is Cal, and it's Cal Poly are the ones that take the advantage. They scored their first try from about 90 metres. This comes in from about 75 metres, and it's under the post for a magnificent try beginning this first half. Jeremy, are you alive and well?
I am alive and well, thank you. Just a little distracted with a couple of things we have going on here. But, yeah, like you said, I mean, we're not even 30 seconds in and Cal Poly's put one on. So great confident building start to the second half for them. And, again, I mean, it's just building on the first half. That was the cleanest break we've had, though. It's been a very tightly fought contest, in the trenches, and that was just an opportunity to really show the athleticism. So credit to Cal Poly.
Well, it was Bayer Damien, a 19 for Cal Poly, who had that magnificent run going all the way. And Cal Poly have just taken their chances. Literally, that has been the story of the game. They haven't necessarily had the ball, but in this Rugby Sevens, it's just about when you take your chance, you score the try, and the game can be over so quickly. So actually, it's all about taking opportunities. Now, there's another opportunity for Cal Poly now. It's knocked on in the restart there from Cal, and it's a centre field attacking scrum. Cal Poly will launch their attack. The ball in the hands of number 9, that's Andre Johnson. Can she get the ball away? She does, to that far side. Some different running lines. I like it from Cal Poly. Into the hands of the try scorer, Kubik Z, as she's known. Civil engineering sophomore. Got a credit to these guys and girls who are, of course, fantastically talented, not just on the rugby field, but off the field as well in their education that they are doing at their colleges. Is now Cal break away from the line out, moving it to this near side. There's a lot of space to try and run into. Can they show the gas? That's in the hands of number 10, Devine. Cal move it now to the far side. They have been very accurate in the way that they've passed the ball, and they now get some good yards. This is Lorenzen. She gets tackled by the Cal Poly defender. That is a magnificent turnover, and the heart of Cal Poly is beating hard. They've worked really hard, but done very well in defence.
Oh, they worked really hard there. On the other side, though, I was really impressed by Cal. They showed a lot of patience there. They really, were moving the ball well. Unfortunately, a bit of a turnover out on the edge. But, once again with Cal, Will, we saw this in the first half. They're running several really good phases. They're just having an inability to finish. But they're still pinned down in Cal Poly's end, so Cal will be hoping to eliminate an exit opportunity here.
The breeze is blowing. Cal Poly playing into it. Coming left to right. Well, the wind, I should say, is coming right to left in your screens watching this. As the ball is just spilled. But comes still back onto the side of Cal Poly. Penalty awarded, though, for Cal. That was the brilliant work of Jachance from, the number 2 in overbeat from Cal. A tap and go. Keeping hold of the ball just about. It's picked up from the base of the of the ruck, and it's just launched over. That's number 6. Grace Tarty scores for Cal, and that is a really important try for them as they come back into this match.
Yeah, very important score, very well earned, and again, so nicely poised. I mean, we've still got just over 2.5 minutes left, and I have to say, Will, both these women's teams are putting on a really good show. On the attacking side, they're showing some edge and some verve. On the defensive side, they're showing some tenacity and commitment in the contact. And it's really fun for us up here in the commentary booth to be able to watch and commentate on this.
The conversion is no good, so Cal Poly will continue to have the lead, but it was just a little bit of opportunistic play. Talti, the 6, gets over for Cal, and it's a 2-point game with 2 minutes on the clock, Jeremy, and been really impressed by this first game of the women's action on field 1.
Really impressed by it. I mean, it's definitely coming down to the wire. Cal Poly brings some fresh legs on, so we've got number 10 running on there. It looks like Anna Mosa's coming on just to bring some energy, and they're up by 2, but they won't be satisfied. They want one more score to really try and seal this one.
That's great work by the number 9. That's Johnson from Cal Poly from the restart. As always, just not forward. Just what I was saying, it was great handling, great work by Johnson. Unfortunately, her teammate just knocks it on, and with 1 minute and 20 seconds now, this could be Cal's lifeline to come back.
Yeah, absolute lifeline. They'll love this attacking position. They're inside of Cal Poly's 10 on the 15-meter line, so a lot of width to work with. Really nice, strong scrum platform there. So they're really looking to strike here, and Cal Poly's going to have to defend for their lives for the next 30 seconds to really try and keep them out. Once again, Cal's moving the ball really well. They're just getting let down a little bit at the contact point. That one was a bit cleaner for them, so they still have an opportunity to retain possession. But they can't just retain possession. They've got a strike, and they're looking for that strike now. And that's a beautiful ball, Will, out to the edge. That was really impressive handling, really strong carry, good aggressive work at this breakdown. And Will, they're putting their best foot forward.
Cal are doing all they can, and they get a stiff arm away. Can the offload go? It can. Does Talti have the legs? Does she have the engine? She'll get over. The score that maybe seals this game for Cal. As you were saying, Jeremy Ognall, how well they were keeping hold of the ball. They finally got that chink in the defense of Cal Poly, and Cal get the score that now wins them this match.
Yeah, it should win them this match. We probably will have the kickoff, so never say never, but puts them up. We're going to, that was Grace Talti who made the score. She's a senior. She's had some representative rugby, under 23 All-Star Championships with the Grizzlies. And she's actually writing her honors thesis on the 1952 Olympics, which was, according to you, about when I was born, Will, I think.
Let's not make this about age. I do enjoy doing this commentary with my granddad in the booth. Anyway, it's just dropped by Cal Poly, and Cal pick up this win, 17 points to 14. Fantastic last try in the end in this women's side. We've had a great day already. We've seen the women's action in front of us, but also the men. We have an interview, and we have a certain sevens legend in the collegiate game. Caleb Tomlinson, you are down with someone important that you'll know well, I'm sure, from your Cal days.
Yes, sir. This is Caleb Thomason here. I'm standing here with Grant from Cal 2. What a performance from you and the team going out there, first hit out against Oregon. Talk me through that a little bit.
First game of the day, the boys were really excited. Tried to perform my best, but there's a lot to improve upon in that game. So hope to do that over the day.
Yeah, and talking about improvements, what was the biggest thing you guys are looking to take away from that match?
Our depth. We're really flat, but the boys are already gunning up, trying to work on it right now. So,
and looking to improve that, what was the one tangible thing Coach Clark brought away from you guys to work on?
It's our effort, working off the ball, but it was a good effort from the boys. So,
well, fantastic. We're excited to see that depth, that effort here in this second match go well out there, Grant, for you and the second team, boys.
Thank you.
I love that from Caleb there. Great to have him on board. Of course, a former Cal man, also a USD man. I'm sure he knows a lot of those Cal players. It might be awkward for him. Now he's interviewing them.
Yeah, no, it was funny. I walked in with him this morning, and he was high-fived and hugged by all of the Cal players. So they did a great job of greeting him. It's great to have Caleb Thomason on board with us. Really excited to work with him today. And Will, you called it. I mean, what a great start to the day. Not just the setting, not just the TVX production, not just the West Coast Sevens, but the performances that we've seen, some very, very impressive ones. I think GCU definitely started putting a marker down. Oregon showed a lot of things that they won't lay down for anybody. And then, what a ding-dong battle that was. Cal Poly, and Cal snatching at the death. So looking forward to a little bit more. We've got some high school girls coming up right now. We've got the Wolverines against Rio Americano. So we've gone from men's college to women's college to now we've got some high school girls as they run onto the pitch. And we might have our work cut out for us here, Will, because as far as I can tell, they're both wearing black. So we will. I'll rely on your young eyes to guide us on this one.
Oh dear. Yeah, I did think maybe something had happened in the washing machine. Maybe the dye gone wrong. No, it's the colours of these great teams that are in front of us. And the Wolverines playing in the black strip, going from left to right, I believe.
Nice kick there. No kick chase though, so a pretty easy take for the Rio Americano team, and a really nice breakout. Oh, she takes it all the way. She's going to be brought down halfway through the 22, but great supporting run there. And it looks like we're not even 20 seconds into this game, Will, and we have our first score. Again, I think we're going to need a second here to figure out the color combinations of these teams, but very, very positive start from catching the kick to a really strong finish, offload at the end, and 5 points on the board with the kick to come.
I'm looking, and it looks like number 20. That's Bitondo, 12th grade high schooler. So what a start to this game here for the girls, as you say, from the kickoff, and the Raiders just, I don't want to throw in an early pun straight away, but just raid the defense from the Wolverines and take the treasure all the way, and that's 5 points.
5 points of treasure, absolutely. Great start. Good job clarifying there on the teams, Will. I appreciate that. They'll be very confident. And again, it was one hard carry, but what I loved on that was the supporting runner didn't give up on it and was able to finish it. So some exciting rugby at the very beginning of this high school match.
As I've just worked out that the Raiders are playing in black. So there you go. After all of that, it was actually a try for the Wolverines, Jeremy. As now the Raiders pull themselves away. And this could be their first try. What a run this is by the number 1. Inside the half. Do the Raiders get over? We apologise, the Wolverines scored the first try of the game, but the Raiders now are inside of the half, but the Wolverines get the turnover. And whilst we get to grips with the team sheets, I tell you what, the action is gripping, going from one end to the other. Now the Wolverines come away. Will they get the pass off, though? No, great tackle. Great tackle. And it looks like maybe a turnover as well. Nope, the referee keeps their arms down. Wolverines playing some bold rugby inside their 22. They have the penalty advantage as well, but fortunately is not, or I should say unfortunately knocked on, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back for the penalty. They tried to take advantage of it, but you'd always go back if advantage wasn't taken. So again, now they have a chance to break out of their 22 and do some damage further down the pitch. Very competitive, first few minutes. But now look again. Once again, they've been able to hit the edge really nicely. We've got a breakout here, and I don't think she's going to be touched. No, she's not. Unfortunately, number 10 there, wasn't able to get across and help her. So Esther Valou was trying to chase her down, but wasn't able to do that. And we have 5 points untouched under the posts. And now we have two try lead here.
So the Wolverines get over for their second score. And it looks as though, Jeremy, that if you're going to score in this game today between these two high school girls' sides, it's going to have to be from 70 metres plus. If there's any scoring under that, then it's not going to be allowed, because they are only scoring these tries from their own 22, let alone own half. The conversion is good, and the Wolverines have a 12-0 lead.
Yeah, well, you just called it. They've gone all the way. From deep in their own end. The kickoff, about 60 meters. That one was about 75. So these girls are working hard, and like you said, they're not wanting to do the simple stuff. They want to execute from depth. And so now we have the Wolverines kicking off. It's a deep kick. There's not much of a kick chase, though, so there's an opportunity here for Rio Americano to try and break out and get something back on the scoreboard. They haven't really had much traction in the game, and once again they lose possession. There's a great turnover once again by the Wolverines at the breakdown. Big, strong carry there, just inside of the 22 for Rio Americano, and the Wolverines are looking dangerous, Will.
They are, as they get a big fend off from the number 16. And a try gets over from the Wolverines. So another one to their name here in the first half, leading 17-0. Look at this, Jeremy Ognall. This is get out my way stuff when it comes to this near side. And their third try.
Yeah, get out of the way. Some nice, simple handling. As you know, catch pass is an essential piece of rugby, sevens rugby in particular, and they executed it really well, and then they used their speed on the edge. So, 3 really good tries, and we've still got over a minute and a half left in this first half. Again, I do apologize, from a commentary standpoint. Some of the information on the teams has come in late to us, so we don't necessarily have the numbers that match to the name. So I apologize to the players and to their families. We're trying to do the best representation we can. What I will say, Will, from a representation standpoint, Wolverines are representing really, really well right now.
They are indeed. Well said, Jeremy. As now the Raiders get their hands on the ball. Can they get themselves maybe back into this game here in the first half of this high school women's rugby action? So good to have high school rugby on your televisions. TVX Sports Video providing us that here on the West Coast 7. Stanford University, the beautiful grass field of Stanford University. We have a breakaway now for the Raiders in number 7. She looks like she's going to go all the way. She's chased down incredibly hard by the Wolverines, but she will make it and get under the post. The Raiders will have their first score.
Yeah, great comeback there. I think that's Isabella Chong with the breakout. We had initial good chase by the Wolverines. They just didn't have the legs. But as you said, they didn't have the legs because they've gone 3 times about 70 meters, score their own tries. So probably saving the legs for the second half. But we've got about 15 seconds left, Will. That'll give Rio Americano some confidence going into half. We might have time for a kickoff. So now it's a 2-score game. And still a lot to play for.
Conversion is good as well, so it's a 10-point deficit. As we take another look at this try, you've mentioned this, Jeremy, they did well just to move it to the edge. So important to move that ball, and then you get the overshooting defenders, the step back on the inside, and a fantastic try.
Yeah, fantastic try, and once again, sort of simple hands, and then just relying on vision from Isabella Chong to see the gap and go through, and that'll give some confidence. They might have one more opportunity here depending on this possession, but they've made it a 2-score game, going into halftime, as long as they stay steeled defensively here, which so far they have. Looks like we've got a bit of a knock-on, but they're playing advantage, Will. So still one more opportunity for the Wolverines to break out. And there they go again. It's the number 7 from the Wolverines. And she's been impressive all half, and she's not going to get stopped.
It was a dummy and go by the number 7 for the Wolverines. And it just increases their lead at the end of the first half. And the Wolverines taking back the control. Lovely show and go as a fantastic camera angle coming in from our drone footage here on field 1. So the Wolverines are in the lead, 22 points to 7. Conversions to come. And that will be the end of the first half. Wolverines taking control of this. It's a conversion, and it's successful. So that's 2 points. It's 24 points to 7. The Wolverines leading against the Raiders in this high school girls competition on field 1 of the West Coast Sevens, Stanford University. Magnificent Stanford University. Jeremy and I were talking yesterday just about how brilliant these facilities are, a grass field. I'm just honestly been saying this from my previous experience in playing the game from around the world. Like, this is as good as facilities you're going to get.
Oh, it's spectacular, and they're building it. I mean, it's not just staying static. I mean, they're really improving this whole campus. I mean, you can see in the background, our cameras will probably show the new stadium that's being built behind Steuber Rugby Stadium. And we need to come here more. I will tell you a quick story, Will. You talked about my past. I've been with Claremont McKenna for a long time, or the Claremont Colleges for a long time. My first season there as the head coach, along with Scott Bracken, we actually brought Claremont here all the way through national qualifiers, through Florida, came to here to a national championship, and actually won a Division II national championship by beating Temple in the final. Some amazing young men, not just great rugby players, amazing young men that we were able to coach right here on at Steuber Stadium. So it brings back a lot of really good memories, and memories of a pretty bad hangover the next morning, I will have to say.
An expensive hangover as well. It's not cheap around here.
No, it's not cheap around here, but I'm cheap, so I made Scott Bracken pay. You know how I am. My wallet is very dusty. But yeah, it was a great experience. And like you said, we've got to do more. We need more events like the West Coast Sevens. It's such a well-run tournament. It's so well broadcast by TVX Video. We've got so many great teams. And like you said, I mean, you couldn't really find many better spots in the world to run a Sevens tournament like this.
You can see us there on the drone. I think you can see us through the Tommy Bahamas. Giving you a nice wave here. Tommy Bahamas, a future sponsor of the West Coast Sevens, is what I'm hearing. Or certainly from how I'm talking about them today. Fantastic to have the great production work of TVX Sports Video. I honestly mean this when people probably don't understand what goes into putting on an event like this, Jeremy. I only see some of the end on the production side of things, and feel privileged to be here talking through the action, but there are so many volunteers that help out to put on an event like this, the second of 3 events. A credit to everyone involved.
No, you're right. I mean, a ton of work goes in, and you were very right, Will, when you said, you just show up and do your broadcasting and look pretty for the drone. So thank you for that, though, because that is an important part. I know I'm laughing, but I mean, having quality broadcasting with people like yourself and Colin and Corbs, etc., that really adds to the experience. My view is it's not that much fun to watch a rugby match. However good the rugby is, if the commentary isn't good, then I think it really, minimizes the whole experience, and you really add to this experience. So as I say to you, I'm really excited to work alongside you. And now back to the action. We've got an opportunity here. Rio Americano down by a couple of scores, or 3 scores actually. And unfortunately, the pass goes to ground. So once again, the Wolverines will have a chance just on their 10-meter line to get a bit of an escape.
Oh, Jeremy, you're too kind. I'm sure there is plenty of people who will be wanting to tune into this West Coast Sevens using the mute button because they're bored of me already. But credit to you for being so nice. I love being here. I love seeing the talent that we've got on show on the high school side of things, the college side of things at both the men, women, the boys and girls level. As now the Wolverines break away. You are right. They are leading 24 points to 7. This is a fantastic breakaway from the number 6, and we'll get over for the 5th score of the day. Parangan gets over the 10th grade. She makes it the 5th score. The Wolverines, they've shown that bit of pace when it's mattered. I joked earlier about how they score their tries from about 70 metres out. Well, you can only do that when you have the gas to go all the way.
No, I mean, Parangan definitely took advantage of that opportunity, and they've been doing that the whole game, to be honest with you. They're a very athletic looking team, the Wolverines. They seem to support each other very well. She didn't need the support then. She created it herself. Unfortunately, the conversion hits the post, so the point isn't good. But if you watch this replay, Will, she just gets the ball and she sees a gap and she's gone. I mean, there's no other way. It was just head-up vision. You got to have vision. You can't play with your head down. She saw an opportunity coming out of the scrum and she goes in untouched. and very, very comfortable lead. We've still got 5 minutes left, so I'm not going to prognosticate, which I tend to do a little bit early, that it's too far for a Rio Americano, but I'm going to prognosticate it's probably too far for a Rio Americano.
There we go then, the Wolverines having the lead, 29 points to 7. As now the Raiders do try and march an attack inside the half of the Wolverines. Credit to both these teams. They have really come to play and come to fight. Raiders keep hold of the ball. I thought maybe would be done for a knock-on. As now this pass this near side. It's the number 7 who's shown plenty of gas before. Can she go all the way? What a tackle coming in from the 12 of the Wolverines. But Raiders keep the ball alive. And it's a turnover, though. Wolverines' defense coming in brilliantly at the end for some last-ditch tackling, Jeremy Ognall.
Yeah, we had 12 on 12 there, number 12 on number 12, and Schultes from Americano. Some great, cover defense by the 12 of the Wolverines, and a real ding-dong battle going on. So now Rio Americano, they still have possession. They're just inside of the 22 for the Wolverines, with an opportunity to put a dent on the scoreboard. Might be a little bit too much for them, but a score here would really give them some confidence. And never say never, even though I said never. And having said that, they go skirting through. That was beautiful run there. That was Isabella Chong who just went through, and once again she showed her skill and she showed her heels to the opposition. So, credit to Rio Americano, but not giving up the ghost.
They are fighting hard, and some great work there from Chong. She's been impressive in this game, showed some wheels, shown some of her elusive footwork, and now gets her try as Rio Americanos get their second try. The Wolverines, though, still leading this 29 points to 14. The conversion is good, and there is still 2 minutes 51 seconds of this game still remaining. Jeremy talked about how you've been impressed by Chong. Well, she's shown her footwork and ability just to scoot through in the end.
Yeah, I mean, there was some great build-up there, but then ultimately it was, all done by her. But, her teammates really set her up nicely. Great score. Again, making a contest, still over 2 minutes to go. And, probably still a little bit to fight for. I'm still sticking with the Wolverines, Will. Even though you think I called it a little bit early, we'll have to see what comes over the next 2 minutes.
Well, it's amazing what happens in 2 minutes of sevens, especially when you got these high flyers involved, these young girls, athletic in so many departments. I was listening to something the other day. There was a podcast, a famous rugby player, Sam Warburton, played for the British Lions and Wales, and he said that rugby players are probably the hybrid athletes out there in sport. Whether you're male or female, the ability to have power, pace, agility, fitness, from high school to college to then the pro game, rugby players really are fantastic athletes.
Oh, they are. I mean, they're world-class athletes for sure. I mean, I'd put them up against any athletes on any other sport. There's obviously a lot of incredible, rowers, baseball, basketball, NFL. But rugby players are pretty unique because they have to, as you said, they have to do it all. They can't be one-dimensional. And great turnover there, actually, inside the 22 by the Wolverines. They're looking to braid out. She might not have support runner, but she's going to go by herself. And is she going to get it? Looks as though number 14 is coming across really nicely. That's Freeman from Americano, but she's not able to stop her. She's got support runner if she needs it, but she doesn't need it. She goes in and dives over the line for another score, and that is all she wrote.
Game, set, and match, Jeremy.
Game, set, and match.
Credit to the Wolverines. They've showed it in plenty of departments. They only score tries from 50 metres out. That is what we have noticed today. As the last 40 seconds or so left of this match, Jeremy Ognall, talk us through again this one. The Wolverines putting the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, nail in the coffin, and they listened to you early when you called. They like to do the long runs. They basically went about 90, 95 metres right there. Just good individual effort. I mean, what's impressive there, Will, is they've played 14 minutes of very hard physical rugby. And then they had the legs and the gas and the willpower to go all that way to make it 36-14 with full time expired. It looks like we'll have the kickoff, but then whatever happens after this next possession, the game will be over.
The game will be over very shortly. It'll be the last play.
Yeah, in 1 second we'll have the kickoff. Then I think we're going to hand it back over to Caleb. I think he's got another valuable guest that he's going to be interviewing. So Caleb probably can't hear us. He's a little vertically challenged, so we'll try and get the message down to him in a second. But let's let these athletes finish off.
Well, that is the end of this game with the Wolverines winning this 36 points to 14. Credit to them. Credit some brilliant tries on display in this girls' high school match on field 1 of the West Coast Sevens. You talked about Caleb Tomlinson, and how dare you say about being vertically challenged, but what I do want to hear is the conversation he has. He's got another Cal representative, this time on the women's side of the drill.
Awesome. Well, thank you for those comments there, Mr. Jeremy. I appreciate it. But Caleb Thomason here, West Coast Sevens, and I'm standing next to Miss Grace Talty. Grace, what a close match to open it up against Cal Poly. Can you just talk me through the mindset you had going into that game?
Yeah, we were playing down most of the game from the get-go, so I think we just had that comeback mentality most of the game, especially at the end there. We knew we had to get 2 tries to win it, so we played with a lot of aggression, making sure we got it out wide so we can push through and get those tries at the end.
Well, I'm sure you guys are glad to pull that one off,
Yeah.
most definitely. What is something you're taking away from that first match?
I think we're trying to get up in the first half so we don't have to play down in the second half. Try to come out with just as much energy from the beginning, from the first kickoff. Yeah,
and aside from energy, what was something that you guys think you brought well into that game?
I mean, we work really well together. I think our hands were really good, especially for the first game of the day. I think we were able to really set up when we needed to and get the plays done, especially off quick taps and then right off of kickoffs and returns.
Absolutely. Well, I think, exploiting those quick tap opportunities and moving the ball wide is going to be a great way to go into the second match. Best of luck in that to you and the girls.
Thanks.
Well said. Great interview there from Caleb Tomlinson. He is from a rugby family, of course. His brother Stephen, wherever you might be watching, my man, an exceptional Sevens player for the US. What a innings he's been having in that USA Eagles jersey for the Sevens side of things. And Caleb also was a fantastic player himself, by the way. I do want to state that. You were getting into him about being vertically challenged. The reason he was so good at Sevens, he was nippy, he was fast, he had agility, and he ducked under those challenges, Jeremy Ognall.
Yeah, no, he's a very impressive rugby player. I mean, he's still got a lot of rugby ahead of him, even though he's done playing in the college game. I definitely think he's got a bright future, especially potentially on the Sevens circuit, which I know he's aspiring to. So we absolutely support him any way we can. I was giving him a little bit of a ribbing there, but great young man. Great to have him working with us here at the West Coast Sevens. And I love some of the interviews he's doing, because I love the fact that we give these athletes some exposure, because they deserve it, because they're working hard and they're really, really proving themselves. So excited to have Caleb continue to build on that.
Well, okay, look forward to hearing more from him throughout the day, as we have some more high school girls action getting us underway here on pitch 1, with the ball just knocked forward. The games come thick and fast. Can't wait for a little snack to come up to the booth. Maybe our production team hear me on that one. All the great work that they do here on the West Coast Sevens. That's TVX Sports Video. Go and make sure you follow them, subscribe to them on their YouTube channel and everything that is social media, as well as the West Coast Sevens. Check them out. Go and hit the follow button. You'll get all the action, all the news, all the gossip as well, like those interviews from Caleb Tomlinson. So we are here for high school rugby, as Jeremy Ognall, of course, so part of this US college program, working with CRAA and being with Claremont as their director of rugby for so long now. Fantastic to be in the booth with myself, Will Hooley. I'm a has-been, I used to play, and now have the honour of calling games like we are today.
Yeah, it's great to watch this next high school girls games. We've got Bishop O'Dowd here in the green, breaking out from the 22. Unfortunately, going into touch, so it's going to be a turnover there. It's going to be a line out, for the Sacramento Harlequins, who are playing from left to right in the white jerseys with the black shorts. So another another good opportunity to watch some high school girls, showing the way, and excited for the next few minutes. As you said, Will, the action is coming thick and fast. There's no breaks for us. There's no water breaks, no bathroom breaks. But it's a pleasure and a privilege to be able to commentate on all these games. And here we go with the Harlequins busting through. Some really strong carry there. Looks like she's got some good support runners here. So turnover isn't affected, and they're very close to the line. They're going route one, just trying to dot that ball down. But some Bishop O'Dowd really sung some good defensive presence there. And so Sacramento's going to have their work cut out for them. But a little too much there, a little bit too much pressure. The Bishop O'Dowd defense was very narrow there. And even though they were narrow, Sacramento chose to keep Route 1 going straight through the middle. A little bit of power and strength there to be able to dot it down. First score of the game. So it's actually one of the slowest scores of the morning. We took almost 2.5 minutes before we had the first score there. But great start for Sacramento, and looking forward to seeing what they can do over the next, about 10.5 minutes.
From a quick hydration break, and little snacks come our way in the booth. How fantastic that is. We've still got plenty of action coming your way here as we're watching high school girls rugby. Sacramento against Bishop's O'Dowd. Sacramento with that first score, 7-0. As now Bishop O'Dowd come through the middle. Physical, this game of sevens. I feel like all the action we've seen has had a lot of physicality to it, even though there is only 7 people on this field for each side. Bishop O'Dowd try and work it towards that far side. And there is an infringement, crossing. The referee deems on from the Bishop O'Dowd player. So Sacramento will get the ball back from this penalty. There's a little 2-on-1 to that blind side. Works out great, and a really good bit of speed. That is lightning quick. That's trying to get underneath the post to make the kick a little bit easier. But Jeremy Ognall, you mentioned how you thought I had speed in my career. I didn't have that much. That is brilliant work from the high school girl from Sacramento to get over for the second score.
Absolutely, Will. Brilliant work. Just hitting the edge, and then once again, relying on pace and athleticism. So we're really seeing some. Unfortunately, the conversion hits the post and doesn't go through. So we are seeing some good rugby. The one thing I would say, if I'm looking at Bishop O'Dowd, and I had a comment on how they've started, they seem to be playing fairly laterally. And when you play and run laterally, it's fairly easy to defend. So I'd like to see them look for some running angles, be a little bit more decisive on their runs. And then they can get back in the game. But a little flat so far, but I think that will change.
Kickoff taken by Bishop O'Dowd. Trying to just work their way up that far sideline.
See, they've really got depth there, Will. We just talked about how flat they've been. They're not flat anymore, and now they have an opportunity to strike. Oh, the ball goes to ground, but they've still retained possession. They've still got an opportunity to put something on the scoreboard here. Unfortunately, a bit loose at contact. It's going to come down. It's going to be a scrum to Sacramento with just over a minute to go. But I think Bishop O'Dowd will have some confidence from their strike running there. So we have a scrum down here. I'll take over for a second. Well, Mr. Hooley looks for a little snack in the snack bag to give him some energy. Strong scrum by Bishop O'Dowd. Sacramento's able to... Oh, actually, the refs bring it back. Resetting of the scrum. But it was a good push from Bishop. So I want to watch for that and see if they can continue that aggression.
at the scrum looking for a turnover there. They weren't able to achieve it, but we did get a scrum reset. And so now they're waiting on the referee's cadence for another put-in. Better scrum by Sacramento. Still a bit sloppy, but they're able to retain it. And now they have an opportunity to clear their lines a little bit. Oh, loose pass and loose contact, but it looks as though we're coming back for infringement. I think she's called them for offside. Yeah, she's called the Bishop O'Dowd for offside. So Sacramento will have a penalty just outside of their 10-meter line, an opportunity to retain possession and clear their lines a little bit. But good game so far. It's a good game that my colleague is missing, but I'm enjoying doing this. Solo and just watching these girls, ply their trade is great. Great work there by Bishop O'Dowd at the breakdown. A bit of a sort of loose work on the ground by Sacramento. Sacramento believing the penalty was there. She hasn't retreated 10 meters, so now there's 10 meters more given to Bishop O'Dowd. So they have an attack on Sacramento's 10-meter line as time is up. So they'll be looking to put some points on the board here to give them some confidence going into the half. The rumor has it that my colleague will be back for the second half or for halftime. Unfortunately, the Bishop O'Dowd runs into touch. The tackle's made there. The referee will blow it up for halftime. So we have a 12-0 score in favor of the Sacramento Harlequins, but a very, very good half of rugby and very enjoyable for me to be able to commentate on. So I'm looking forward to the next 7 minutes with these two teams.
Jeremy, fantastic work from you doing that solo, helped by some fantastic rugby. Sacramento 12 points to nothing up here on field 1. Field 2 action. Looking over my shoulder, looks like Stanford are taking on GCU. GCU, very impressive in that first game we saw. Game 1 here on the West Coast Sevens. That was 9 a.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, I mean, Will, we're in a great position here. I mean, we're positioned right between field 1 and field 2. Obviously, we have a responsibility for field 1. I don't want to be stepping on Colin or Corb's toes. I especially don't want to step on Corb's toes. But for us, it's great to be able to, watch field 2 for a second while we're at halftime on field 1. And again, some good collegiate performance between Stanford and GCU. And back to this match, overall fairly evenly contested. I think Bishop O'Dowd, again, as I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, they just need to straighten their lines, be a little more decisive on their running lines. Sacramento, doesn't really need to change a lot. They've got to continue to work hard on defense and, ideally build on this 12-0 lead. So 7 minutes, anything can happen.
Indeed it can in rugby sevens. You are one mistake away from letting in a try or one fine attack from going 75 meters and scoring a try. So Sacramento lead this 12 points to nothing over Bishop O'Dowd here in the high school girls competition side of the West Coast Sevens. Spectators coming in. It's a full day of action. We started here at 9 a.m. and we go right the way through the afternoon as well. Sevens, such a key aspect in the development of people in their rugby, whether you're a girl, boy, or starting off at college, getting the ball in your hands, making sure the passes are accurate, the tackling is made, because in sevens you really are exposed. And that is why it's a brilliant development tool, as much as also, of course, an Olympic competition, which in the 2028 home Los Angeles Olympics, we really hope that USA Rugby in the women's and the men's side of things have a great presence.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you were speaking there, my right ear was getting yelled at. The Bishop O'Dowd reserves, to my right, were giving a lot of encouragement to the girls. So, they're only down by 12. As you've said a few times, anything can happen. So this game is still, absolutely for the taking. And I'm looking forward to seeing what, Bishop O'Dowd to our left in the gold and black can do against the white jerseys of the Sacramento Harlequins in this second half.
Here we go then, Bishop O'Dowd going from left to right, kicking off this second half. It's just knocked forward by Sacramento. As now they work it to this near hand side. Good work to keep the ball alive. But Sacramento just filling out the field defensively. Exactly what you want to do in sevens, to not commit too many towards the breakdown. They're deciding to leave it alone, keeping numbers on their feet. Now, Bishop O'Dowd find a bit of room to that outside. Bit of a spin, bit of a twist. Doesn't actually get too far, but that's the number 9. Trying to find a bit of ground. They are just moving the dial a little bit forward. Needing to come back into this game. Needing a try, Bishop O'Dowd. Do they find it on this near side? Space now for the number 12. Slemmer. Hazel Slemmer has just coasted in. Brilliant bit of work. Individual bit of work. And that bench you talked earlier, Jeremy Ognall, to our right-hand side, lets out a roar. That is their first try of this match here on Field 1.
Yeah, beautifully worked try. And Hazel Slemmer, what a great finish, by her. So, all of a sudden we have a very different game. It's 12-5. The conversion is over. A really nice conversion there by, it looks like that's Maura Cornack with the kick. And we'll watch this replay here just to see again. What I liked here is they came from depth. They moved the ball really well. They ran onto the ball, pretty well. That ball was a bit behind her, but it didn't matter to Slemmer. She took it, goes outside, fends off the defender, and goes in with the conversion good. 5 points with still 5 minutes to go, Will. So an exciting finish ahead of us.
It is indeed. 5 points the deficit. Can Sacramento find the form that they showed in the first half? Well, they're going to struggle to find that form, unfortunately, with just the knock-on from the restart. Not easy looking right into the sun here. The sun is on that left-hand side of the picture, so that would have been directly in her eyes. And unfortunately, just dropped. So, Bishop O'Dowd, as you can see, the wonderful picture there in this fantastic facility at Stanford University. Bishop O'Dowd have this scrum on the 22. They have all attackers on this right near-hand side, so safe to say you know where they're going to go, unless they go down the blind. They don't. They open up around the scrum, and Bishop O'Dowd are going to score their second try of the game, levelling things up. It's been a different sort of team in the second half. Bishop O'Dowd with their second try.
Yeah, the momentum has clearly shifted. Very good individual effort there by number 6. It doesn't, though, look as though we have a name matching to that jersey, so I think there's been some confusion there, so apologies for that. But just well-worked individual try. Now we're tied. We've got the kick to come. The kick, unfortunately, is no good, which means with 3:45 left, it is 12-12. But as I said a second ago, Will, momentum is huge in rugby, and right now all the momentum is with Bishop O'Dowd.
You're absolutely right there, Jeremy. It's a game of momentum and taking control of your purple patches, and it's certainly a purple patch for Bishop O'Dowd. Can Sacramento just steady things up from this restart? It is dropped, and it looks like it's knocked forward again. Bishop O'Dowd will get the ball back. So these restarts are really working for Bishop O'Dowd now, and it's the platform that they will strike off. They scored from the last one. Can they do it again?
Well, I think they've showed they absolutely can do it again. Again, momentum is in their favor. They've got a great platform here just outside the 22, and they've got the whole width of the pitch that they can work with here, Will. So I'm really interested to see what sort of strike play they've got. I thought she was looking blind there. She had her head up. Nice offload there. That was a great offload into the hands of number 4 from Bishop O'Dowd. Good carry. She's fighting her way to the line. I think she's down. She's got it, Will. That was individual effort. That was just heart by number 4 from O'Dowd. And now we have a whole different ball game, my friend.
This was a brilliant bit of knowledge to use, and the way she left the ball, picked it up again, enabled her to continue to drive forward and get the try. So Bishop O'Dowd have the lead, 17 points to 12. In a second half that has just been a complete turn of events. Sacramento really struggling off this restart. Maybe the sun directly in their eyes not helping. But Bishop O'Dowd, for the first time in this match, have the lead. As now, once again, that ball hits the floor. You do not want to let a rugby ball hit the turf. Now, Sacramento finally have a bit of attack, and they only need one chance, and they might make use of it as a great last tackle prevents Sacramento from getting over the halfway line. They keep hold of this ball. We are 90 seconds of this game left, and there is still so much to play for. As Sacramento now try and move it to the outside. It's just dropped, unfortunately, there after a fantastic bit of play.
Yeah, I think, Will, to me, what's changed here is the pressure that Bishop O'Dowd has put on. They've put a lot more pressure and emphasis on defense. I think Sacramento's been a little bit timid, a bit intimidated by that defense. And so now, best foot forward with under a minute to go. Great attacking platform. They could go to either side of the pitch. And a score here, obviously, will take the game. Right now, it's still wide open. But the way O'Dowd has been performing, I wouldn't bet against them in this situation.
Bishop O'Dowd then, in the last 40 seconds, they have a penalty. As they now do another good 2-on-1, there is space on that side. They do have an overlap on that far side of the field if they can get the ball there. It's strong work to keep it alive as they look like they will get it into the space. Can they get the offload away? And again, that is superb. Rugby sevens from Bishop O'Dowd, a fourth try and a winning try there from number 18, Lila Edwards. Credit to this Bishop O'Dowd side. Whatever they had at halftime, whatever team talk it was, it's worked. Fantastic second half.
Great second half. Probably the best second half we've seen of any team so far today. All heart and commitment from O'Dowd. I think Sacramento looked a little fatigued, most of that second half, and O'Dowd took advantage of it, and they come away with a well-earned victory. So really exciting to see, that performance. And again, watching these, college women, Will, and then the high school girls, the future's pretty darn bright.
I love seeing the movement of the ball. Because ultimately, when you think about it as an American sport, or I think of the American sports, the fluidity of keeping the ball alive, that's not like American football. Ultimately, it's one pass, more or less, and that's the play. It's not always maybe natural to learn this sport and realise that actually the movement of the rugby ball makes a big difference to getting it into space and scoring points. And we've seen that in abundance in that high school girls game. We're now going to move to the men's side of things, the men's college. California, Cal Bears, they got this win in the first leg of the West Coast Sevens back in LA 2 weeks ago. They're taking on a feisty team. We enjoyed seeing Oregon coming down. They did play in their first game earlier. It was against that Cal 2s. But now they take on Cal's first team, led out by Solomon Williams. He was MVP in the tournament 2 weeks ago. So Oregon have got their work cut out. Cal, they're looking to continue to defend their title here on the second leg at Stanford, the West Coast Sevens. Jeremy, we go from the highs? The highs? Absolutely, the highs of the high school girls, women, and now straight into this men's college rugby competition.
Yeah, I mean, this is very exciting that we have this opportunity here to see Oregon one more time. They've changed the whole jersey. They've gone very much the Oregon way. We've got the bright green and yellow now of Oregon to our right. We have Cal with the ball in Solomon Williams' hands, the MVP from the last two West Coast Sevens. Tournaments have been involved. Now, having a microphone issue there, apologize for that. Oregon's looking good to our right in the green and gold. Love seeing the Oregon uniforms. Solomon Williams, we've seen him do this a few times. He loves that little 10-meter kick. And then, unfortunately didn't, get the opportunity to finish it. But I watched him last year a couple of times, and he's really... exquisite in that 10-meter, taking the defense, when they're probably a little bit asleep, and he very much keeps them awake. But it didn't work out. It didn't work out in his favor this time. But I definitely wouldn't bet against Solomon Williams, Will, after what we've seen, the last few tournaments.
Not at all. Fantastic talent. Definitely one for USA Rugby viewers to take and keep an eye on. But this is a wonderful run from Oregon and just brought down in the end. Magnificent tackle, but it was a fantastic run. The number 14 for Oregon has now Cal Will they just take it all the way back inside its own 22? It's going to be a foot race. This is the number 11 for Cal. And it's... Oh, is it down? It is being given. I thought for a moment dropped. Jack Bazio, the junior, gets over the number 11 from Cal. It is given. But wow, what a moment from Oregon to go all the way into Cal's 22. But Cal do what they do best. And they just change it round, Jeremy. Proper rugby sevens. There we go then, 7-0. As then, Jeremy, we have a look now of that breakaway try from Mazzio for Cal. Just when Oregon thought they maybe had a chance.
Yeah, well, Oregon looked really good. We had a really nice breakdown the left-hand side here by, I think it was Mahaffey from Oregon, but great cover defense by Cal. Took the opportunity, and then, Jack Bizio just, opened up his legs and was gone. And, again, that's what Cal can do. So, but Oregon definitely showed some stuff, and now they're back in possession and trying to work it away from their end. What I do love when you watch, how Cal plays sevens, they're very, very organized defensively. They're not necessarily the most aggressive defensive team, but they communicate really well. They point to where they want their, teammate to go to defend, and then they turn defense into attack.
And there you go, just like that. Cal get over for their second try of the game. Oregon have got their work cut out, because this Cal team is so well coached, and their athletic ability has the ability to just change things so quickly as Solomon Williams lines this conversion up for Cal to make this a full 14-point lead. It is a great conversion as well, as Cal take the lead in the side. So the quick tap penalty was... just caught Oregon off guard, and that's what happens in this sport. You turn your backs for one moment, and a team like Cal and a person like Solomon Williams and his men will make sure you pay the price.
Yeah, what I'd say there as well, I want to put you in the Oregon coach's shoes for a second, Will. When you're bringing your team down here, as I said earlier, an 8-hour drive, big commitment, super excited they're here. And then you see the draw, and you're going, okay, so we're playing Cal, and we're playing Cal. What do you say as the coach?
It's a hard day in the office. But ultimately, at the end of the day, hard, tough competition is only going to bring the best out of the players. You can see Oregon want this one. Just forcing that and knock forward from the Oregon player is now Cal will be able to mount an attack, as it's a pretty dangerous position. Still well over 2.5 minutes left in this first half. Solomon Williams will come back down the blind side. There is no one there. Does he get the pass away? He does. It is speed. It is quick. But a great, great turnover from number 22, that's Sam Becker of Oregon, as now they mount their own attack. And it's coming through the middle. The offload back to Becker. He was the one who got the turnover. And he's unfortunately turned over again. This time Cal got hold of the ball. It is end-to-end stuff. Bodies flying around. It's no wraps in the tackle. So now there is space. There is an overlap on the far side. Cal look to try and get it there. It's a beautiful switch back inside. And then a final offload. That is rugby sevens done properly. And Cal get their third try of the game. Excellent stuff. But all round, Jeremy, from both teams, that was full on.
Yeah, very full on. And again, Oregon did what they did a few minutes ago. They had a really nice breakout, had a great opportunity, but then a bit loose with the ball. It got stripped by Cal, and then Cal goes and does what they do. I mean, again, their execution, their running lines, their running angles, the pace that they hit the line at is the difference maker. And, you know, they're very, very clinical, and that's something that, here we go again with a little short kick, and again keeps Oregon on their toes. They were napping a little bit there, and now they're moving the ball. They've got numbers on the edge here if they just can shift it.
Now we go with Cal on this near side. It's strong, it's powerful, and it's another magnificent offload. Becker coming in with a tackle. Is it going to be enough to stop, though, this Cal side from getting over? Referee is going to come back, though, for the penalty, so try not given. They'll move it then to the far side. Green jerseys fill the field out. That's Solomon Williams then for Cal. Takes it into contact. Staying patient, though, this Cal side. That's beautiful handling. That is exceptional stuff. And the try scorer, Jack Bazio, he also gets his, well, that's second try of the game for Jack. And the fourth try already for Cal. Jeremy, that was wonderful handling.
Beautiful handling. Bizio finished it very nicely. One of the things you noticed, if you go back to where that started in midfield, you know, I know we talk about Solomon Williams a lot. He's a little gimpy, it looks right now. He's staying on, but he does look as though he's limping. If you notice the way, when he went to ground, he was so quick to release the ball, to be able to get back to his feet, to get his hands on the ball again. And in sevens, those micro skills are a huge difference maker. His kick is up and it looks like it's good.
You know who he reminds me of a lot? He reminds me actually of a Madison Hughes. Madison Hughes, a fantastic rugby sevens past USA Eagle. I have no doubt Solomon Williams might find his way towards a USA Rugby jersey. It's half-time here. Cal winning 28 points to 0 over Oregon. We're going to take a little time out. Jeremy, who are we going to go over to?
Yeah, thanks for that, Will. Great half. We'll come back to that in a second, but I want to turn it over to another broadcast partner of ours, Isabella Karen, who has one of the Wolverine players, I think, standing by for an interview. So, Isabella, over to you.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Jeremy. We are here at the West Coast Sevens here in Stanford, and I'm here with B, and we're just going to talk a little bit about the game today. So tell me, what you think was instrumental in making you guys have such an outstanding win today?
I think we had really good breakthroughs and support on the breakthroughs, and also just getting those overloads and then passing it out were really good.
That's awesome. So what are you looking forward to later on today and kind of seeing how your team progresses?
I'm looking forward to some great competition and just opportunities to get better as a team. Yeah.
Yes, agreed.
Well, anyways, it was so nice to talk with these players, and we are so excited to have you guys stay tuned with us later on today and just watch some more rugby.
Yeah, Isabella, thank you for that. Great interview. Congratulations to the Wolverines on their performance out there. Loved hearing your voice. Welcome to the crew, Isabella. You and Caleb are doing sterling work down there. We look forward to more interviews over the coming matches. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to Will for a couple of comments on what do you think the Oregon coach is saying to his team at halftime to adjust?
I think for their attack, they got to give themselves more depth. I think for this Cal defense, they really come up and try and pressure your skills. So if you can give yourself that little bit of extra time on the ball, that maybe prevents them from knocking the ball forward. They've only had a few chances to strike, but when they have, it's been turned over by knocking it on. So I just want to give them just that little bit of extra time. As for the defense, you've got to tackle and then get back on your feet, because this Cal attack is so rapid, it will try and move the ball continuously away. How can you maybe do that? Well, actually, you can also maybe wrap them up in the tackle. Try and prevent the offload. It's an offloading style of play that Cal want to try and implement, and that's probably why they're leading this today. They're doing that. 28 points to 0. Jeremy, as we get ourselves underway the second half, Cal leading this, but a good bit of feisty defense from Oregon, though.
Yeah, but very feisty defense for sure. And one thing that I think we should, pay attention to as the day goes on, Solomon Williams did come off at halftime. I did say I thought he had a little bit of a limp, so I don't know if it's tactical just because, the coaches feel that the game's in hand and they want to save him for later in the day. But we might want to try and get a word with him and just see what's going on if there is an injury. So we might look to Caleb to see if he can get hold of Solomon and have a quick word. I hope he's healthy because he's an amazing player. But I want to see Oregon do something here. And it looks like, that was a beautiful wraparound play, Will. Beautiful.
Sensational work as they try and get it to that far side. Brought down by the Cal defender. So they're going to have to come all the way back, basically, from where they started. It was a fantastic loop play. Now just working a little bit on their own. They don't want to get too isolated. Cal keep coming up. They look to smother that attack. The ball over the top, though, is a good one. That's Becker, number 22, with a brilliant 2-on-1. Is this the chance for Oregon? Number 14, Tino Maefi, brought down, but it comes back for the penalty. as I think there looks like a Cal player who is struggling. A little bit of a timeout. But Oregon, what a lovely little attack we saw there, Jeremy. The use of the loop play, creating that extra number. But Cal did well to make sure that they came and got the defensive tackle in the end.
No, absolutely. It was great work. What I loved there is that was a great carry again by Becker, 22 for Oregon. Again, he's showing some really good things. Cal's defense was really good. If you take a look at this, on the replay, basically Cal's defense was really good. I think he probably got his head on the wrong side of the tackle. So the Cal player's coming out right now. He's got medical attention with him, so I'm sure they'll be checking him out for any potential concussion. And Oregon once again have an attacking platform that they can really try and take advantage of. I apologize, Will, we've got papers blowing all over the place here, so we'll try and clean up our commentary booth. The weather is changing slightly, and as I say that, Cal's defense, again, very physical, creates turnover in midfield. They're going out to the edge right now, and I don't think they're going to be able to stop Cal in this situation. They're taking aggressive defense and turning it into, fine execution and attack.
Well done, Jeremy, for taking the reins there, because I was just figuring out where all this paper was flying towards. But the one thing that has not changed is Cal dominating this match. That's another score, their 5th score of the game. And look at this from this camera angle. When they strike with a real decisive initiative, getting the ball to the space. They seem to always pick the right side to attack from, and in the end, it's a fantastic try for that number 15 of Cal, the 5th try in their game here against Oregon.
Yeah, and Will, if I could, obviously the rugby is beautiful to watch, but you mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. Watching that angle on it is just impressive, and you don't see a lot of that. I mean, that's where the West Coast Sevens is really standing out. The drone footage, that TVX Video is putting on, is an absolute game changer. Obviously we've got some good drone footage of ourselves earlier, but that wasn't nearly as good as the drone footage we saw of that score by Cal. So very excited. Once Marcy Coy had that ball in his hand on the right-hand side, number 15 for Cal, it was a no-brainer that he was going in, and impressive. 33-0, 3.5 minutes to go, and you can't even say all to play for. Oregon just needs to continue to show fight, which they are. They haven't quit on anything. They just don't quite have the athletes necessarily that Cal has, or the execution level that Cal has. But I'm loving watching the green and gold being here. What about you, Will?
Yeah, it's great to see a program like Oregon. I really hope they continue to rise and they continue to get extra funding. Be great to see them one day maybe get varsity status. What they can't do, though, is give cheap penalties away, and especially against a team like Cal, who will keep the foot on the throat. As now they come to the near side. Is it a good bit of handling? It does stay in the hands of Cal. Again, they just literally do not let that ball die. It's now in the hands of Dealey. He's an absolute beast, the number 1, wearing the 1 jersey for Cal. But in the end, the offload doesn't go to hand. So Oregon have the ball and then get turned over. In sevens, it's moved fast. It's moved to this near-hand side. A little bit of white line fever, but it will do, and it's a try for Cal. They're 6th. It's number 14, Nate Comiskey, the junior. Good to see him out today, getting this great experience in the West Coast Sevens. And, hey, Cal have strength and depth, and they have a big scoreline there now put on Oregon.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it actually started with Dealey. He draws a lot of defenders, and then the athletes outside him take advantage of, what he creates, as you can see here. And then just, good physical presence. The thing that's nice with Comiskey is his father, John, actually played rugby at the University of San Diego back from 1989 to 1993. There you
go.
So I think that's about the same year that you were born, 93,
You're not wrong.
wasn't it?
You're not wrong. A great year, I hear, actually.
I heard that they celebrate that massively in England, the birth of Will Hooley. Oh, and by the way, Will, on a personal note, I want to congratulate you on your wife, because I understand you are soon going to be a girl dad. Is that the case?
Slightly terrifying, but yes, no, blessed, very excited. Thank you, Jeremy, very kind of you. Yeah, the dad life awaits for me, and Yeah, I realise as a man that really my wife is quite literally doing all the work as it is at the moment. She's watching maybe back in San Diego. But here, Oregon have the ball, have their attack. They haven't had many of those attacks, so can they make use of it? Some speed on the outside, but again, Cal come and smother. It's a penalty, though, for Oregon. Whether they know that or not, I don't know, but they really want to try and inject some pace. And that's what's been missing maybe from Oregon when they have had the chance. They need to try and really ignite their attack.
Yeah, they need to ignite their attack, and they need to find a way to solve this very very physical Cal defense. You know, Cal doesn't necessarily come up and take away all the time and space that some other teams do, but when they come into the contact, they deliver a blow and cause a lot of problems. So Oregon, even with the possession, they've gone back about 15 meters because of that physicality. So Brian Boynia was a little bit high on the tackle there. It was nothing malicious. There was no card. So unfortunately, the penalty advantage isn't taken. They try and tap it too quickly, knock it on. So now we have a scrum down to Cal. Their scrum has been dominant. We've got 10 seconds left. It's 38-0. So are you prognosticating here, Will?
I think it's all but done here as Cal will get a very good game. The first side, Cal one's here on field one. Their first game here on field one. Is now maybe mounting one last attack. They're going to move the ball to that far side. It's a bit of a pace, it's a bit of a show, and a go from number 7, Max Threckeld. And in the end, it's going to be Cal who not just have the last try of the match, but also have this game comfortably wrapped up. Conversion yet still to come, of which goes over. So 45 points to 0. That is Cal who get the win over Oregon. Oregon absolutely fighting all the way, but just coming up against a quality Cal outfit. Keep an eye on them as the day goes on. Field 1, we'll be switching over to some women's action. It's Stanford taking on the Cal Maritime. The girls coming out soon. Jeremy, as I might hand over to you as I make my way maybe for a quick bathroom break. And there we go. Some great sevens action. Plenty more to come. And it's the women's side of the draw up next.
Yeah, plenty more to come. You deserve a well-earned break, Will. I will see you for the next match. Enjoy yourself. And I'm looking forward to taking on the next match. So we're trying to organize our paperwork here. I don't know if you can tell at home, but the wind does gust a lot here. And we're struggling to keep order around some of the papers, but we'll be ready for the next one. It's going to be Stanford's women against Cal Maritime Solana women. So looking forward to seeing these two ladies' teams as they come onto the pitch. Based on my experience with these schools, not necessarily knowing these teams too well, we have Stanford coming on in the black and cardinal, as always, and then to our left we have the blue and gold of Cal Maritime. Cal Maritime, a very well-renowned program here in the San Francisco Bay Area. I know it extremely well. We've played against them at Claremont for many years when Steve Hyatt, the legend Steve Hyatt, was the coach. He ran an incredible program. Loved what he did with Cal Maritime. And now it's going to be good to see what the Cal Maritime women, along with Solana, are able to do. Just waiting here for the referee to give us the nod, get the thumbs up from the assistant, and then we'll be underway. Kickoff is deep, taken by Stanford just outside of their 22. Looking to go to the edge. Strong carry there. We have from Jara Emtage Cave. Stanford looking to move the ball to the other side. They're moving the ball pretty well right now, looking for a bit of an overlap, which they have if they can take advantage of it. Unfortunately, it's called back from a forward pass, I believe. So we're going to have a scrum down to Cal Maritime Solana women. About halfway between the Stanford 22 and 10 meter line. On the field behind me, we have UCLA against Cal 2, I believe. So there's some exciting action there, I'm sure, being called by Colin, Hawley, and Corbs. Looking forward to seeing some of those scores when we get a break. It's been back-to-back action here, and that action continues with Maritime in possession. Looking to the move, ball to the side. A bit of a loose pass there, putting them back 10 or 15 meters, and some good pressure on defense there by Stanford. That was number 5, Emma Cruz, who came through and delivered a blow, and they're definitely causing havoc, and that actually causes a turnover. So we've got the ball breaking out now. It looks like we have Colorado Mansfield breaking out, and the try is given. So first score about a minute and a half in goes to Stanford, just to the right hand side of the Maritime women's posts. Conversion to come, 5-0 to Stanford. And just for everyone who's listening, at halftime, I think we'll be turning it back over to Caleb Thomasine. It's about 5 minutes. We'll have Caleb up with, I believe he has a guest from Oregon. So we're going to call this action for the next few minutes, and then we'll be speaking to our good friend, good man, Caleb Thomasine, to continue the world-class interviews that him and Isabella have been doing for us today. So excited to hear a little bit more, and I want to hear from the Oregon player, his views on the experience of the tournament, what it's like to play against Cal, what he's looking forward to for the rest of the day. But we'll get to Caleb in a few minutes. Short kick by Stanford, easily claimed by Maritime. Got the ball just inside of their 10, looking to just to clear out the lines a little bit. Good carry on the edge there. That's number 11. That's Sophia Sandoval from Maritime, who are retaining possession. They're pretty narrow right now, so in order to be able to get through the Stanford defense, they're going to have to create some width. Once again, we have a bit of a loose pass that goes behind them, takes them back a few meters, and they're going to struggle if they can't get some good go-forward ball in this case. And Stanford, well, it looks like we've got a penalty being called here. Looks as though the referee's speaking to the assistant referee. We've been called offside against Stanford, so Maritime will have possession and the opportunity to clear their lines. A little bit back and forth right now. The biggest thing I'm seeing, and I wish I could bounce this off my colleague Will, is that Maritime needs to get some width and get some depth, or they're going to struggle. Really, really impressive pressure defense by Stanford. Once again, it's caused a turnover on that right edge, and they're carrying forward. But it all started with defensive pressure, and not just the pressure, the ability to finish a tackle. And they're going to line now. It looks like we've got a small forward pass. That was very unlucky. They turned defense into attack absolutely brilliantly, but they weren't able to finish it with a forward pass. And I'm sure Maritime are breathing a bit of a sigh of relief and then figuring out how they get out from, almost the shadow of their post. So they've got some work to do with about 2:45 left in this first half of another very well-contested college women's match. Loose pass again off the feet of a Maritime player, but she's able to escape out. Does Stanford have a good what a cover tackle that was by Stanford. I didn't see the number on it. Yes, I did, actually, in the end. That was Emma Cruz. She's done a few things so far in this game, but Stanford's defensive pressure is really changing the game here in their favor, and they're looking once more to take advantage of that turnover. They move the ball here through the hands. They should be in pretty under control. Number 7 handed off there. That was Colorado Mansfield again, passing it off to Vivian Studdard for another score. Very well executed score. But once again, it's all based on defensive pressure. You can only score those tries if you can defend as aggressively as Stanford has. And that's why they're up by 10 with the conversion to come. So the conversion was missed, so it's still 2 tries, no conversion. So we've got 10 points to nothing, about a minute 15 left in this first half. A half that I would say, even though it's not massively shown on the scoreboard, it's very much been controlled by Stanford. They'll be very, very happy with their play on both sides of the ball, but especially on the defensive side of things. That's what's transformed it for them. And Maritime is going to have to figure out a way to keep the ball in hand, execute their passing a little more effectively. Having said that, there's another blow that's delivered. In this case, it was the number 2, Jara MTHK from Stanford, who hit really, really hard. And I do believe that these hits are taking a toll on Maritime Solano. They're really struggling to find their feet in this game. And once again, we have a turnover there for not releasing at the contact. They're going for a quick tap. Ability to move the ball to the edge. They do have the edge outside there. And once again, it looks as though that's Emma Cruz, who we've called her name a few times, and deservedly so. It's fun. I wish Will was here to share this. It's fun watching these Stanford women play. And when he gets back from his break, we'll have a little chat about this. But, of all the games we've watched this morning, I think that the defensive performance by Stanford's women has been the best defensive performance I've seen. So when we get Will back in here, we'll have a chat. We are at halftime right now, so we're going to have another opportunity to turn things over to Mr. Caleb Thomasine. He has one of the Oregon players with him. Really excited to hear what Oregon have to say. So, Caleb, let me turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. I'm standing here with captain for Oregon's side, Ethan Sherman. Ethan, welcome. Obviously a tough draw, pulling teams. But tell me about some of that mindset you and the team had going into.
Yeah, so we've only been training for about 2 weeks. We all got up here because we're on the quarter system. So we got to have the mentality of just kind of work as hard as we can during training and come out here and just kind of ball out and kind of just, whether it's Cal, whether it's UCSD, whatever, we're just kind of come out here to play some rugby.
Absolutely. Being together for only a couple weeks ahead of season is tough. Talk me through some of the things that you guys did off the pitch to just gain some cohesion that plays the match.
Yeah, we're a pretty senior-heavy class here, so a lot of us have been playing together for the last 4 years almost, so we're all pretty tight. But in terms of like freshmen and stuff, we just try and spend as much time together on the pitch and off the pitch so we kind of build that cohesion. We're really close to each other, always play better, so it's a big thing we all reach, so yeah.
Absolutely. That chemistry is definitely just not built on the pitch. You have to build it off as well. A couple lessons to take away from the match. Talk to me through that last one. What's the biggest thing you guys are hoping to fix and correct going forward?
Yeah, I think moving forward is the urgency to the rucks. Cal's a very disciplined team, and if you're not there at the ruck, they're going to get that ball back and capitalize on our mistakes. So I guess just a sense of urgency to the rucks and stuff, and just kind of, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, you guys did get into their deep green quite a few times, putting up quite a bit of pressure under them. What is something that you guys talked about that was a strength that was executed out on the pitch as well?
Yeah, I think we knew that we all been playing together for so long, so we got to have that cohesion. And we knew if we got the ball out wide, we got them speedsters on the wings. So we said to capitalize on that space. And any mistake Cal made, we knew that it was going to be few. But if they did make a mistake, we knew we had to capitalize on that. And I guess this didn't happen as much as we'd like last game. And yeah, it's kind of how it goes.
Absolutely, yeah. So, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah.
But us and the fans are looking forward to seeing you guys get faster to the rucks, move that ball out wide, use the pace that you have on the wings. Best of luck, Ethan.
Awesome. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Caleb.
Yes, sir. Jeremy back.
Well, I'll quickly take over from Jeremy because I've had my break, and fantastic work from Caleb as well down there, and great to hear from Oregon as well. Fantastic to seeing them overall. Jeremy, you're back in action. I'm back with you, my man. You've been saying how much of a good game this has been. Stanford winning 15-0.
Well, it's great to have you back, Will. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of a snack or whatever you took a break on. I really appreciate that. It's good to have you back. What I was saying when you were coming back in, and we'll just pause for a second. We have another Stanford score. What I will tell you is that the Stanford's performance, 15, now it's going to be 20-0 with a kick to come. Stanford's performance in the first half was the best defensive performance I've seen. They've shown better than any other team so far today the ability to turn defense into attack. And they start the second half, we're only 30 seconds in and they already have another score. So it's a long way back from Maritime. Maritime's got to get into some shape. They really haven't moved the ball well. They've had some loose passes. But the biggest issue they've got has been Stanford's defense.
Stanford on their home turf. And whilst I went round the field to pop to the fantastic Ball Family Rugby Clubhouse, I saw that the gents, the boys, the men were cheering on the girls, which is great to see. A real sort of camaraderie here at Stanford as we get ourselves back underway. Maritime now with the ball. Can they make something of it? It's that defence, though, at Stanford that's been so strong. Having to work from all the way inside their half. Sevens, as the game goes on, only becomes tougher on the legs and the lungs. So who will have that extra bit of energy in this last just over 5 minutes, second half action? Maritime controlling this ball, but not going very far. Good defence from Stanford. Once again, strong tackle coming in there. As now Stanford's turnover. Could this be another try coming? It looks like it will be. Very unselfish play. It was Davis who hands it off. And great work for Stanford's ladies. They get another try. Their 5th try of today. Patient work and defence rewarded. Turnover time, and they capitalised out wide. And there we go, Jeremy. It was the turnover, and straight away they got that ball to space.
Yeah, and once again, it's turnovers, it's pressure, space, and really good athletic running, and then very unselfish. You know, she could have scored herself, but she decided to give it off to Davidson. So, you know, loved the play, the unselfish play by Sydney Davis there. And, you know, 25-0, still 4 minutes to go. So once again, you know, Stanford takes defensive pressure and turns it into points.
Stanford will have the kickoff, 25 points to 0. They are winning here on field 1. There's field 2 action going on behind us as well. It's a real festivity going on for the West Coast Sevens. Everyone coming up, or coming down, in the likes of Oregon, for this fine day today. Now the knock-on gives Stanford another opportunity. There's a quick substitute going on, so Stanford bringing on number 11 in uppercut. Philosophy senior. There you go. Like I say, it's not just the physicality and athletic ability of these fantastic athletes, it's also they got brains to them as well. Something that I'm not sure Jeremy Ognall and I can say we have much of. But anyway, we continue to try and send our dulcet tones your way as Stanford come with another attack. They are 5 tries in the lead up against here, the Maritime. Is it a knock on that far side? Maritime pick up the ball, and it's an elusive passage of play, which maybe with a bit of a broken defence is something they can take advantage of. It's moved to that far side, but the referee, Jeremy, deems it to be a forward pass. It's every time that they try and get going, it then ends up with a knock-on or a forward pass, and it's just that control of the ball that's letting them down.
Yeah, it is letting them down, and again, I think their execution isn't great, but Stanford's causing a lot of failures in that execution. So, you know, with 2.5 minutes left, you know, Maritime will just be looking for something to build upon as they go into the afternoon.
Stanford again. Running all the way. This is now number 5. This is Emma Cruz. She's going to go under the sticks. Try number 6 for the home side.
Yeah, she's done it all well today. I mean, very impressive performances by Stanford across the board. But I have to say that she's probably the one who's, you know, stood out the most to me in, you know, an overall very comprehensive performance by the Stanford women.
Conversion to come. And this is a successful one. So it's an added 2 points, 6 tries. The single conversion, the extra 2 points make it 32 points to 0. As Stanford women are pulling further and further into the lead. A couple of fresh faces look like are coming on for the Maritime. Such a great experience for everyone involved in this competition today. And it's a big day as well. You have to play all through these round of events or matches into the knockout stages we will have coming up later on this afternoon. It's been a busy morning. As now Maritime do try and get that attack going, but it's once again ball to floor, and it's Stanford who pick it up. Moving to that far side. The space is now very much on the other side of the field, so can they get it there? Referee gives it a penalty, so tap and go. Stanford try and add some pace onto the ball. It's going to come back, though, for the penalty. Referee seeing another infringement, so Stanford have more time maybe to set up some form of set-piece attack that they've maybe been working on in training. Come to the far side. It's a dummy switch. Into the midfield, movement to the outside. Can they get it to the last player, though? Waiting in the wings. They do get it there. So, one-on-one. Great tackle, offload, and in the end, it is going to be a try. It's going to be the 7th try for Stanford. And it's a one for Hicks, who gets over the number 4. So, a dominant win from Stanford. It is 37 points to nothing. Conversion to come. As we just see the way that they kept the ball. Control of the ball has definitely been better by Stanford. They haven't thrown anything too loose. They've seen the offload. They played the offload at the right time. Conversion's not to be. But that last try sums up what's been a very dominant performance. So, Stanford University women getting the win, 37 points to 0. Here on Field 1, we're approaching towards the midway point of today. Midday of Pacific Coast time here in Stanford, as Jeremy Ognall and myself are here on Field 1. We got Alex Corbusiero and the fantastic Colin Hawley, who are on Field 2 behind us.
Yeah, very impressive. We'll talk more about Stanford during the day. We'll probably try and get a word with one of their players when we get a break with Isabella or something. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to bring Caleb Thomasine in to work with you for a match, so I can take a little bit of a break. We've got the San Mateo Wolverines coming up. San Mateo Wolverines, the men, I believe it is, playing against Motherlode, and I'll be taking a break and turning it over to Caleb with you, Will, and I'll look forward to being back soon, and I hope you don't miss me.
Oh, I will miss you, Jeremy. There's no doubt about that. But credit to you. You deserve a break on what's been a fine morning. Fine performance from Jeremy Ognall. If he can get himself down this booth, he will. And I'll be joined by Caleb Thomason. How brilliant is that? Thomasine is, of course, family very known in the Rugby 7 space, and Caleb being from Cal and then also USD. He's played in this tournament. Looking forward to chatting to him, joining me in the booth. So, San Mateo Wolverines taking on Motherlode. As we make sure that you don't fall over. Caleb Thomason has joined me in the booth. Caleb, fantastic work you've been doing with some sideline. What have you made of this? You've played in this tournament, what is it, a year ago? It's been some fantastic. Is it really?
Up here at Stanford, yes, sir.
Wow. And you played, obviously, with Cal, but you've also played with USD. What have you made of the action today? It's been full on, lots of rugby, men's, women's, and high school. You seen the quality on the field increasing each year?
Absolutely. I mean, my time at Cal, I feel like the West Coast Sevens tournament was just getting back underway after a couple years off with when the world took pause. And it's just great to see the diversity that's in the game now. I mean, watching these high school boys come out here and play at the standard that they are, along with the women's side that has just taken the world by storm, and including the men's at the D1A level. It's fantastic to see. The competition is growing year by year, and I'm excited for the game.
And indeed, and we've got an exciting one beginning here today. Motherlode getting over with the first try here in the high school boys competition. And talk about a fast start, and I'll definitely ask a few more sevens questions to you, Caleb, because I know you're a man of experience in this area. Of course, your brother as well. The importance of fast starts. I know it's stating the obvious, but really with the lack of time that you have in sevens, it is so important.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to go out there and make the first punch. Obviously, getting up on top sets the foundation for the rest of the match, and you never know what happens in sevens. It's such a quick phase of play. As we see here, look at this quick tap, and he just takes that opportunity and goes for it. He's just the pace on this young man right here, dotting it down under the middle, it makes it really easy for the kicker to kick for goal. And that's what you're looking for. Every point matters here in the game of sevens. And
it's that speed up of actually when it is a penalty, someone getting on the ball and tapping it away.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, you got to be switched on at all points. You can't look to the sidelines for a play. You got to be ready to go at every moment.
There you go. Getting the insights from former Cal Bear and also USD man played in this competition, West Coast Sevens, as Caleb Thomason has now Motherlode, who are leading this 7 points to 0 here in the high school side of the competition. As maybe we might be able to see San Mateo just launch a line-out attack. When you are so deep from inside your own half, Caleb, what is the sort of general tactics? Is it literally just try and get it to the width as soon as possible, or are you maybe looking at a physical approach down the middle?
Yeah, I mean, in the game of sevens, you want to keep ball in hand for as long as possible, but if the team is letting you have space in behind, a kick to touch is not a bad option. Just relieve some of your own pressure.
Here we go then, Motherlode on the attack. Great fend, and it's a great offload, but just not forward. And it's physical work, and the offload again is so important. And on the defensive side of things, trying to smother someone up and not allow it to get the ball away is also important.
Absolutely. As a defender, you want to stay on your feet for as long as possible. Anytime you're going down into a ruck, you're giving the attacking team an overlap. So you want to stay on your feet, but you also want to defend that offload. So trying to grab somebody high, within the rules of the law, but not giving them opportunity to get that ball out as well.
So the Wolverines will have to put it into this scrum. Just around the halfway mark, can San Mateo launch an attack? They've got pretty much a full side of the field to play with, as all attackers look that way. It's moved into the hands of this number 15. Straightening up and moving to the outside. It's definitely some pace out there, as they now just be patient. Come back to this near-hand side. It's a loopy, long pass in the air. Taken well in the end. That's number 22. That looks like it'd be a high tackle. And Caleb, it's important to have those long passes. You've got to watch out. They might be intercepted.
Absolutely. It's always good to get outside eyes from your wingers, just relaying to you if there's pressure on, just so the inside ball carrier knows that if he's going to get a shot taken or not. Communication is always key in the game of sevens.
So here we go, the Wolverines trying to communicate with themselves to get this attack going. They're now inside the Motherlode half as they are 7 points down. It's a big bounce. It's another big bounce, and that is a huge carry in the end by the number 19, Johnny Guzman. And while Caleb, we talked about trying to get the ball into space, that was none of that. That was just pure physicality.
I mean, when you have the cards in hand to be able to bump players off of you like Mr. Guzman does here, you got to take it. As you can see, that lowering of the shoulder, that fend from the opposite hand of the ball is just pretty unstoppable when you're going when you got pace on yourself like that. So pretty good to see from this young gentleman here.
We do apologize as well. That was actually Evan Halpiki, the number 19. There's looks like two potential players wearing the 19 shirt. But here we go then. It is a 7-5 lead still for Motherlode. The conversion no good, but take a look at this one. Caleb, sorry, I thought it was going to be
no, Mr. Habiki did a great job to take that ball up himself. He had some space out wide, but when you back yourself and your teammates are ready for your decision, it's good to just have a go.
Restart then goes and taken by Motherlode. They move it to that far side. That looks like some wheels and a massive hit going in, but not legally. There was no arms wrapped in that tackle.
Man, that's just an unfortunate play there. I mean, it doesn't look like any player is trying to do anything egregious, and within the rules of the law, you're trying to hit the player low, and unfortunately when someone's coming at you at pace, you just got to get your arms around and make that tackle.
Here's an important facet of rugby, of that the arms and the wrap in the tackle. Unlike maybe the NFL or football where you see it more as potentially a body check, we're not allowed to do that. You have to have a full wrap. So Motherlode now have the ball from the penalty, moving it to the far side. It's a good pass, good width. And a cutout pass to now the speed man on that edge. Will he have it? He looks like he's going to be going all the way. 45 metres, goes to 35 metres, inside the 22. Motherlode will open up their second try of the game. And that is number 14 in Mason Fulsher, the 12th year. Caleb, that reminded me of you when I was watching you in the West Coast Sevens showing some gas.
I mean, I'd like to think so. It looks like he's got a little bit more pace on his side than I do on mine. I back myself within 20 yards or so, but, I mean, he was able to hit the gas and take it all the way. Great work to utilize that edge, really use that sideline as an opposite attacker. So in the game of sevens, in the game of rugby, you have the advantage to use that sideline, right? So as on the defending side, you use it as a defender to push the players out of bounds, but when you're an attacker, no one can tackle you out of bounds, right? So doing really great work to use that sideline and cut back under the middle, make it easy for his kicker to get points after touch.
How important is it then for the wingers to make sure ultimately they're holding their width? Because we've seen today some attack has been quite bunched, and therefore it's been a lot of offloading and carrying through the middle, but having the winger to be able to preserve the space and be on the width is important.
Absolutely. We want to try to get the ball into the channels, into those 5-meter channels, so if those wingers are able to stay deep, stay wide, and really utilize the width, the field is too big to be defended in every part. So you put a lot of pressure on that defense if you're able to go sideline to sideline.
Caleb Thomason giving some brilliant insight. As we're now coming towards the end of this first half, can San Mateo get themselves back into this game? 12 points to 5.
And as we saw from that San Mateo player, being able to release the ball and get back up and play, that's something you can do in the game of sevens. If you're not held down and you release the ball where it's at, you can get back up and play it.
And unfortunately, that occasion, he didn't release it. It was held on in the tackle. On cue, or you could even say commentator's curse that you've just had there, Caleb. As you said brilliantly, how one player unfortunately did release the ball and then pick it up. That player in the end didn't release the ball, and that's why it's a penalty. That is why it's the end of the first half. And I believe we can go down to another interview. Isabella, who have you got down with you there?
Heading into our last game, we really want something to take home with us when we get back down to LA.
Okay, nice. Well, you guys played an amazing game out there, I personally think. In what ways do you think you can bring some more improvement to the field coming up here in the next match?
I think we were just lacking a bit of intensity and aggression. If you miss one tackle in sevens, it's almost always a try. And all of us, including myself, just haven't quite been up to scratch on that part today. So as a bare minimum for the next game, I just want all of us to make our tackles, and then hopefully the rest will speak for itself.
Yeah, well, you did an amazing job out there on the pitch today, and I'm so impressed and excited to see what UCLA has for us coming up here in the next little while. So I want to bring the camera right on back to our commentators up there. Will, thank you so much for having us.
Brilliant work, Isabella. There's no doubt you've got a very bright future in sideline reporting, if that is something you want to do. Caleb, it was really interesting what was mentioned there about one-on-one tackling and how important it is. I feel like you're so exposed in sevens, you make a mistake and it results maybe in 7 points against you.
Yeah, absolutely. In the game of sevens is all about those one-on-one matchups. Whether you're on the attacking side or the defensive side, you really can't rely on your inside man too much like you can in the game of 15s. The field is just too big. There's too much space to let somebody get past you. So from the defensive side, you'll see some teams go to this bracket system where you're almost trying to use an outside shoulder from one defender and the inside shoulder on another, and they'll slide, right? And then you'll see other teams that'll go to this more man approach with one in behind where they'll have a sweeper. So if the first defender does miss, there's almost a safety, if we relate it to American football, that's in behind that can go sweep up any tackle and kind of keep pace or keep play in front and let the defensive line get behind them again.
There it is. That's brilliant. I mean, obviously, there's certain tactics you might see throughout today as Motherlode are about to kick us off in the second half, as that looks like that is not quite going to get 10 metres. But just before we restart from this free kick, what also, Caleb, how good this competition is. You've played in it. West Coast Sevens is a brilliant environment. It's a pathway environment for people to really showcase their skills.
Absolutely. Like I said before, just seeing the game of sevens grow in this light, having the women's side expanding and this youth high school level, something that I wasn't able to enjoy coming up through the channels, but having these more clear pathways, I think it's really going to help the game of sevens and just rugby overall grow here in the States.
Fantastic stuff to hear from someone who's literally been part of it in the years gone by. So San Mateo looking to come back into this game. They trail 5 points to 12 against Motherload. Motherload wearing that purple top for going from right to left. As now we have a attacking scrum, and attacking scrums are fantastic, but one you have in the midfield, though, is someone where you would probably get excited about, Caleb.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this just opens up your whole playbook, right? You can overload one side, and you're going to see how the defense will play this here. As we see from Motherload, they are down a player, so they're trying to just attack this right side, as we'll see them get the ball out wide.
Here we go, move to that far side. Motherload showing pace. It's another fantastic run by the number 15 as it's just caught out. It's great work, the last-ditch defence. As Motherload just hold on to it. Inside the San Mateo half. Some tired legs looking like already out there today. It's physical as it's moved to that near side. Keeping hold of the ball is the man that started it. Trying to get through the middle this time. Powerful work from Motherload. Do they get over the line? He's not quite there yet. 5 meters out. And it's unfortunately knocked on. So from one end of the field, we had Hunter Waterman, who had a brilliant run. And in the end, just couldn't quite finish it. But what a tackle.
I mean, what a tackle. And what's some pace from Mr. Waterman there, as we were talking about the one-on-one tackling and how important it is. As we saw him set up that defender, go inside, cut back outside, and almost finish the try. And what great support there from San Mateo to be able to get around, chase down that tackle, and ultimately turn the ball over inside their own goal line.
Pace on Hunter Waterman was, his acceleration off the line was superb. But San Mateo do a good job, and just having that last-ditch defence, they will have an attack, this scrum, all the way from their own line. So it's a 100-metre effort they're going to have to do as they get the ball in and out. Looks like they're going to go with the kicking option. There's a lot of space back there, but do they have the runners onto it? Waterman's going to clear that up. Does well. As the ball comes out, but the referee said from an offside position, San Mateo. So Waterman and his troops, Motherload, keep hold of the ball. What do you think then, Caleb? It's a matter of slowing it down?
Yeah, no, I thought that was great by Motherload to take the quick tap, draw another not 10 penalty, really puts them in a good position here to attack the goal line.
Fortunately, they just knocked that forward. So Motherload get the ball up. San Mateo only 7 points down. It is a one-score game overall. That's a fantastic bit of footwork. And then offload in this high school boys game. The quality has been right up there. Penalty from coming in the side. You're definitely not allowed to do that.
No, definitely not. You want to come in through the gate, meaning that you're going to have to go through where somebody is sealing over the ball if you want to make a play at it.
Good offload from San Mateo. It's now going to be the gas. Does he have it? It's going to be over the line. Fantastic work. I think that's Hapiaki Evan Haupiaki, who gets over. He is exhausted. We're exhausted watching this. And the Wolverines, the San Mateo Wolverines, bring themselves back into the match.
I mean, what a great run there. He was the one that was able to make the cover tackle early in the play. And as we see here, using that sideline to his advantage, knowing that nobody's going to be coming from his right side, and just able to keep it on the touchline and bring it down, dot it down. What a great effort from this young man.
He put a lot of effort into it. He definitely is a little bit worse for wear now. Just how big is fitness a component? It's obvious to say, but how much work did you put it? How much work do you put into it in this game of sevens?
I mean, I think it's an underrated quality. You can talk about being the biggest, the fastest, the strongest, but at the end of the day, when your heart rate is at 200 beats per minute, yeah, you heard that right, 200 beats per minute, maintaining that for the course of 7 to 14 minutes throughout the match, I mean, it underpins every other thing that you're going to be able to perform out there.
I'm not going to lie, man. That is one of the reasons I stayed with the 15s games, because 15 side of things, because I'm not sure I would have had the complete tank to last like you guys do on the sevens field. The intensity and the speed of these athletes is phenomenal here at the high school level, let alone, of course, at the professional level. Offload gets it away. San Mateo keep hold of it. That's the big number 2, Marquez. There you go. That's one way of getting the ball to the width. And does he have a bit more to his name? This is Halpiaki. As now Wolverines move it to the far side. Good bit of footwork and then offload. Trying to get the ball to the edge. They do on a 2-on-1. It's just checked in behind him, so it just stops the attacker a little bit, but fantastic footwork. As now they have an overlap here. Can they make use of it? Can they get it into the hands of the try scorer earlier? It's an offload. It's a speculative one. San Mateo keep hold of it. Move it to the far side. It's another overlap. Do they have what it takes? And they do in number 6. Still, the defence from Motherload comes in. The Wolverines desperate to get this over the line. Patience. Picking and going through the middle. They're about a yard out. They get the ball down. That is the lead. That is the third try. Wow, Caleb, that was just phases after phases.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's an underrated thing in the game of sevens, is just using the phase count to your advantage. I believe on the World Series, 5 phases is almost a 70% score rate. Don't quote me on that.
Wow, there you go.
There's a very high amount of score rates after taking events through multiple phases, and we just saw that here. You know, being able to defend the pitch in the entirety of it is so difficult, and especially when you're on the goal line, moving to the other options rather than spreading the ball wide. You can see the pick and jam. When you have the size that San Mateo does, it's not a bad option to go to at all. You're able to put more bodies into the field of play and just tire out Motherlode's defense.
So there you go. It is that last try that gets a big, big result for the San Mateo Wolverines over Motherlode, winning this game 15 points to 12. Really impressive stuff in this high school game.
Absolutely. I mean, the teamwork all around from both sides, really, to bring this down to a nail-biter is just great quality of play to see from some of these young lads.
So as the high school boys come off the field, we're going straight into the next game. Here on Field 1, a reminder, there's also Field 2 action. Looks like now we're to the high school girls as we're approaching the midway point of today. Carandele against the Wolverines. So there we go. Still joined here by Caleb Thomason. And Caleb, maybe another question for you just with sevens is what I've noticed so far today. Yes, we've had our big, ball carriers in the midfield. We've had our elusive agility players playing as playmakers, and then we've had our speed out wide. There, even though we talked about this being a very fitness component, there's athletes of different shapes and sizes still, even in this sevens game.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of it. You could be 5'6" or 6'6", and they're going to find a place for you if you can bring some qualities to the team. And you need that array of skill sets, right? You have to have some playmakers in the middle of the field. You have to have some speedsters on the outsides. And there's not going to be a solid team without a few big carriers as well. Especially when you get to these matchups where you need to get the ball punched in, it's paramount that you have somebody that can just lower the shoulder, and ultimately it's a physical game, right? So if you're missing that physical component, not only is that inherently bad for the morale of the team, it's something that you can't pull out of your toolbox when you need it.
Hearing we might be able to get another little soundbite from Isabella in just a moment as this high school game is about to get ourselves underway. Just waiting for the officials to get going. But I guess whilst we wait, it's a perfect opportunity. Isabella, who have you got down there?
I'm here with Layla, one of our at-home Stanford players. So tell me about today. How does it feel being back on the pitch here at home, playing with all your girls?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been electric. I mean, just seeing all the teams here, are like getting into our intensity again. I mean, coming off the Natty Champ win last year, I think we like feel pretty high. So coming home is nice. We're like blowing off the dust, off the cobwebs, and like getting back into our rugby, which is awesome.
That's amazing. So tell me a little bit about, you guys won Natties, first of all, congrats. So in what ways have you guys seen certain levels of improvement that you're seeing today on the field? What are we looking forward to as the day continues?
Yeah, for sure. I think, this first game, like most first games of the season, is going to have its ups and its downs. We were able to, get that W, but we still notice, like our ability to find space, like keep our communication up, and take space as well on the defense is all something we're working on and looking forward to continuing on in our next 3 games. But it's been great so far. Yeah.
That's awesome. Anything else you're excited for today? Anything you want to see from some players or from yourself in general?
Yeah, no, it's been great watching my teammates like get into the groove and kind of get into our natural kind of like lines of communication, seeing each other shine and making each other shine. I'm really excited to watch Emma Cruz score some more tries into the corner, along with Journey Washington High, our sevens captain. It's always great to just like bring the ball to her where the space is and just watch her like run it in. I'm thrilled for that. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. It has been an awesome day here at Stanford. Thank you for having us, first of all. And we're going to take the camera right on back to Will and Caleb.
Thank you so much, Isabella. Yes, Emma Cruz has been fantastic for Stanford. Enjoyed watching their win earlier and mentioned a brilliant program they've got with the women's side of things here at Stanford University. We are watching the Wolverines take on Curran Dele as Wolverines have the action. They're playing from left to right. Showing some strength through the midfield. This is the final game before we have a small break at midday, and it looks as though our first try, don't want to speak too soon, goes in favour of the Wolverines, and that is number 12, Emily Katavaki. It goes in there. Caleb, a strong start from the Wolverines, and it literally just takes one break and you can go 50 meters.
Man, one break is all it takes, and being able to get a score down in the first minute, it just really sets you up for a good spot going into the rest of the match. What a strong carry, as we saw here. Nice little fend, little look inside, and has the pace to finish it off. And great effort there by number 11 as well, but ultimately it's tough to bring someone down when you're not in front of them.
So first try for the Wolverines, showing their power. Unfortunately, we look like we're having a girl come off the field, really hoping she's okay. Being replaced here. Wolverines leading this 5 points to nothing. This is the last game before the midday break here on the West Coast Sevens from Stanford University. Myself, Will Hooley, joined in the booth by Caleb Thomason. As Wolverines get back the ball from the turnover, the kickoff, managing to win it back. Referee blows it for a knock forward. Kickoffs, Caleb, it's like they are almost another set piece. Is that the mindset when you're playing that? You score, you get the ball back to do the kickoff, and you want to win the ball back most of the time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, very far and few between when you see kicks deep. I mean, that's if you just aren't trusting your restarts. But the game of sevens, the restart is one of, if not the most important aspect. You want to be winning every single one of those. You just get to get the ball back within the halfway, and that's a huge advantage to put somebody onto the pump.
When there's tactics to something like that, you're looking to maybe get either your fast, more athletic person in the air up to try and challenge that ball?
Yeah, oftentimes you'll see some ball winners, right? So that's what you deem your bigger, your taller, your more athletic individuals on the field, and they'll really just ladder up and kind of grab that ball. Think of them as the tight end or a cornerback in American football, right? They're going up, really just trying to compete up in the air and bring it down with them.
Using the athletic ability for these girls, boys, men and women. As now, although Wolverines I thought might have had a penalty, but no, it goes in the opposite direction. Carandele have the ball as they work their way out of their own half, but it's just knocked forward, not through a lack of effort. The pressure that you can put on an attack, on people's skill, Is there an element whereby in sevens to really do a bit of line speed, get up into the faces of an attack, put those individual skills under pressure is really important?
Absolutely. It may sound counterintuitive, but especially when you're facing a bigger side, you want to put them under a better pressure. You want to take as much space away from their ball carriers as possible. You're just reducing the amount of momentum that the attacker can take into contact with you, and you're limiting their options.
So the Wolverines, from that knock on, they had the scrum, they take advantage of it, and that is their number 7. Iolupu gets over for the second try for the Wolverines. And we talked about midfield scrums. How about this one? They take advantage. They just literally scoot around the side.
Absolutely. What a great piece of set piece there. I mean, one of the rule changes in the game of sevens is the defending 9 cannot pressure the attacking 9. So a midfield scrum or scrum on any point of the field is fantastic, as it just opens up an array of options for the attacking 9 to either go left or right, use this inside attacker as we saw there with Alupa going over the line and breaking through is just fantastic to see.
That was you at your prime. So when have they brought that in as such? But you say as late. And because that's something that really opens up an attack.
Yeah, that was something that was introduced into the play of sevens going into this summer, where the defending 9 has to stay behind the ball and they can't pressure the attacking 9 as much.
You will have a field day with that. That's right up your street. Not under pressure, can go either side. That is perfect attacking platform. Well, talking of attack now, Carandele are going to find themselves to the far side, but just a foot in touch. And the Wolverines, with 90 seconds remaining in this first half, will have another chance of a set piece, this time off the line out, Caleb.
Yeah, that was a great use of the sideline there, and unfortunately, when you're a winger, you got to take the good with the bad, and unfortunately, sometimes you get off the edge, but we'll see Carandele have an opportunity to get the ball back here as they do.
So Carandele actually having this ball put into the line out. Apologies on that. I thought it was a turnover. So maybe they have the last laugh of this first half on the West Coast Sevens, the high school girls action. As now Wolverines pick this one up, busting through the middle. It's a really strong run, but it's going to be brought back. The try will not stand, and an offside called by the referee. So penalty now for Carandele. What do you think here? Is it a tap and go or maybe get a bit of field position?
I mean, given the skill set that's required at the line of touch, I always think a tap and go or coming into a scrum and drawing in a couple of defenders is a better option. Just until you feel really confident with that line out.
Wow, they have some confidence out on this width. Here's the speedster. Been waiting for this for a while now. That's number 11 in Mazi. What a brilliant bit of solo effort from the number 11, and the first score. And the bench to the right of us is going wild. It meant something, that one.
Oh, I mean, as we'll see in the replay here, what a great bit of effort. Just utilizing her speed and really backing herself. We see a little in and out move there, a little stiff arm, and then the little hesitation here, thinking she's going to get tracked down, stops, looks at the defender, sets her up, and then kicks it into second gear, finds the touch line in the corner, and dots it down. What a great bit of effort there.
Great effort, and it allows them just to come back into this game. And the half-time break is upon us here on this high school girls side of the draw, and it's half-time. It's the Wolverines leading 12 points to 5 as we come towards our break, the midday point of this West Coast Sevens leg. Let's come back a little bit, Caleb, to this West Coast Sevens. And Jeremy Ognall said about how this competition really wants to be a qualification for a national championship. But also on the West Coast side of things, Sevens is very much the game that is played now. Before then, the 15s competition kicks off a little bit later. I'm talking for the college side of the game. So it is actually a really almost good pre-season time to really focus on your skills, focus on this game, and then focus on your fitness as well.
Absolutely. I mean, rugby is rugby at the end of the day. We'll see players at the top level, Antoine Dupont comes to mind, being able to step over from the 15 side and then excel in the sevens world. And it really just gets guys get touches on the ball without as much pressure, right? If you're going into 15 season right off the bat, there's more at stake when it comes to win and loss. But here in sevens, not that doesn't matter. You just have more opportunities being it's a tournament style, it's 14-minute matches, and you can mix and match with your players, build some team chemistry around combinations, especially in the midline.
Great insight as always. Just quickly popping up on screen, the West Coast Sevens is sponsored by Axos Bank. Really appreciate their support here in what is a fine tournament. Stanford. It's this second leg. We will be back in 2 weeks in Oceanside, Southern California. 2 days, 25th to the 26th. It doesn't stop there, but Stanford. Caleb, I can't get over how good these facilities are. I really would love to see Stanford continue to grow their program. You have schools like Cal, we know about them, you know about them, being a great rugby school. UCLA in the men's side of things, fantastic. And then equally, other big schools like a Stanford, like an Oregon. It's important that they are progressing. That's going to help rugby grow in this country.
Oh, absolutely. I think if more people just had eyes on the game and just knew what it was about and the camaraderie that went along with it, I think it would be no issue to get the game to grow. But at the end of the day, it's about marketing. It's about word of mouth. It's about getting eyeballs on the actual game. But I couldn't imagine having a couple football players out here from Oregon. I mean, how good would that be?
Scary. That's what it would be. Scary stuff, my man. That's certainly why I retired. I didn't fancy it anymore in terms of that physicality. I took enough knocks. Talking to physicality, the Wolverines have certainly brought it, and they brought it with a couple of tries as well. They lead this one 12-5 in this high school girls game here on the West Coast Sevens. It's the final game before we take a small break, the midday mark here at Stanford University. Carandele come with an attack. They got that last try, the ending the first half. Does that give them confidence? Or does the turnover like that for the Wolverines give them confidence? Tap and go, as they have a big overlap on this right-hand side already. Can they get the ball there? Oh, and it's not quite. It's just knocked on, and maybe a little bit of overexcitement because that overlap was there.
Oh, it was there, and you could see that the Wolverines, they saw that overlap, and they wanted to exploit it, but at the end of the day, you got to fall back to your basics. It's easier said than done when that heart rate is up there nearing 200 beats per minute, so, these ladies are going to have a second chance here to go to set piece and hopefully get that ball back on defense.
Scrum around the midfield part of the field, but all the way back inside their own 22. Here's the try scorer. Can we see another bit of magic? There's certainly speed, but a good bit of shepherding defense. Cry for a high tackle. Could have been the case, but a conversation going on with the referee and sideline. As we now take a look at this, got to be careful in the game of rugby, Caleb. Nothing around the neck and head area. What do you think of that?
Yeah, a little high, nothing malicious, but you got to be cognizant of the attacker, when you're on the defensive side, to really do a good job by you and them to get them down safely. It's your job as the defender to make sure both parties are safe going into the tackle.
Wolverines get this ball in, get it done at the front, but I don't think that went 5 meters. You've got to make sure that the ball goes 5 meters on the line out. So free kick now for Carandele. And what are you thinking from an attacking side of things here, Caleb? You're 75 meters out. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, normally, like I mentioned earlier, if you're deep in your end zone, you might opt for a kick and chase, but the Wolverines are doing a good job keeping the back protected with a sweeper, as you'll see 6 up in the line and then 1 hanging back, kind of like that free safety position in American football.
Great analogy, that. Totally agree with you. The space being protected both on the edges and in behind from the Wolverines. Very well coached, as now they come forward with a big carry, getting out to the width. This is pace, this is power, and it's the number 12 again in Katavecki, who gets over, Emily Katavecki, who gets over for another try, and it's another try to the Wolverines, increasing their lead.
Yeah, what a great run there by Katavecki to take that offload from the big carry. And like we said, the set piece is just such an important part of the game. If you're able to exploit it like this, look at that nice little stiff arm and the second bump, Great offload. Utilize this space and just back yourself. Easier said than done to get over the line, but does it with some character there. I love it.
Try scored, and also the extra point, so 19 points to 5. The Wolverines lead. Last just under 4 minutes of the second half. This has been the last game before the break. Wolverines taking control as they get it back underway. Ball hitting the ground. That's the last thing you want to do, and that is also, well, that's why. It's a lot of space to cover, and the best thing you can do from a restart as well is hitting the ground. It's taking an advantage for the Wolverines.
Yeah, Ayalupo did a great job to find space there on the defensive side to let the ball hit the ground. It's what you're looking for as the restart team. And from the attacking side, you never want that ball to hit the ground because it usually doesn't fall in your favor.
Wolverines then have the scrum, far side. It's a little skip and a hop. Through the middle it goes. Not passing yet. They have numbers. They have options. They look like they are just going to bash their way home. And it's the number 7 in the end. Ayalupu, you mentioned her earlier. Well, she gets her second try of this match. And you like to think that is all finished up. And even with 2.5 minutes left, this is looking like a win for the Wolverines.
Absolutely. As we see this replay here, this number 9 does a great job just setting up the defense, taking it to the short side. As we see from the rule change, where that defensive 9 isn't able to pressure around, it leaves that open side more open, right? So we're expecting the hooker, the person in the middle of the scrum, to get out, disengage, and cover that space. But it's very hard to do, especially when you have a dominant attacking scrum. Well done by the Wolverines to exploit that space.
There's a few tired bodies now. Still 2 minutes left, and it's still plenty of rugby ahead of us. West Coast 7's leg here in Stanford. The ball hits the turf. You don't want that, but some elusive footwork, some elusive running. Carandele, can they find an attack? But it looks like it's turned over. It is. Wolverines continue to get that pass away and the offload away. They have numbers on that far side, but coming back looks like a forward pass. But Wolverines, if it's not attack, Caleb, it's also defense. They're showing the class.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Wolverines did a great job to get over that ball in the tackle, getting a quick release and getting that ball back. And now just keeping that ball in hand, going for another try. Great work by them.
It's another try. This one, Mele Marcia, who gets over, showing their dominance in this game. The Wolverines really have been a class outfit, whether it's been out wide, whether it's been through the middle. They've had a complete game of rugby sevens.
Absolutely. And getting that turnover, you know, they were expecting to have front football, bring it back to the point of penalty, getting the quick tap and exploiting the space in the middle of the field. Getting the ball near and under the sticks is always great as it helps your kicker out. Unlike the game of football where you always kick under the goalposts, in the game of rugby, it's perpendicular to where you touch it down. So if you get it down in the corner, you're really setting your kicker up for failure, as it's a very difficult kick to kick from the touchline.
A great point. As a former kicker myself, I would hate it if my wingers didn't at least make an effort to try and get towards the post, helping those kickers out. So, penalty. Carandele have just a last passage of play before the final whistle goes. Do they have something in them to score another try? As they get the offload away, it goes backwards, so they continue the ball, but it's the physicality of the Wolverines trying to get the counter-up going. Moving now to this near side. We have some speed on our hands. Does she have the pace? Does she have the power? Not quite. What a brilliant defensive tackle. Really sums up the Wolverines and their performance in this match today.
Yeah, what a great sweep tackle there, as relying on the inside defender just to take the right angle, as we'll see in this replay. Not an easy thing to do. You know, you're always trying to gauge where the attacker is going to be, not where they're at, and able to use that touchline as the advantage and tackle them out of bounds for a turnover.
Great heart to show. You've won the game. but still putting it in, not allowing your opposition to get any kind of easy opportunity. Line out for the Wolverines. Doesn't go straight, and that will signal the end of this game. Caleb, to sum it up, Wolverines too strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when you bring the physicality as an attacking side and a defensive side. You really don't leave a lot of opportunities for a team to exploit. So, I mean, the game is physical in nature, and if you can bring that into your advantage, I mean, you're going to be sitting on the right side of the scoreboard.
So there we have it. Wolverines winning this 33 points to 5 in the high school girls. I'm myself, Will Hooley. You can see us up there. Go and say hello. There we are. Caleb Thomason.
Oh, there we are.
There we go. Yeah, there's some good technology around here. You don't want that coming too close. You don't want to see any of those dirty bits of skin we might have. But anyway, we have had a clean day of rugby this morning here on the West Coast Sevens from Stanford University in both the men's, the women's, and the high school side of the game. We're going to take a short break because we deserve a short break, my man. Well, certainly, I think we do. Get ourselves a bit of a refreshing food and beverage before we come back for more action here on the West Coast Sevens, Stanford University. You don't want to go anywhere here on TVX Sports Video. More action to come soon.
On the field, it takes trust, teamwork, and a fierce drive to win. That's the spirit of rugby, and it's the foundation of Falcon West Insurance. We've built our company culture and our unique Career Building Academy program on those very principles. We provide thousands of families and businesses with the best carriers and coverage. When you need an insurance partner you can trust, remember Falcon West, because when you're fiercely independent with a team backing you, you're free to succeed.
Anyone can be all they can be. But it takes more than just lifting weights, 12-mile rucks, push-ups, and deadlifts. It takes mental resilience, nutrition, spiritual well-being, and proper sleep. And it's all here in the most extensive human optimization project ever created. For 250 years, the Army has been mastering human potential. And now we're sharing what we know with the world. No fads, no fees, no influencing you. It's all facts, all lived results, all in one place. Because fragmented fitness doesn't work. This is All You, a series that explores the Army's approach to holistic health and fitness to help you be all you can be.
Great. Well, welcome back, everyone. We had a short break here on Field 1 at Stanford. We are back to the action. We're back in action with Stanford, the host team to our left, playing in the black and cardinal as always. And they are against the UCLA Bruins to our right. There goes the whistle, and the teams will get after it. UCLA looking to clear their lines here a little bit. Bit of defensive pressure from Stanford, nothing too over the top. UCLA looking for some space. Offload goes out the back. They're going to be under a bit of pressure now inside their 22. And Stanford snatches it, and they're going to be able to dive over in the corner. Turnover leads to 5 points for Stanford just 30 seconds in. While we have a break in the action for a second, I want to let you know that I am joined for this match by the infamous, the famous Nicholas Boyer. Nick, it's great to have you here.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. It's good to be here.
So, obviously here, enjoying a day of rugby, a big part of your involvement in rugby, and I know you've done a lot from your Cal days and your representing your country. Thank you very much for that. Tell us a little bit about what you're involved in with rugby now with, I believe it's Casanovas, correct?
Yeah. So, myself, Thomas Robles, another Cal grad, and Ryan Mattias founded this rugby club called Casanovas. The premise is developing American born and raised players. It's quite easy for a foreign player to come over here and with a bit of a background from England or New Zealand take a starting spot in America. And while that's great for the teams in the moment, we feel it limits the development of American talent and maybe hurts their mindset a bit. So we're trying to give them opportunities to play, develop, and showcase that, hey, we can actually be a rugby playing nation. We're not second tier when it comes to developing talent.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear. I think what you said is so true. There's a lot of talk around, MLR that, it's a nice level of rugby, but influenced so much by foreign players versus an emphasis on domestic players. So a little bit of background, if we could, as UCLA is looking to clear their lines here a little bit, a little background, how long has this been in operation? What are the next steps for you and your colleagues?
Yeah, so we started in 2022. Currently, we're an invitational-only team. We play one tournament, 1 week-long high-performance tournament in Rugby Town in Denver. We find it's the best rugby in America outside of the HSBC series stop. Very high level and very organized from a logistics standpoint. So we bring the guys in for a week. We mix some older players who've had some experience with some younger players, create some natural mentorship there, do some personal development around financial planning, high-performance mindset, strength and conditioning with some guest speakers throughout the week, and then we rip in for 3 days of competition. So far it's been very successful. We've taken 4th as our highest in the tournament, missed out in the finals by a missed conversion, but those are great learning moments, and looking forward to the day we can compete for the title.
Terrific. Yeah, a great summary. While you were talking, it's great to hear it as well. UCLA with a nice breakout, finish with the conversion there by De Matteo. So we now have a UCLA up 7-5. Still plenty of time. We're only halfway through this first half. So, Nick, obviously you've been around the game for a while. What do you feel and think when you come to the West Coast Sevens? What's your opinion of what we're trying to do here?
Oh, I think it's in the same vein as what we're trying to accomplish, which is why I'm out here. It's great to see it come back to life. When I was playing at Cal, oh, here we go. Great kickoff take and break from UCLA. Strong finish in the corner. So this was a great tournament during my years in college. It's been a long time now, but it's good to see it back, and good to see the level of competition bumped up from when I was playing. I think Stanford wouldn't have been able to score a try, frankly, 10 years ago against UCLA, and now UCLA's pushing Cal, and Stanford's pushing UCLA. So it's good to see the level of rugby overall rise. That's a credit to the hard work of the coach and the volunteers who put these programs together. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great score there. Austin Diaz, good work on the left-hand side. Difficult conversion here. It's up. It looks as though it's drifting left of the post. But it remains now UCLA leading 12 points to 5. About 2:45 less than the half. Yeah, what you said is so true. The game is changing. The gap is definitely closing. Cal is still, I think, what I'll call the elephant in the room. They're the standard. It doesn't mean that they win all the time. There are some very competitive other programs. Obviously things like Army, Navy stand out as, teams that compete with them, year in, year out, Life, Lindenwood, etc. But what I've noticed from the West Coast Sevens last year and this year is what you just said, that the gap is closing. And even, teams like Stanford who, are really probably trying to rebuild their program a little bit, they're doing some nice things on the pitch that gives them hope for their ability to compete, as they go into their league season.
Absolutely. Just there, that defensive line speed, the alignment was great. Small moments there, individual moments of breaking down before you get to the defender or the attacker and not getting stepped there. But overall, pretty good, pretty good systems from them. So very impressed so far by their quality.
Yeah, UCLA, I believe you were in L.A. A couple of weeks ago, Nick, I think.
Yeah.
UCLA looked very good there. We talked about it at the beginning of the broadcast. They had a phenomenal tournament that played them all the way into the final against Cal. And they just ran into a buzzsaw that was Cal. And I don't think UCLA necessarily represented themselves as well in the final as they had during the day. But, sometimes, pressure from opposition forces you into, schoolboy errors, which is really what happened to them. But It's nice to see them back here today and performing. And, when you see UCLA Stanford, that's quite a matchup of the brands, too.
Yeah. I mean, RIP, but Pac-12 going at it again. I think, I was there for that tournament in L.A. as well. I saw, for me, one thing that stood out upon reflection was UCLA far underperformed. Obviously, credit to Cal. They really won the swing moments, kickoffs, possession moments. But I think there was the Cal effect going on where, again, UCLA believed that they were inferior, so to speak, and they played like it. And I think back to our mission, it's about winning these tournaments. It's about competing with just American players because I think, Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile and everyone else broke it. Once you break that seal, I think there's some belief and some hope in the next generation. We're trying to inspire that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, this is the next generation. Obviously, this is the generation that you're working on developing right now. And, talking with Will earlier, obviously the intent is to identify across these programs and others who aren't here, who are the athletes that need to be coming through Casanovas, can get onto the Eagles' radar, and put their hands up for, eventually for the World Cup in 2031 and the Women's World Cup in 2033.
Yeah, I don't know who they are just yet, but that's why I'm out here. Last tournament, LA, there was a team, Western Washington, who's not traditionally a rugby powerhouse, but played very hard, played very well. One of their star players played for us in Rugby Town this year and really put his hand up, Elijah Ashman. So guys like that who are maybe in programs that don't have the publicity of a Cal or of a UCLA, but they have some really good players who could compete at the next level. Those are the kind of guys we're looking to bring into the system.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of guys, great move, great run by Austin Diaz. Nice dummy to the runner outside, cuts back inside, goes in untouched for a really nice score. UCLA looking far more switched on than the first game of the match. The first game of the day, Will and I commentated on them. They looked a little sluggish out the gates, but they seem to have picked up their pace, which is terrific. So we go into halftime. We've got the conversion to come. Right now it's 17-5 with the conversion to come.
Yeah.
Should be fairly straightforward. So we're looking at 19-5, I would think, and some work for Stanford to do into the second half. So, obvious question is, you and Ryan and the crew, you're doing great work with Casanovas, and I look forward to watching it. So, two things I wanted to say before we just focus back on the game.
Yeah.
One, can you, tell our watching and listening audience how they get hold of you, how they get hold of Casanovas if they're interested in the development angle?
Yeah, of course. Right now, the best way to get a hold of us is either shooting us an email. It's casanovas7srugby@gmail.com. Sorry, Casanova singular. Casanova7srugby@gmail.com. Or it's Casanovas plural rugby club on Instagram.
Okay, terrific. And Casanova's Sevens, is that the number 7 or is it spelled out?
It's the number 7.
Okay. So yeah, get hold of Nick, get hold of Ryan through that. Let's identify the talent. Let's promote the talent so that the U.S. can improve our standing on the world stage. We have qualified for the 2027 World Cup, which is going to come very quickly. I don't know if you've got any talent right now who could be in the mix for that. Hopefully you do, Nick. But we look forward to following you. We definitely want you to stay closely aligned with West Coast Sevens as we mature and develop like you are. And, yeah, I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate that.
So having watched this half, put yourself in the Stanford coach and captain's head. What do you think the message was to them to close this gap in the next 7 minutes?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the first thing I'd address is kickoffs, those swing moments, right? UCLA is just putting up good contestable kicks, and they're dominating in the air, dominating physically around that. scrappy ball situation. So just winning those small moments, making sure you contain that chaos and get yourself back in the front foot attacking-wise. And the second thing is I'd say keep bringing that line speed. You scored your first try from it. Let's just make sure that we're not getting too eager and, as we saw there, diving at an attacker and getting stepped too easily. So take the space, and then once you're within 3 to 5 meters, break down and just let him make his move and then chop tackle him.
Yeah, great insight. So when you were playing, I'm assuming you're not playing yourself anymore, or are you still active?
That's, it ebbs and flows. I've tried to retire a few times, and the game keeps pulling me back. But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, continue. And are you, from a focus with Casanovas, are you 15s and 7s, or are you strict to one code?
Strictly 7s right now, just based on the opportunity for competition and the logistics, but we'll look to expand as we are able to.
Yeah, that's great. Love watching the 7s, love watching the development. And just so everyone knows as well, I think I've got an interview scheduled with you with one of your players coming up on Thursday as a precursor to the Oceanside tournament. Mm-hmm. Can you tell us a little bit about who we're talking to and why we're talking to him?
Yeah, Luke Neely, again, one of those players we found who was local Denver, Colorado Springs kid, played for the Barbarians out there, very good club. They have a lot of depth, and he wasn't getting starting reps for them. We were in need of a player and got in touch through Ben Pinkelman, one of my former teammates and now head of the Pathways program for USA. Anyway, Ben recommended him to us. Luke came in, cool as could be, was 13th man, got pulled in the squad day 2, and then took the bull by the horns and scored, I think, a hat trick his first tournament, his first game, and then just led the team from there. So he's a real success story, a diamond in the rough. He's still playing his rugby at GCU, and currently he's on sabbatical. He's over in Australia playing in the Gold Coast. So going to talk with him about his journey and hopefully get him involved in the USA program for that 2027 opportunity.
Good. Well, I look forward to the conversation as Nick was updating us, and thanks for all the insight, Nick. Some changes coming on, some fresh legs coming on from UCLA. It looks like we've got Max Griffiths at 9. I think we saw number 11, Sam Reed, coming on. Just give him some fresh legs. They're still up by 2 scores with 5 minutes to go, but Stanford in possession. They get a free kick, I think, for an early engage at the scrum. So looking to break out, a little bit isolated on his run. Very narrow, I would say, in attack. If they really want to penetrate this UCLA defense, they've got to try and hit the width a little bit more. Unfortunately, there was a knock on there by Stanford. So UCLA probably licking their lips here, Nick. Yeah, they've got an attacking scrum. Midfield can go by both sides. I'm sure they're in a very positive mindset right now.
Yeah, this is one of the best places to attack from on the 7th field or on the 15th field as well. Again, some good moments there on the carry from Stanford. Just, you got to have good on good. So I think they'll be a bit frustrated with that knock on there, but they get a chance now again to go attack and hopefully close this gap.
Yeah, and they get a bonus there. I think there was a bit of a pull at the engage on the scrum by UCLA, so it becomes, Stanford's put in a little isolated, tackling, not releasing. So Stanford once again has a penalty, chance to clear their lines. They've got to look for some space. They're a little bit narrow, a little bit bunched as an attacking team, and UCLA's defense is going to eat that up all day. So another penalty's coming, though, for not rolling away from UCLA. So penalties starting to add up against UCLA, but at the same time, Stanford aren't really penetrating them.
No, they're not, but I will say that their aggression in the carry has led to those first 2 penalties. A little bit late there on support. Again, those small moments hurting Stanford. Let's see if UCLA can capitalize.
Yeah, Stanford giving up a penalty there. Oh, looks like we've got a breakaway here. I think it's that man, Max Griffiths, that I was just talking about, who's come in and will likely put a nail in the coffin there. It's going to be 24 with the kick to come with about 3 minutes left. And that all came from a penalty against Stanford. When the ruck happens and the guy's on the ground, you have to come in what they call through the gate in order to clean the man out. He did a great job of cleaning him out, but he came from the side, which is illegal, and that's led to the penalty that's taken the ball the other way. So 26-5. Here comes the conversion. And I don't know. I'm always prognosticating, Nick, but I'm saying right now that UCLA are winning this match. Do you think there's any chance of Stanford coming back?
If I was a betting man, I'd take your line as well. I think this is a bridge too far for Stanford at this point. Kudos to UCLA for being clinical here. Would like to see them finish the game strong and continue to attack like they have been.
Yeah, absolutely. So Stanford waiting to receive the kick. As I say, just under 2.5 minutes left. I just want to reiterate to everyone, we are here at Steuber Rugby Stadium on Stanford's campus. An absolutely beautiful day here in Northern California. Sun is shining. As Will said, I think we're going to be sponsored by Tommy Bahamas next time for their umbrellas. And we're just having a really good day, and it's a privilege for us not only to be alongside Will and Corbs and Colin Hawley, but to get people like you, to get people like Ryan Matthias, who give so much to the game, to engage with us and give us the opportunity to talk to you. We do really appreciate it.
Thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak about this kind of stuff.
So you're doing such a bang-up job, Nick. I think I'm going to keep Will away for a couple of games and keep you around. So don't try and climb down from the scaffolding
Sounds
just
good.
yet. It's not straight at the line out there. You have to throw it down the middle. That one floated a bit on the wind. So Stanford have chosen, I think, to take the scrum as a result. So again, once they're just outside their 22, they've got quite a lot of territory to go.
Yeah.
They bring on some fresh legs as well. Just try and get back in this game. Again,
Yeah.
I think it's a bridge too far. It's 3 scores. But Stanford certainly will look for a little momentum by trying to put a score on the board and then, hopefully go into our last game with a bit of an emotional bump.
Yeah, I'll probably say this is their last chance for genuine possession, barring a turnover by UCLA. They got about a minute on the clock here once this ball's put in. Would like to see them string a few phases together and go width to width and just be really clinical on their breakdown work and maintain possession.
Yeah, so nice clean scrum for Stanford. Looking for an opportunity to break out. Looking to do a little stutter step, go back the other way. He's a bit isolated. I think we're going to have a turnover here. And, yeah, UCLA managed to take possession from a turnover. Now we've got 10 meters and maybe a card for not retreating. The ref's been actually pretty nice. He's not giving the card, but he's definitely calling not 10. And UCLA looking to finish with a flourish here. Nice ball over the top there, out to number 6 on the edge for UCLA. That's Pierre McMahon. Finishes it nicely. We've got about 15 seconds, so if they take the time on the kick, clock should expire, and we're going to have a 34 or 31-5 result with a conversion to come. Very comfortable UCLA win, so congratulations to Harry Bennett and the UCLA guys.
Yeah, very high quality from UCLA. Beginning of the game, defensive pressure turned into points for Stanford, but I think since then it's been all UCLA and the breakdown work they've had, and then the counter-attacking moments. So really pleased to see their level of play. Hopefully they can continue throughout the weekend and take this into finals play.
Yeah, absolutely. Great conversion by Nico Di Matteo. Finishes, I think we're still waiting for scoreboard update. I believe it will finish at 33-5, and UCLA are the victors, and we will wait for our next teams to come through. So, again, Nick, thanks for joining us. I'm assuming we'll be seeing you in Oceanside in 2 weeks, and I look forward to chatting with you and Mr. Neely later the coming week.
That's the plan. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, thanks for coming on board.
Well played today, Nico. On the far sideline? On the far sideline? Yeah. Camera, are we good? Awesome. Thanks, Mike. Camera, are we good? Yeah. Good to go. Thank you. Thank you. I was actually impressed by the level of Stanford we're at. I think I've improved a lot since our first game. Thanks very much.
You can be over here.
Are you staying? Coach, you can be on this set.
play at a collegiate and at a high school level. I mean, the caliber that we're seeing on this field today is absolutely exquisite, and I'm excited to see what these girls put out there.
Here we go. Then we got Stanford, who have been really strong. Keep an eye out on Emma Cruz. She's been fantastic for them, scoring plenty of tries. And then also against them, I'm looking across just because we're getting our team sheets ready as well, as much as also checking out to make sure we got the Sacramento State women in front of us in this West Coast Women's College action. Whilst this is going on, Isabella, but how good has it been? How good has women's rugby been in terms of the takeoff ever since the Olympic bronze medal last year?
I mean, it's been exponential. We've seen rugby grow just in the past 3 years, 300%. I mean, a majority of the time I would talk to women and they couldn't tell you one thing about rugby. And now here I tell them, they're like, oh, I know exactly all about rugby. And I'm like, this is just absolutely beautiful. So getting to watch it grow at such a high caliber has been amazing, both as a player and as a spectator.
Well, I tell you, another amazing thing is Stanford scoring tries. Oh, I did wonder whether that might have been potentially knocked on just under the post. So Stanford continuing their strong play today against the Sacramento State women, scoring underneath the post. It has been a thing of sevens that the side that starts first, starts the quickest, usually goes on and wins this game. Having fast starts are important.
Completely agree, Will. And let's watch Layla really quick. She does a beautiful run right there, narrow channel and canal, and just takes it right into the try zone. She has been amazing today. I got to watch her on the sidelines, and this girl has some wheels.
She absolutely did, getting herself underneath the post there. Stanford getting their first try on the board. As the wind plays havoc with us here in the booth for our team sheets. Isabella doing her very best to hold on to the sheets as well. But it's more about holding on to this ball. Can Sacramento State, can they keep hold of the rugby ball and build themselves up the field? They certainly start to do that. Brilliant tackle coming in from Stanford. And maybe the turnover as well. It's not, but it's knocked forward now from Sacramento. And now Stanford go off again. It's that number 12 in the hands for Stanford. Is it scored? Waiting for the referee to signal the try. It's the second try for Stanford in this one.
Absolutely brilliant job here done by Stanford. Again, we are just a couple minutes into the game with only 4 minutes left in the first half, and Stanford has come quick out of the mark. We're going to watch the replay really quick. It's a nice pick and go right there, a good offload to number 12 on the wing, and she is able to just use that side and run straight into the middle. There's a quick chase right there, and it looks like it wasn't a try, Will.
Oh, they got away with that one, haven't they?
Yeah, they did. But you know what? Great effort for Stanford. Love to see the way that the girls are really just putting pressure on the offensive side.
Stanford then with their second try. There's no conversion to that. As we have a 12-0 lead for Stanford women, playing, of course, on their home patch here on the West Coast Sevens against Sacramento.
Gorgeous grub there.
The kick goes forward. And then, unfortunately, looks like it's just knocked on. Isabella, you've no doubt played plenty of sevens in your time. When you think of maybe a couple of key areas of what's important about the game, what would you say?
I would say spatial awareness. I mean, if there's one thing we can know about sevens is that we can use the field. We have to just have that ability to read the players, be able to make those quick and clean breakaways. But honestly, Will, I think it's just being aware of your teammates and knowing who's going to come up really quick to do a nice offload and just playing through and following through.
Spot on. Agree. Ditto. 100% there of what you just say. Stanford trying to hold on to this ball. As you've mentioned, so important to show control. Recycling it back. Been very impressive today. As now they work it to the far side, but it's now in the midfield. Taking it to one side or the other. You can literally play it both sides. There's space on this outside channel, and it's in the hands of the number 9 for Stanford women. And in the end, Gowity, the 4th year out of Stanford, Apologies for maybe not getting that surname absolutely spot on, but what was spot on, Isabella, was the awareness of space, and they took it on that far edge.
Completely agree, Will. Layla has just been using those corners and breaking off of them, making gorgeous runs straight up and down the field. I mean, Stanford, you could clearly see the way that they're able to just recycle their players, put them back in, make those loops, pick it up, and just keep running that ball. They are moving in sync, and they are moving together, and that is what we love to see here on the sevens field. I would love to watch Sacramento just kind of give them a little bit more pressure, use their defense and kind of come up on them a little bit more, causing Sacramento causing Stanford to make those hard decisions in shorter amounts of time.
Tell you what, the wind has picked up. You can probably even hear it on our microphones here in the booth. Coming from right to left, Sacramento going into that wind, so maybe that plays an advantage in the second half for them as the ball just is knocked forward there from Sacramento. Stanford just gaining further chances. Again, they're a really strong rugby program. A lot of history to Stanford women. They've been national champions in the past as well. I talked about the growth of the women's game. Having big schools like Stanford being renowned in the rugby aspect is really important for the growth of our sport.
Completely agree. I mean, getting to watch not only Stanford's program grow, but just the West Coast in general. Rugby has become something that it's becoming a family household sport and name. I've loved getting to watch Stanford, especially on the pitch today, and how they fight for that ball. Look at the jackling, Will.
It is, and also some good handling. They have a penalty advantage as well. So Stanford have maybe one more passage of play before the end of the first half. Leading this one 19 points to 0 against Sacramento State. They opt for the scrum, of all things. This is an interesting one, Isabella. Is this maybe a tactic that you appreciate or question?
I mean, if we're going to run it well, I think a scrum is an amazing way to start a play. I think if they have something in mind that they want to run that they've done in practice and they put it to work and the ball comes out quick pick from 9, and they get it down to the wing, I'm really excited to see what they can do with it here.
Got a full field to attack. There are options, there is space. Will Stanford take advantage of it? They lead this game. 3 tries already. Referee resetting that scrum. Always important, Isabella, just to get that ball out the scrum. You want to attack to the space, but you need to make sure you don't get turned over in this scrum area.
Completely. Those scrums are one of those things where it can go good or it can go bad, and we're about to see exactly what play that's going to be.
Here we go to the width. Good handling there. As now Stanford move all their way inside the 22. It's going to be that number 1. Washington High for Stanford women. A 4th try already in this first half. Really impressive, clean stuff. Move the ball to the width, Isabella, and then literally executed.
Completely agree, Will. They use that scrum beautifully, and that is a beautiful example of exactly what we want to see here every single time we get on the pitch. We are going to come to a commercial break, not a commercial break, but rather an interview down here. So, Caleb, could you take me away really quick?
Hi, welcome here, folks. Caleb standing with USA head coach Zach Test. Welcome on, Zach. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing really good, Caleb. Good to see you, buddy.
Well, we are so excited to have you here at the West Coast Sevens. This is a bit of a hometown tournament for you. Can you just give us some insight into what you're looking for from these young players?
I just want to see their intensity, their energy, and their execution, and how they stick together as a team. We know Rugby Sevens is a game that's kind of chaotic, so what I like to see is who can stay calm and cool and collected under pressure and play as a seven-man or woman unit and go out there and have fun with it.
Absolutely. Team unity is massive, especially in the game of sevens. You've been around the game quite a while. How have you seen it develop over the years?
It's been massive just to see the learning curve and the trajectory of everyone playing rugby. I mean, when I was playing rugby here as a 12-year-old at Stanford, as a little youth, I mean, there was, 20 people here. And to see almost 1,000 people here for the West Coast Sevens is just a testament to where the game is going in this country.
Absolutely. The game is most certainly growing, especially ahead of the Olympics. That'll be brought to us in 2028 with LA. I'm sure the team is getting prepared for that. Do you have any pieces you could give the people that are wanting to know how the U.S. team is performing right now?
we're going to play the American way. We're going to inspire the community on how we do things, and we're going to show the values that show what America's truly about.
Oh, what a great piece of advice. And, these young guns out here trying to make a tour or a run for that tour, it's going to be fantastic to see. Well, Zach, we're so grateful to have you out here, and safe travels back down south.
Thanks, Caleb. Good to see you, buddy.
Well, that is fantastic to hear. The USA Sevens men's head coach, Zach Test, with Caleb Thomason, trying to get that mouthful out of me. Isabella, it's exciting when you think about a home Olympics in LA. Jeremy and I talked about it previously on the broadcast, but for someone like yourself, when you are an aspiring athlete, but also someone involved in wanting to get involved in broadcast, the opportunity for rugby growing here in America with the home Olympics, with the home World Cups, is one to be really excited about.
I completely agree, Will. I think that there's very few sports out there that are getting introduced into America in general this early and have this amount of room to grow and expand. I see nothing but open borders right now for rugby, both we're seeing high school students come out here and play with collegiate athletes when, a majority of people just started their rugby career in college. So I'm excited to see how rugby gets involved in elementary programs and middle school programs, and how these high school programs grow into recruiting opportunities for clubs and for college.
Another question your way, whilst it's just not forward there from Stanford, is I'm interested to hear from someone like yourself, honestly, how much of an influence has Alona Mar been on you, and let alone the women's game here in the US?
I mean, on me specifically, she pretty much encapsulates what it means to be a good rugby player, both on and off of the pitch. She brings that drive, she brings that sense of purpose, and that women are important in sports, and that we have the ability to grow, and that we can do something just as well as a man can do, and we could do it to a wide audience of people, both in America and outside of America. She's been such a role model both on and off the pitch. I mean, we got to see her in Dancing with the Stars. We got to see her just talk about what it feels like, to maybe not be told that she looks exactly the way like a majority of women nowadays look, but you know what, that's what makes her beautiful, that's what makes her special. So getting to see just how she has become more of herself has been really influential to me, and showed me what it means to be a good rugby player, but most importantly, a good person.
You absolutely nailed that. And whilst we have the first score from Sacramento State, as well as women's rugby is thriving, and I'm sure, Isabella, the words you've just said there will be shared by many, many women, not just across the US, but also around the world. Likely as well, these ladies on the field participating in this West Coast Sevens. Stanford still lead this, but Sacramento State get their first try on the board. And the conversion is no good. So you've played enough rugby to know when you're this far behind, what are you maybe saying to your team? What are the Sacramento State team maybe talking about to try and get themselves back into this?
Break it down. We all know rugby, and I think one of the hardest things, as a woman coming on the field is just trying to get over that nudge of, okay, am I going to make my tackles? Am I going to make sure that I'm using my channels, my breakaways, and everything? Just taking it down and simplifying it and saying, hey, I know the sport, and let your body do the work. I mean, the beautiful thing about Sevens, Wills, is we can come back at any time. You know what I mean? There's so much space, there's so much opportunity, but just bringing it down and simplifying it to the basics and letting your body do the work rather than your head, letting those hands bring the ball into contact, make those runs, and just not think about it and go.
Sometimes it is a bit about just simplifying it, isn't it? I completely agree with you. Is don't overthink too much. When you overthink, that's ultimately when you start making errors. Will Stanford try and not overthink this? They'll be attacking from their own 22. Really impressive stuff they've been today at their home tournament, of course. Stanford University, fantastic field. Mentioned it a bunch of times in broadcast today. As they move themselves in towards that Sacramento State halfway line, into the hands of that number 12, Davidson. Skips away, though, and gets the offload away, and this is a 70-metre effort that is going to be enjoyed by the home crowd and going to be enjoyed by Washington High. That's a further try for her in this match. And all it takes, Isabella, is one break of the line. If there's no sweeper, it's just a sheer show of gas to get to the line.
It's true, Will. I mean, that was an amazing try here from journeying Washington High. The way that, correct me if I'm wrong, Will, but all I'm seeing today is Stanford playing offense. They're not playing defense. They come onto the pitch, and they're coming in with the mindset of that's my ball. How do I get it to my ball, and how can I set up for a line? And it looks like the conversion was good.
Full 7 points. You are right. Stanford have shown for the majority of this match, not all of it. Sacramento State have certainly had their moments of time to shine, but Stanford are in control in this one. It's 32 points to 5, and we take another look. Well, not quite another look. I always get myself confused on that one, just whether we were going to see another replay, but it is going to be the restart, and the Sacramento State have the ball in hand. We're not too many more minutes left in this second half.
And Sacramento State wants that ball, Will, badly.
Now moving it to the far edge. Trying to get that offload away. So important to keep the ball alive in sevens, as the whole emphasis is it's fast and it's fluid attack. And the ball is bouncing around, though. There's not much fluid about that. It ends up going to hands of Stanford, but it's brought back for a knock-on. It's the offloading ability of trying to keep the ball alive, Isabella, is honestly, I don't know what you think, the tactic that works so well in this format of the game.
I agree. I mean, I think it works really well, and just using those recycled players, I think, is a really big thing. You know, you're never, even though the ball might be on one side of the field, one side of the pitch, it really doesn't matter. If you can get to it and there's no one available, that ball is always live, and it is always a great opportunity to use it. So it's really fun getting to watch how Stanford is just running for it and going for it and gunning it all the way down the pitch.
It's funny how that bounce of a rugby ball, the last thing you need it to do, though, is bounce on the turf, because it could go anywhere. As the referee calls offside, that's against Sacramento State, as they'll need to retreat. I think it was offside from the scrum half at the scrum, as now Stanford mount another attack. Wanting to finish this game in style, they are putting the foot on the throat. Another penalty, hands in the ruck this time. So ill discipline being the reason why Stanford are moving up the field.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's difficult at moments like this because you're just scrounging for the ball, but if you're not making those tackles, you're just going to get a try just like that.
Just on cue, you're absolutely right.
Amazing job there from Stanford again. Beautiful job. Just watching how they just see the field, using those breakaways, using that ability to just offload the ball really quick to their player and then getting it into the try zone. Great job from Stanford.
Fantastic job. They have been so good during this game today, as they have been in all the action that's been going on field 1. A reminder as well, there's also plenty of action going on field 2. Make sure to hear from the likes of someone like Alex Corpusiero, former British and Irish line. I'll be honest, Isabella, he hasn't done too much sevens in his time, but he still knows about rugby. And then Colin Hawley, well, a former USA sevens and 15s man, so plenty of insight, and insight from yourself as well. Maybe explain to the viewers a little bit what you're doing at Baylor. You're playing as well, but you're also doing a degree in broadcasting.
I am. I started my degree in journalism broadcasting, which has been so exciting and so fulfilling. I'm a senior down at Baylor, and I wanted to do rugby, and I put it to my mind, and everyone was like, you should try rugby. And I said, no, I think I'm good behind the scenes. And then I tried it, and it turns out I like them both, Will.
That's ideal. Not only do you get to experience the game and know how hard it is, but then when you're able to comment on it as well, you have first-hand experience.
Completely agree. I mean, getting to see these Stanford girls go out there and play, I can understand what it means, you know, when you're clumping, when you're having those issues, what they're not seeing, those blind spots, you know, it's just so much more. It makes you have a better appreciation for the game when you actually get to be on the pitch and get to play, and then you get to come up here and you get to talk about it. So it's a pretty great job.
Good for you. I've no doubt you've got a big future ahead of you in whatever you choose, broadcasting world, whatever. So anyway, Sacramento State trying to get themselves over that halfway line in what is the last play of this match, where Stanford have had the control, not 10 meters. They'll get another penalty opportunity in this last passage of the game. Can they finish strong, as they started so quickly and well Do they put in a full 14-minute performance? They most certainly do. Can they go all the way? Looking to maybe a trailing runner, but no, it is all done by Hope Shipman, and she gets over, the master's student, studying Earth systems. Wow, not only is she a fantastic athlete playing rugby sevens, but a very clever one as well. Isabella, that is icing on the cake for Stanford.
It really was. Well, you know, it's so fun to get to come out here and watch these games. We're going to see a quick replay right there. Gorgeous pass right there to Hope, and she just takes it in. Has a second where she's thinking about offloading it, but she decides to take it right into the try zone, scoring the final try for this match for Stanford. It has been such a good game getting to watch it and just getting to experience Stanford at their home pitch and at their home tournament.
It's a great facility, isn't it? They really have shown quality on a quality facility, such as the Stanford campus and the rugby opportunity that's offered here. We're going to have a quick little, break and go down to the old man himself, Jeremy Ognall, because Jeremy, it looks like you might be standing there with a couple of USD Torero players. How are they getting on?
I am indeed. Thanks for the handoff, Will. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm standing here with Daniel and Chase from University of San Diego. Boys, it's great to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Yeah, it's grateful to be out here.
So tell us, how's the tournament treating you so far?
Beautiful. It's a great venue. West Coast Sevens is a great tournament to be out and great competition.
Yeah, unreal to have this many teams out here. Beautiful day. Can't get much better than Saturday like this.
Yeah, now USD has a bit of a tradition in sevens the last few years. We've had success at nationals. We've actually had some success in sevens and 15s. Tell us a little bit about what your thoughts are on the West Coast Sevens and why it's such an important event for you and your program.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie does a great job preparing us every year, and sevens, it doesn't get better than this. You get so many teams in a beautiful state like California. Just really promote the sport and get it out there for everyone.
Yeah, like I said earlier, just great competition. Good to be out here and play some good footy.
Yeah, well, you definitely play some good footy. It looks like you've got a bit of a challenge ahead of you in the next couple of matches. I think you have Cal up next. What are your thoughts going into that contest?
Yeah, we have Cal 1, and then after that, Cal 2. So, huge opponent, great team. We just got to go out there, play our game, secure the ball on kickoffs, and get in their face on defense. And, execute.
And Daniel, what are your thoughts? What's your role in those next two matches?
I mean, first and foremost, we're just really excited for this opportunity. I mean, it doesn't get better than playing one of the best teams in the country, getting a chance to make a name for ourselves and really make a statement.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you boys coming over. It's always great to have the University of San Diego here. They flew up. They're only here for a few hours before they get back. Chase did say to me they might have time for a beer or two on the way home, which I'm excited for. But, boys, it's an absolute pleasure having you here, and we wish you luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Well done, Jeremy. I'm actually going to hand over myself to a couple of youngsters actually as I get out of the booth. Isabella's going to take over on the play-by-play, and Caleb Thomason is going to come in this game. It looks like the Wolverines are taking on Cathedral Catholic. Over to you, Isabella, and Caleb, jump in here, my man.
Thank you so much, Will. It is so good to be back out here watching some high school men's rugby for the day. We got to see Cathedral Catholic with West Coast Sevens back a couple weeks ago. And I will say, Caleb, it was some fun rugby getting to watch those boys out there play. I thought I was watching some college players for a minute. We're going to do a quick play-by-play. Caleb, what are you seeing in this?
Yeah, I mean, this was just great work all around by everybody on Cathedral Catholic. Way to get the ball to the edge, find some space, set somebody up for a one-on-one. Number 14 able to use his pace and finish under the post. Like I mentioned before, it really helps the kickers out if you get it under the post. Makes it easy PAT, and you're setting yourself up for a good point after.
Completely, Caleb. And it looks like it's going to be a kickoff right here to the Wolverines, and they have possession of the ball. Let's see what they do with it.
Yeah, so in the game of sevens, you got to kick the ball 10 meters on the restart. If you don't, it'll be a quick tap in the middle of the field to the opposing team, as we see here.
Yep, you are completely right, Caleb. And it looks like Wolverines have possession as they pass the ball out. They're looking for a breakaway right there, and I'm not sure if they're getting it, but they just pass it right on out to the wing, trying to just get in front of those Cathedral Catholic players, taking it to the ground and setting up for a ruck. And it looks like it was a quick call, and it's still Wolverines' quick tap and go right here. And the ball gets sent back out. Let's see how they use it. He goes in to take it, and he's going in for that try. But it looks like the possession got turned over to Cathedral Catholic. So the ball is going to come right back up, and the Wolverines are going to have another try at that play. Let's see how they do it here, getting that ball straight in, and he makes a run for it, and it was a clean try. Great job for the Wolverines.
Yeah, great job for them to stay on the gas, not letting up. Not getting that not 10 call allowed them to reset play after the turnover, so they kept possession and really were able to exploit the space, doing well to set up a defender. 1-on-3 is always a tough matchup, but great finish there by the Wolverines.
Completely. And Caleb, tell me, you were a college player. A couple years ago. How is it to see these high schoolers come out here and play the game that you love so much?
Oh man, it's fantastic. This is definitely some top level high school ball. I like you mentioned before, you akin it to a lot of collegiate athletics. This is really top level from both of these sides, and I think we're going to be in quite a tough match as it's 5-5 here.
All right, and it looks like they have possession of the ball again, kicking it back to Cathedral Catholic, where they're going to try to make a run here, looking for a breakaway, but they take the ball quickly down, setting up for a ruck, and a nice clean pass out there. It's sevens, the ball comes to hand, and that is the opportunity to make those movements. Great offload there from Cathedral, and they're just trying to run it up the sidelines right now, use any space that they can, just trying to gain some meters and gain some yards, but the ball doesn't always go to hand, and that is okay. But what matters is that they are moving forward and they are keeping that progression and that momentum. And it looks like it was a quick tap right there. Was the ball in touch, Caleb?
It looks like the ball was just knocked forward there. Just maybe got a little antsy seeing that space out wide and really wanted to exploit it. But good pace onto the ball, and unfortunately sometimes it just doesn't go into hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, Caleb, but, I'm excited to see what they do here. It looks like they're going to be scrumming. So scrums at least are a great opportunity to make a good and clean play off of it. So I'm really curious to see how they are able to exploit this, see what they got in their back sleeve.
Yeah, the Cathedral Catholic will be under a bit of pressure here. They got a lot of field to defend.
Yep, and it looks like they're getting that ball right quick and putting up for a good stiff arm there from the Wolverines. And they're taking it in. Gorgeous pop right there. They are just trying to gain meters, but Cathedral Catholic is really putting the pressure on them right now, and they are fighting for it, and they want it bad. The ball goes quickly down, but there's no one there to support him, so it looks like it's a grab from Cathedral and a turnover for possession. And the ball comes right on out there to the side, and we're trying to see what we can do with it. And it was a great pass to the edge where he's making a run straight for it, and there is no one there to catch him. Amazing job from Cathedral Catholic for putting up another try on the board.
Yeah, what a great finish there. I mean, an amazing job by Adrian Abar for Cathedral Catholic to really set this play up. As we'll see in the replay here shortly, really was able to fixate a defender. Not an easy thing to do. Draw him in just enough to give an offload that put his teammate through some space. As we see this replay, quick tap, taking advantage of the not back 10, ball in hand, drawing a defender 3-on-1, nice little skip pass to find space out wide, and from there it's just about putting on the burners. And number 7 does a great job getting over the try line, getting back under the sticks, and giving his team the lead here.
Completely. Now, Caleb, you played for Cal, which is one of the best programs out here. So tell me, when you're looking at plays like this and you're watching high schoolers, what are you looking for?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Zach Tess mentioned earlier, we just want to see guys play within a team framework, not being selfish and just hammering down the basics. It's hard to do the basics. It's hard to catch pass when your heart rate is at 180 beats per minute, when you see so much space and opportunity in front of you. So just relying on your teammates and trusting your skills to do the work is going to be their best bet, especially for these young guns.
Completely. And the kick is to the Wolverines. But it looks like Cathedral was right there trying to get it, but it's no use because the Wolverines are making a sprint from it from the 50-meter yard. That is what I call a smooth and clean run up Highway 1.
Yeah, number 13 for San Mateo here, Oliver Ashfield. Way to go and ladder up, get that ball, contest it in the air, and just come and get it. I mean, the space will open up when you're hungry for the ball. As we see, good contest from both sides. Unfortunately, Cathedral didn't have anybody in that basket position to cover it in case they didn't get the ball, and it's just green field from there.
Completely, Caleb. What do you think, in your expert opinion, what do you think we can best capitalize here in sevens that makes or breaks a game?
Yeah, I think set piece is one of those underwhelming things that not many people think about in the game of sevens, right? The set piece in 15s is a big part of it. You're trying to dominate field position. But in sevens, it can be just as important when it comes to restarts. You really want to capitalize on those abilities.
Totally. Well, today we are reading off of the TV Sports Video. TV has been covered by sports in San Diego. TVX, my bad. I am dyslexic for those who do not know at home. But TVX has been covering sports in San Diego and around the Southwest for nearly 20 years. And they are committed to bringing you the best in live, local, and emerging sports. Visit tvxvideo.com or check them out on YouTube, Instagram, and X at TVX Sports Video. Caleb, we have seen some really good rugby out here today, both on Field 1 and Field 2. How are you feeling about today's pitch?
Oh, man. Today's performances have just been absolutely incredible. I'm reminiscing quite a bit, if I do say so myself. Not long ago, about a year, I was out playing in this West Coast Sevens tournaments, and the year before that, I was competing here in Stanford. So, it's easy to see picture myself out on this field.
See this from both a player perspective and a broadcasting perspective. What would you say, coming back to the pitch, no longer as a field player, but rather as a spectator, as a broadcaster, getting to analyze these plays and getting to analyze what's happening. What are you seeing that maybe you didn't see before?
I mean, having a bird's eye view of the game is just fantastic. It just puts it in perspective from a different light. Seeing the spaces on the field and how the defenses are reacting to the ball in play, it's quite good to see.
Yeah, completely, Caleb. I mean, it is really exciting getting to see all of this and watch it unfold and watch it play here. I mean, as a rugby player myself, I'm all the way from Texas, and let me tell you, we don't have rugby like this out there. It is really awesome to get to see a sport that I love, so very and vastly loved by the community and the players and their family members. And it looks like we're about to start the second half of this game with Cathedral Catholic kicking over to the Wolverines. And it's a no-go, and they're fighting for possession right now, but it's going to be given to Cathedral. Great job, boys. They have been showing nothing but absolute drive when it comes to their offensive plays. But we're going to do a scrum here really quick. Caleb, what are you seeing from Cathedral? Because I'm seeing a lot of offensive work.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing great to keep the ball in hand and ball in play, as we saw there with the restart, being able to pin it back, find some space on the ground, and now they're getting the scrum, which they can exploit here, hopefully put San Mateo under some pressure.
Yeah, completely. And the ball comes out there from number 9, passing it all the way down to the wing. And we're trying to see if we could do something. Ben has the ball right now, and they're just trying to set up for something here. Great pass over, but the Wolverines are right on them really, really quick. And it's going to be a quick tap and go here with the possession going over to the Wolverines. Let's see what they can do with it. They want the ball. It is very obvious, but Cathedral is putting up a fight, but it's that is what I call a jersey grab right quick. And they're going to do a quick tap and go one more time. Great job here from the Wolverines. Cathedral coming in, clipping him at the heels. But a nice offload right there to his player. And Cathedral is just on him like white on rice, Caleb. I don't know what they're doing right now, but they are trying to make work of what they have. I mean, it's moments like this when they're just putting so much pressure that it's really hard to find those breakaways, to find those gaps. But it looks like they might have found one right here on the edge. But Cathedral's putting up quite a fight, not wanting him to get it in, and it goes down into contact. Great jackling from Cathedral, but the Wolverines are fighting their way and bulldozing their way, player by player by player, just trying to make it in. Is it going to make it in? And they're setting up for a ruck. And it's close. They are so close, and it is a try from the Wolverines. That is what I call putting up a fight from the Wild Dogs.
Yeah, great work by the Wolverines. Just to keep that ball in play, go through as many phases as they did. It's not an easy thing to do. The margin for error is so small here in the game of sevens. Any little mistake could result in the ball being placed in the other person's hands. So they did well to do that. If we get back to the replay here, also great job on the defensive side from Cathedral Catholic, making them go through so many phases. But when you're this close to the goal line, set up with a one-on-one, it's just such a hard position to defend. You know, we have the attacking team with so much space, so many opportunities, and it's almost a matter of time. It's about a war of attrition, and the Wolverines do well to get over the touchline.
Completely agree, Caleb. I mean, it's moments like that when you're so close to the try line, you can practically taste it, that the recycling of players is just, it becomes an overload on the defensive side, and they have a really hard time defending it right there, right close to the try line. But the Wolverines managed to break it through and score another try. Great job. And the score is going to be 17-12 with the Wolverines up. We only have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the second half of this game, and it has been quite a fun one to watch. They are both putting so much fire into each and every move made, and Cathedral gains possession of it. But it looks like it's going to be a knock-on.
Yeah, it looks like it's a knock-on here. So for the folks watching at home, a knock-on is when the ball is knocked forward, right, is placed forward while you have it in your hand. And unfortunately, you just can't do that in the game of sevens. All passes have to go backwards. It doesn't matter how you throw it. You can throw it overhand like a football, but it has to go backwards. So the ball goes forward, touches ground. It's going to be a turnover to the other team in the form of a scrum.
Completely, Caleb, completely. You know, I'm really excited to see what they can do here off of the scrum. They're close on that 20-meter mark, and they are just really pushing it in. Great big scrum there from the Wolverines, but Cathedral is really just they're putting the ball to hand. They're putting the ball to hand, and they know how to use proper feet work, which has been really impressive to see. But Wolverines are plowing their way through, making sure that they don't gain any meters. But it's a quick, clean gap and gorgeous overload right there to number 13, Cathedral Catholic, as he runs it all the way up. But there's no one there to support him, sadly. And so the ball goes down. And it looks like, was it in touch, Caleb? I missed that for a second.
Looks like it was thrown forward just before touch.
Okay.
I mean, the 13 on San Mateo making the sweep around to make that cover tackle was just remarkable pace there. Not an easy thing to do. But what about this from Cathedral? You know, even though they're not going into the touchline, they're still putting San Mateo under quite a bit of pressure. What we would like to see is that ball move to the other hand. So he's keeping that ball in the right hand, but we're going to use that touchline as another attacker. So you move that ball over to the left hand. You can use your right side to defend, maybe give yourself a little bit of space to offload to a supporting player. And you keep the ball alive, you keep the ball in hand, you keep San Mateo under a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, Caleb, this is a very close game. If you were the coach, what would you be telling your players right now? Only down by one try, not even a conversion.
Yeah, right now I would just say be patient, trust your skills, really put them under some pressure as they're doing right here. Great little switch.
Gorgeous switch. It's a beautiful switch from Cathedral Catholic, trying to get it out to the wing and really use it. And it looks like ball was into touch.
Yeah, Cathedral Catholic did a great job. Just keep that ball in hand, find the space out wide, and dot it over. You know, we would like to see that closer to the middle of the field, as it, like I said before, puts a little bit less pressure on that kicker. But as we see from this replay, a beautiful switch. Staying strong through contact, early support. And then we move the ball out, find a little bit more space. Look at that 3-on-2, great little fake on the inside, and dotting it down in the corner.
Beautiful job from both teams today. We are now at a tie game with only 25 seconds left in the second half. I mean, Caleb, you know, it's moments like this that get us kind of antsy out, both here at the pitch, at home, because this is a break-or-break moment. And if it's one thing anyone at home knows about sevens, it's the fact that there can be in a split second a change in the tide for either team. So, Caleb, what would you say, looking at this game right now, how are we feeling? What are we thinking is about to happen?
Oh, man, this is such a nail-biter. I think it's just going to be the result of who can hold their wherewithal, right? Who can just not give up any penalties, any mistakes, and just keep ball alive.
Completely. And the Wolverines have possession of it, trying to do something with it right here. You can see them thinking and debating what to do, and it's a quick pop-off right there to a center. They're trying to use hands, looking at that overload right there, but Cathedral Catholic sees it and is trying to close it before they have the ability to make some grounds and some meters, and it's a run straight up the middle, and just by the fingertips, he misses him, and he goes into contact, and it's a pop-up. That was a fun run to see, but the ball is still live. And the ball comes right out, but it just doesn't go to hands like we wanted it to. And it's a quick, hard tackle from Cathedral. They are just hitting them next level. But it's really fun to get to see how the Wolverines quickly grab themselves and push forward, gaining some meters, gaining some yard, and they want it real bad, straight for that breakaway right underneath the try-zone. Great job from the Wolverines. Beautiful job, boys.
Yeah, what a picture-perfect finish from the Wolverines. Great effort by both of these teams. I mean, all around, can't ask for much of a better match. We see this replay here, just dotted down under the center of the sticks. I think we're going to pan over to Mr. Will. Mr. Will, who we got down there for the interview?
Caleb, thank you so much. I've jumped down the stairs because I wanted to talk to tournament organizer, tournament mastermind in Warren Speaker. Warren, thank you so much for joining me. What a fantastic day here at Stanford.
It really has been a great game. I think you're giving me a little bit too much credit. Really, Andy Dukas deserves all the credit for this. But we're just helping, and it really has been great. Boys, girls, women, men, high school, college. We got a lot going on.
Why do you love this side of the game, Rugby Sevens in particular?
Well, this is the Olympic sport, right? This is where the U.S. can go for a gold medal. In fact, credit to our women, they're the defending bronze medal champs in France. And I was there. I can't wait to see what they're going to do in L.A. We're hosting. And so this is all about fostering the Eagles of tomorrow, just like some of the Eagles that are playing today came out of this tournament and were identified by former coach Mike Friday. This is all about fostering the game for youth of today.
And we actually heard from Zach Test, who's now the current men's USA Sevens coach. You talked about fostering. How much have you seen the development in the competition so far over the last couple of years, particularly West Coast Sevens being that platform then for the rise of talent?
Well, last year was just collegiate men. That's it. Here we've now had tournaments with collegiate men, collegiate women, high school boys, high school girls. So we have it all. Now, I'm not going to go down to youth rugby, but this is about widening the funnel to the players who are going to go to the top.
And we've also got a third leg. We go to Oceanside on the 25th and 26th of October. I think I've got that right. On what would be the last leg. We finish up here in Stanford. It's amazing to go from LA, Stanford, and then down to Oceanside. You're covering the West Coast.
We are. Last year, again, we were just in Southern California. We wanted to get a Bay Area stop. Here we are. Thanks to Stanford University for hosting us, because this is just spectacular. I'm sure the camera has caught this. Lucky us to be here, to have all these Bay Area teams, and there are quite a few of them. I hope maybe that some of them will want to come down to Oceanside and compete in the finals.
I hope so too. Warren, thank you so much. You've been excellent all through this tournament and beyond. Back up to the top, Caleb. And, Isabella, are you still there with us?
Of course I'm still here, Will.
Good for you guys. Over to you. Thank you.
All right. Well, that was an amazing interview given to us by Will. And we are back here on the pitch to watch some women's rugby. We will be playing Sacramento Harlequins versus the Grizzlies, the California Grizzlies. And it's a quick go right there to the Grizzlies. They pick it up, and they are making a breakthrough within seconds of the game, but it's a good jersey tackle right there. Takes her into contact. Ball goes down, but she pops right back up really quick. She wants possession of that ball, and that is extremely evident with this, but the wing was open there on the side. Number 9 making a run for it straight into the try zone. Great job here. Well, I was not expecting that, Caleb, within the first couple of seconds of the game, but I have to say I am impressed.
No, that's about as picture perfect as you'd like. Right off the jump, getting the ball straight from kickoff, right up the middle, going to 40, 50 meters, getting brought down, having great support over the ball, exploiting space and touching it over the line. As we see here, there's just some great support there. They had an overlap on the right side, but they saw their pace and they saw their skill set over to the left and able to dot it down under the sticks, making it easy for the kick after.
Completely, Caleb. I mean, we're here watching women's, but not just women's. These are high school girls. I don't know about you, Will, but Caleb, sorry. We were just on air with Will. But I don't know about you, but I never hear much about women's rugby, especially in high school. How have you gotten to see high school women's grow?
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing to see the women's game go throughout all levels of competition. I mean, Alana Mayer has, been the pioneer for that, I'd say. And the women's USA side, bringing home a medal from this last Olympics has really opened up a lot of opportunities.
Completely agree. And it's a good quick kick right there. And it looks like the Grizzlies want possession a lot. They are really putting the bear power into this one, if you tell me. And it's a quick run right up the middle, but she loses possession of the ball only for her teammate to pick it right back up, number 6, and just muscling her way through all the way back into the try zone. I mean, I have to be honest. Normally when I watch high schoolers play rugby, I don't see this level of intense hitting and contact and drive. Caleb, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, if we watch this replay back, I mean, the Grizzlies are just doing a great job of hitting onto the ball with pace, keeping their feet alive throughout contact, and finding spaces when the offload is on. As we see, I think that's 3 in a row offloads within contact, and that just opens up so many opportunities for the attacking team, and it puts the defense under so much pressure.
Completely. One of the things about sevens is there's just so much space. There's so much ability to move around and get to use that ball and get to use the ability to run and just break off and break away and make those tries. One of the cool things about watching this game is getting to see how these players are playing offensively. They're not really coming into this with a defensive mindset. They're coming into it completely with an offensive mindset. Caleb, are you seeing that too?
Absolutely. I mean, defense is part of the game, but, it's a little bit more fun when you got the ball in hand and you're able to be a bit creative with it.
Completely, and it looks like it's a setup for a ruck really quick, but it looked like it's going to be hands in the ruck, and the ball is happening right back out to Sacramento. They get possession of the ball going back down, and it's going to be 10 meters, a quick tap and go right here from Sacramento. Let's see what they do. They're going to set up their line. Good depth from the girls right here. A problem I see a lot in women's rugby, especially in sevens, is clumping, especially at a young age. And I'm not really seeing any of that right here. There's a good distribution of women along the side, getting that ball, getting its depth, and really sprinting onto it. And she was going down, but she did not go down without a fight. But it's a possession turnover right here to the Grizzlies, and they get a hold of it, passing it out to their wing, who's able to make a quick little breakaway through the middle, and a gorgeous offload there to number 8. And she is fighting for it, Caleb, but that is why we have support. Number 2 running it straight in, but there's a straggler there from Sacramento trying to take her down, but it is no use because the Grizzlies score another try.
Yeah, what a team effort there to go the length of the field, starting off with that jackal. So a jackal or a poach is when you bring an attacking player down, you release them, so no hands are on, and you then get over the ball and you steal it. Something you can do on the defensive side to regain possession, and it was a great opportunity there for the California Grizzlies. That ultimately led to the attacking side, and then an offload to number 2, finishing it under the post. Great little bit of play here. So we got that quick jackal. Number 2 does a great job finding space, breaking the line, offloading into contact as we see, and keeping her feet alive, supporting her player, and only getting to come up with a try.
Completely. Caleb, I mean, you're pointing out a lot of right things. I mean, it's just so just beautiful getting to see the work that is put off of the pitch onto the pitch on game days like this. I mean, it is a beautiful day out here at Stanford, getting to just experience rugby. I mean, we all know Saturdays are a rugby day, and today is a beautiful day for it. And the possession goes over to Sacramento, and she's stiff-arming her way all the way to the ground, setting up here for a quick ruck, and it's a quick pick and go right there. But the Grizzlies get possession of the ball again. I mean, just their offensive IQ here is really allowing them to exploit every single gap and weakness that is in Sacramento's line, which really isn't a lot. But they are getting grounds and they're gaining meters, pushing their way forward. And she is just driving with multiple players on her, trying to drag her down. And I can't really see. We're a little far away, but the ball looks like it's... What happened there, Caleb? I missed it. It looked held up.
So it looks like we're held up here. And it should be a 5-meter scrum here.
Yeah, I think so.
5-meter scrum to the Oh, it looks like we're going to be going to a goal line dropout.
Huh. I guess that's what's happening. You know, sometimes we miss things as commentators, and it is bright out here. That is for sure. But Sacramento looks like they're going to be kicking it right back onto the Grizzlies. And let's see what they can do with it, because, I mean, we've seen in just the past first half how much they can do with the ball when they have possession of it. They're going to do a quick retry right here.
So once the ball is gone over the line, they can be back into play, as we see here from Sacramento.
Yep, and there is possession again from the Grizzlies, just muscling their way through, offhanding it right there, and look at her sprint the way all the way into the try zone with stragglers on her, but it is no match because she has the means for speed. A gorgeous try again from the Grizzlies. We are now at 24-0 Grizzlies.
Yeah, what a great bit of passage of play here from the Grizzlies. As we see, wrapping it up, second defender goes for the ball. That's what we like to see. Creates such an opportunity for turnovers.
Completely, Caleb.
Bumps one into contact, offload, finds space out wide, and then from there it's just about turning on the gas. Hard to defend that. You know, you're expecting the ball to be brought up the middle, and the field is just too big to be defended if they attack all parts of it.
You're completely right. And we are going into halftime right now. USA Rugby is proud to partner with the Collegiate Rugby Association of America for the 2024 to 2025 academic year. With future USA Eagles taking the pitch today, we are pleased to support this experience for all student athletes. Learn more about the USA Eagles and how you can get involved with USA Rugby. The CRAA, the College Rugby Association of America, is a USA Rugby-sanctioned collegiate competition that includes premier divisions within the men's and women's collegiate rugby. The CRAA is committed to keeping commercial resources in the collegiate game and creating memorable student-athlete experiences. Well, what a beautiful game that is happening here at West Coast Sevens versus Sacramento and the Grizzlies. Caleb, we can clearly see here that the Grizzlies are up by a good amount. If you were the coach right now for Sacramento, what would you kind of be telling your girls?
You know, I think one of the biggest mistakes you can make at halftime of any match is trying to bring on too many new points. When you're a player and you're tired, you're doing your best, the last thing you want to be doing is being told to fix this, fix that. So I think just honing in on one or two things, going back to their basics, what they know how to do, whether that's trusting their pass, getting to speed of ruck, just hammering in one point that they want to improve on so everybody's bought in and they can take that into the second half.
Completely. What would you like to see from Sacramento coming up here in the second half?
I think the play in the contact area has been a little bit hard for them. California Grizzlies are doing a great job at exploiting the contact. So one defender making the wrap, the second going in for the ball, punching it out, stripping it out, getting a poach. And it's just hard to score if you don't have the ball. So I think Sacramento, if they have the ball in hand, know that you need to have speed of 3, meaning you have the ball carriers 1, the person supporting is number 2. They're going to steal that ball, and then number 3 is going to be the scrum half to get that ball out of the ruck very quickly, and you can keep passage of play moving at a high tempo.
Completely, Caleb. And we are going to begin off the second half here. I'm really excited to see what's about to come of this second half. You know, one of my favorite things about Sevens is the way in which we're able to just quickly make a turnover. I mean, you could be playing good in one game in one half, and then the next half you could be playing terribly. So I'm just excited to see what's about to come.
Absolutely. The game of Sevens is unlike that of any other. The opportunities can go in any way. You just got to be ready for it.
And it's a run right here for Sacramento. See what they can do with it. A good stiff arm there from one of our players. The ball comes into contact. But it looks like the Grizzlies managed to gain possession back again, really playing that offense and exploiting Sacramento for everything they got. And it looks like it's another try. Caleb, oh my goodness, what are you seeing happening right here on the Grizzlies side that is allowing them to make these plays, this visibility?
Yeah, well, if you look at where they're starting at, they're not having to go try line to try line. They're playing deep within Sacramento's half, and that really just comes from the kickoffs. If you can find a kickoff, if you can get a kickoff to find touch, to find grass, you're really going to put the defending team under a lot of pressure. So they were able to get it deep, find some touch, get the ball turned back over into their hands and walk it in for a try.
Yeah, you're so right. You know, getting to come out here and getting to watch these girls is just such a fun part of my day. I love rugby, love getting to be out here, love getting to be back on the pitch. One in California, it is a beautiful day here at Stanford West Coast Sevens. I mean, I never get to see high school women out here playing with this level and this caliber of understanding of the game and understanding of the sport. You know, both of us come from collegiate background experience in rugby, and I don't know about you, but for me, at least out in Texas, a lot of the women just hear about rugby in college. We don't get to start at this young of an age. How do you think you've seen the growth of rugby now being implemented in high schools versus not being introduced just in college?
Yeah, I think the introduction of high school rugby is going to do numbers and for the game overall, you know, both on the men and women's side, especially going into LA 2028. You know, we want to be a strong side, being that we're going to be hosting it here. And I think it's important that we start looking at the young talent that's coming up through the ranks and putting the best team that we have forward to represent the red, white, and blue.
Yep, that's beautiful. I love getting to just come out here and see this, and it looks like there's going to be some sub changes here happening with number 13, 4, and 7 going in for a couple of the players on the Grizzlies side. Let's see what's going to happen here. We're going to do a scrum, and the possession looks like it's going to be given to Sacramento. And I really want to see just some work that they could play off of this, because I've seen some pretty good plays being run off of a scrum. What about you?
Absolutely. Like I said earlier with the rule change where the defending 9 can't pressure the attacking 9, it's really going to open up an array of opportunities to go either side.
Yep, and it looks like Sacramento is making moves forward, just trying to gain some meters right here. But we got a couple girls on her every single time, really taking that ball into contact. You know, it's moments like this, I just see a lot of clumping right here. Sacramento just needs to take a quick little breath, you know, spread out a little more. But other than that, they are really just putting their best foot forward here. And I'm impressed with the way that they're just coming back for it, you know, even against a hard team like the Grizzlies.
Yeah, and good little kick option here from Sacramento. I mean, they didn't find the space that I think they were looking for, but, you know, scores 31-0. You're deep in your half. You're looking for a change of pace, and, I mean, this one ultimately fell in Golden State's hand, but not a bad look from them.
Completely, and that is another try for the Grizzlies. They are just putting their best foot forward on this game, absolutely dominating on the offensive side. These women have just such a high IQ of rugby, getting to watch them recycle their players and move the ball, really bringing it into hand and using every breakaway opportunity given, knowing when to offload, when to hold it, when to pass it down. This is such a fun game of rugby to see today.
Yeah, if we see this replay here, you know, there was space in behind or inside their 22. It's not a bad option just to let that ball go, chase it downfield, and see what it'll make of it. But you got to be able to cover the space, and if you don't, you see how quickly the game of sevens can punish you.
Completely, Caleb. I mean, I don't know about you, but I personally am not good at grubbing a ball.
Yeah, no, it's a hard skill. It's definitely a work on for so many players, myself included. But it is one that if you can get down, it opens up an array of options.
Completely. And it looks like they just went down. Sacramento setting up for another ruck, trying to see if they can get some grounds with it. But you know what? They know when the ball is just not going to go to hand. And it's a turnover again to the Grizzlies. They are fighting forward. You know, it's games like this that it's really hard, you know, for the team that has nil, and they're just trying to get back in the game. I really hope to see Sacramento put some points up on the board here because they are working. They are working hard. Let's see if they can make something here off of the scrum. Yes, it's far away from the try line, but, you know, with the right plays, Caleb, this could be possible.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good little scrum piece here from the California Grizzlies. Let's see what they make of it.
And it's a quick breakaway right there. Number 9, slippery as an eel, slinking her way all the way into the center of the post, scoring another try for the Grizzlies. These women are on fire today, Caleb.
Yeah, it's a great bit of passage of play. I'm very excited for what our USA women's sevens team and the 15 side is going to be looking like in the near future if this is the kind of talent we have coming up through the works.
Completely. I mean, you know, sevens has just been so women-dominated. At least men, they do an amazing job in 15s. But women's, we just don't have that many players to fill 15s teams. So getting to have watched how rugby has progressed and getting to see these women's 15s teams pop up now and watch them play and watch the sport expand both on the men's and women's side based off of the Olympics and just based off of programs amazing as this, as Cal, as Stanford, UCLA, and watching how implemental and how beautiful rugby is in the sport is so fun to see. And it's the Grizzlies' possession. Number 11 gets the ball, making a run for it straight again into a try zone. Caleb, I can't believe it. I mean, this is just there are no words for what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, the California Grizzlies they're putting on a clinic right now. They're doing everything very well. You know, it's going to be hard for them to look back at this game and see what they need to work on. But that's the game of sevens. You know, sometimes you have the ball to bounce your way, and sometimes you don't. And right now, the California Grizzlies are on the right side of that.
Completely, Caleb. And we just have 5 minutes left here in the second half, and this has been such a fun game for the Grizzlies, getting to watch the way that they have used what they've learned both on and off the pitch and come to tournaments like this, come to the West Coast Sevens and bring their best A game and just leave it all on the pitch. Amazing job from the women here. And the clock just ran out, and we're going to see if they can make a move with it. Sacramento trying to gain possession of the ball, but the Grizzlies are honored, just trying to get it right back, going back down into contact. And that is game.
Yeah, and we can hear the celebration coming from the California Grizzlies, and this is just the kind of energy that they brought with them onto the pitch, and it was pretty evident to see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they did an amazing job. It was so fun getting to see it here. And it looks like we are going to be going for a quick break right now, coming back shortly with some more rugby.
On the field, it takes trust, teamwork, and a fierce drive to win. That's the spirit of rugby, and it's the foundation of Falcon West Insurance. We've built our company culture and our unique Career Building Academy program on those very principles. We provide thousands of families and businesses with the best carriers and coverage. When you need an insurance partner you can trust, remember Falcon West. Because when you're fiercely independent with a team backing you, you're free to succeed.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Do you want some of these back?
Yeah, whichever color you want to give me.
I don't know. Would you like red?
You know that. Answer to that question.
You want green?
I'll take the green ones if you got 5.
Well, brilliant work from Caleb Thomasin and also Isabella there, who have done a fantastic job giving Jeremy and myself a little break, but also just giving you a really professional insight from their perspective. Great to have a budding young broadcaster in Isabella, and of course the knowledge and wisdom of knowing about this tournament, and a Rugby Sevens expert in himself, Caleb. So credit to them. Jeremy Ognall is making himself up through the scaffolding, because we got a really big game here as it's Cal taking on the USD Toreros. USD going from left to right. Well done, Jeremy. You got yourself in the booth. This is an exciting one to get behind.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Great matchup here. These teams are very familiar with each other. They were actually the finalists last year at the Olympic Training Center when Cal took the trophy last year. Almost lost to USD. So I expect a really good showing from USD right now.
So here we have it then. It's the first penalty to the USD Toreros. Playing out from their own 22. Going back the other way. Always keeping that ball alive. We've seen it being so successful for teams today. And look at the power coming from the edge there from that number 11, Nate Leff. Keep an eye on him. Danger man out wide. There's danger men across both these teams as the ball comes to this near side. Good defensive work from Cal. They are really structured and really united in their defense front, keeping USD inside this 22. Do they have maybe the right sort of questions to ask of this Cal defense? Just waiting for a decision that far side. It looks as though it's not forward. So, Jeremy, really good, strong start from Cal's defense as USD try and find some space in the wide channels.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that you have to respect a lot with USD, I think they're one of the, I don't know if it's few teams, but certainly one of the best teams that are really trying to front up to Cal. They don't shy away from Cal's physicality. They're very comfortable going into contact. You can tell they learn a lot of that from Charlie Purdon, the way he coaches them. And that's why I love this matchup. I mean, the edge is clearly to Cal, but there's no reason why USD can't put on a good show right now, and starting at this scrum.
Here we go then, Cal from that far side as Solomon Williams is wrapping around the corner. Does well to hold on to it, but it's a fantastic tackle there by number 12, Daniel Sir of the USD Toreros, and it's a turnover. So good show of defense from USD now. Moving it to that far side. These two teams definitely the strong sides here in the men's side of the collegiate draw on the West Coast 7, but it's now in the hands of Cal. They're going to try and break through the middle. Moving it over to the far side. Can they get it into this now? Rand Santos, a lovely step and show and go. And the USA Eagle, wearing number 5, gets himself underneath the post. Cal draw first blood.
Yeah, good patience by Cal. Turnover on the far side, and then they just move the ball well. And Rand Santos, he knows what he's doing. It was a beautiful step back inside, cut back inside of Chase Basson, who really had no opportunity to get him. The results, 5 under the post and a quick conversion. All of a sudden, it's 7-0 to Cal, about 3 minutes into the match.
Strong work from Santos. He's a fantastic playmaker, but his ability also around his footwork and speed. He's an all-round athlete. A lot of these Cal, guys, we talked before, Jeremy, 2 weeks ago, and we saw Cal win that first leg. They are conditioned very well.
Yeah, I mean they don't have an ounce of fat on them. Some of them are bigger. I mean, look at that play. That was Oliver Teague. Took that kickoff. Totally was untroubled and goes in quick score, and that's the riposte that USD just could not afford.
Just like that in sevens, it's straight from the kickoff. It's a wonderful high-hanging kick. And Oliver Teague plucks it out like a wide receiver from his quarterback. It's the second try for Cal. And a conversion from Rand Santos, which finds its way over the post. So it's a 14-0 lead. And it's just literally a dagger to the heart of the Toreros. When they haven't had the ball, they then get it completely taken from them on the restart. Jeremy, it's a brilliant set piece.
Yeah, brilliant set piece. And if you look at last week, I know the man of the tournament went to I think there's a bit of a lucky break there. The penalty's called, I think, for obstruction against Cal, and USD has a chance to clear the lines. What I was about to say is, most of the time the man of the tournament tends to go to the most skilled, high profile. It was Solomon Williams. And here, oh my goodness, that's an unbelievable breakout there. That's number 12, Daniel Sir, who we just interviewed. Great stop, but great follow-up. Great cover tackle, but then Vaughn Fouts is on his shoulder to dot it down, and just as we were singing Cal's praises, USD comes right back. And just to finish on what I was saying, though, from last weekend, the glory kind of went to Solomon Williams, but, one of the guys I was most impressed with last week was Oliver Teague, who just scored that last try.
Great try from the Toreros. As now Daniel Sir, who was so influential in setting up that try, has a chance to add the extra 2. He does. So we are now working with a 14-7 game. Cal, who nearly actually ran for another try from the kickoff, but the referee said there was a form of obstruction. Contact in the air, it might have been, actually. And so the Toreros had the penalty. That's how they got themselves up the field. Daniel Sir now with the restart. Slight change of tactic. Unfortunately, the execution, Jeremy, wasn't quite there.
No, the action wasn't there at all, obviously. Disappointing, especially after the play he just made to set up the try. The one thing I would say, Will, is, against a side like Cal, you just can't afford for that. And there goes Rand Santos back with his step, followed by Solomon Williams. Teague's on his shoulder now. Williams dancing inside and out, back to Santos. And there we go. Another quick strike from Cal. Out of nothing, puts him up, 19-7 with the kick to come.
There's 7 players on the field, but at the same time, when you got Rand Santos and Solomon Williams, sometimes you only need 2. And it was just the lovely 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 touches, 2 players, and it's another try. Santos now can make it 100% from his boot, and he does just that. So that's 3 tries. Some fantastic work from Williams and Santos, and it's 21 points to 7 for Cal.
Yeah, what you just said is totally accurate. You have 2 playmakers like Santos and Williams, and it changes the whole dimension of the game. And especially even though those 2 were the ones who architected that try. By the way, I love that word, architecture, Will. But, then you have someone like Will Teague, who's running on their shoulder. And even if he's a decoy runner, you have to take him seriously. And that allows the skill guys to take the step that they took.
They did, and they got the try as now Cal move it wide to wide. It's a big cutout pass from Solomon Williams, and I just wonder, there is a bit of a strong breeze out here today, Stanford, but it will go out of play, which means the end of the first half. So, Cal leading this game against the Toreros, 21 points to 7. We've had tries from Rand Santos in there. Solomon Williams has been influential, and Cal taking control of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Still very much a game that USD is in. It's only a 2-score game. A couple of mistakes. They on the kick receipt, they let Oliver Teague get up, pretty much untouched and then go in and score, and you just can't afford that. And then right after it scored, their own kickoff not going a meter, never mind 10 meters, which gives a free kick halfway to Cal, which they can, launch an attack from. So USD needs to clean up some of the mistakes. But they have the weapons. You called a couple of the names early on. Chase Basson can do some damage for them. I really like the way Daniel Suhr made that breakout. And then a guy who's actually had quite a few injuries for them over the last couple of years, Nate Leff, he's a threat. So they need to get Nate the ball a little bit more, and they'll be back in this thing. The next score in this game is absolutely critical, Will, in my opinion.
Spot on, Jeremy. You're absolutely right. 27 points to 7. Charlie Purden's Toreros going up against Jack Clark's Cal Bears. Of course, Cal coming off that first leg win in Los Angeles, trying to make it 2 from 2 here in Stanford. And the Toreros now, Jeremy, do have the wins at their back. Now, I know Sevens is not so much a territory game used by kicking, but I also wonder as well just how important it might be just to put the ball into the areas of Cal, getting behind them. Don't almost invite pressure too much inside their own half. Could be a potential tactic.
No, absolutely it could. Like you said, with the win's definitely a factor. Will USD, are they a team that puts the boot to ball in sevens? Typically not. Cal right now is set up in a sweeper setup, so they do have Solomon Williams back off the front line, in case of any play like that, or in this case a kickoff going too deep. But I'm sure that Charlie's message to USD was, you're in this, clean up a couple of the mistakes, make the commitment and contact both on the attacking side and the defensive side, and they can turn this game around. So as I say, I think this next score, whichever way it goes, will determine the course of this game.
Daniel Suhr gets us underway, and hey, maybe he heard me, Jeremy. He went for the long one, got some territory into that corner, so already Cal, a bit of pressure inside their 22.
I love the coach in the box in you, Will. That's absolutely right. It was a great kick. Solomon Williams couldn't get across, especially with that wind. It just kept carrying. So Cal, they have a line out. It's their ball, but they are, 15 meters from their line and under some pressure to clear their lines.
Ball comes into the back. I did question whether that was straight, but it remains in play, and it remains in the hands of Cal. Surging up the field. This is a man-for-man pace on pace, and it's number 3 in the end, Philip Edstrom. He was brilliant 2 weeks ago in Los Angeles, and he shows his brilliance here. It's the 4th Cal try.
Yeah, just pure athleticism there. Great attempted chase by Daniel Sir, but he was just outmanned. You know, the pace there and the power as well combined really took it to them. Talk us through this.
Well, I did wonder whether maybe that lineup would just wavered on being not very straight. The show and go, or sorry, the straighten up and pass, I should say, from Ran Santos looks so simple but so effective. And in the end, Edstrom just had one man to beat with his gas, and he showed it. So now 28 points to 7.
Yeah, we have a substitution for Cal. It looks as though John Warren, number 9, is coming on and just trying to get the number of going off. So it's actually the try scorer, I believe. Philip Edstrom has come off. So the kick is hanging at the 10. It actually goes 10. It's hit back by USD, so it's competitive play right here.
Santos fly hacks it through, keeps it in play. It's 50-50 on the ground. It lands in the hands of the Toreros. Because now Cal turned that over. Did think there might have been some scrum advantage, but it's not going to be. It's sheer pace, and it's a wonderful switch back on the inside. Now that is proper running rugby done at its very best, and a try for Cal. Jeremy, that might be one of the nicest bits of play we've seen today.
Oh, I think that is probably the best. That was very sweet. We saw a nice wraparound earlier from Stanford, but you know that back inside ball by Match Threkeld was so impressive, and you could kind of see it developing. And again, it's getting the two players on the same page. If you're watching here, again, you know, it came from scrappy ball, turnover ball. Again, hitting the line, running hard, but look at this angle. He sees his communication. I'm on your inside, and there it goes again. Oliver Teague doing what Oliver Teague does. Congratulations, well played.
Fine performance from Teague, reading his man, coming back on that late switch, and it looked fancy with the offload, but there was nothing too risky with that. And making sure that Cal got over for their score. That's 5 tries then. It's 35 points to 7. It's the Toreros now, because of the restart not going 10. They have this free kick on the halfway line. Coming back on that switch play. Getting it now to this edge. That's number 6 in Butler. Unfortunately can't keep hold of it. Pressure comes in 2 forms, Jeremy, from Cal. It's not just their attack, but also their defense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what happens is it becomes a very mental game. So, you know, on that play, for example, you know, I'm very familiar with Butler. He's a good, strong runner on the edge there. And I think, you know, they get in his head a little bit. So, you know, it was a good pass to him. He couldn't collect it, knocks it on. So we have a scrum to Cal. But, you know, the mental side as well as the physical side, you know, can determine your success or failure against Cal. And, you know, mentally they're just so strong, and they do wear on you.
And they've got strength and depth. I know their second team is going very well in the other pool, competing against GCU. Could be a Cal versus Cal final in the end, we shall see. But anyway, Cal, talking of impressive, they continue to be impressive, and in this near side channel, good work there from Newell to keep it in. But even better work there from the 7, that's Sacha Cox from the Toreros to get the turnover. So now, can they ignite attack, this USD team? Penalty for high tackle. Another penalty coming their way. Now to this near side. Trying to beat a bit of defenders. Very good handoff that from the number 3. That's Vaughan Fouts staying strong, but doesn't keep hold of the ball, Jeremy. And it feels that every time we've been talking on a positive and getting a little bit of energy going with the Toreros, they then cough it up. Is it a sense of their fault, or is it just Cal defense?
I think it's a little bit of both. In this case, I think it's just the pressure from Cal. I mean, that was a great breakout there by USD. Good hard carry, Vaughan Fouts. Again, a very good rugby player. But then if you look to the chase down on it, Oliver Teague chasing down, great committed tackle. You know, the ball stays in USD's hands, but, you know, every one of these, you know, stops in possession just eats up the clock, and we're down under 2 minutes, you know, and it's still a 4-score game. So USD is definitely got to score now, and they've got to score quickly.
They're going to try and do that to this far side. That's Daniel Sir who passes it out. He's been definitely an instrumental player, regardless of what happens in this result. Cal defend it on that far edge, so it comes back to the near side. Toreros trying to get the ball to the width, but it's just again spilt. Defence from Cal all over it. Now they're all over the ball. Stepped inside, fantastic work. It's De Beer. Will he go all the way to number 6? He does. And from a defensive bit of work from the full side, it's a bit of individual brilliance from Michael De Beer to get over for Cal's 6th try.
Yeah, brilliance by De Beer, really set up by Marcy Coy. He made the really nice play to open De Beer up and finish it, as you can see here on the replay. And again, it really started with defensive pressure that you just mentioned a second ago. And then all of a sudden they're just breaking out. But if you watch their athleticism, their speed, their ability to step, they're clinical.
And actually, it was De Beer who did the tackle that got the turnover. So as much as I said it was a team effort, actually from Michael De Beer, he did a bit of everything. Got the turnover and then finished off the try. The Cal, number 6. So Torero's up against it, to say it politely. As now Cal again using the restart to such full effect. It's Oliver Teague. It's another try. He is just getting handed them on a plate. That one from the restart. Teague being instrumental in this game. Jeremy, Cal have shown their dominance.
Yeah, they've truly shown their dominance. And it's amazing, isn't it? When you look at the scoreboard right now, you know, we've still got the conversion to come, which isn't going to go over, but that's the final whistle. They just do it so quickly. You know, you think it's a fairly evenly contested match, and then all of a sudden, you know, the floodgates open. You know, and again, credit to Cal. That was a very, very impressive performance, you know, across all of them. I think especially Oliver Teague.
Cal win this one, 47 points to 7. Really dominant display against USD. 2 great programs. Cal really showing their class. They will no doubt make their way further into this tournament today. We're coming into the closing stages, of course, here on the West Coast 7 Stanford legs. Talking of Stanford, here on pitch 1 is a really big game in the women's side of things, because it's Cal taking on Stanford in the women's draw. Coming up next here, TVX Sports Video. Got to shout out to them again. Fantastic service that they bring. Production all across the Southwest in the emerging sports, particularly here for rugby. They do such a good job. And thank you as well to Exos Banks, because we got to say that things like this don't happen without sponsors. Exos Bank is proudly sponsoring the West Coast Sevens. There you go, production team, you're welcome. I've got 2 reads done in 1 as we work our way towards this women's match for Stanford against Cal. 2 teams have had a really successful day. For me, Jeremy, Stanford have really shown a lot of quality, scoring a lot of tries. I think this might be their biggest contest, though.
Yeah, I think it will be their biggest contest. I think earlier this morning I said, to me, Stanford's women were the most impressive I've seen, especially on the defensive side of things. Cal showed some really good things, though, against Cal Poly earlier. So like you said, I think this is the matchup we've probably all been waiting for. You know, once again, Will, I mean, we have to, you mentioned TVX and the work they're doing, and credit to them. I mean, credit to all the volunteers here at the West Coast Sevens who are just putting in hours and hours and hours of effort to give us this, you know, world-class facility and world-class production. And it's a privilege to be associated with it. As Stanford kicks off deep, probably taking advantage of the wind. Might have gone a little too deep going out the back. It might be coming all the way back to halfway, which could be a bit of a problem.
Wow, we haven't actually seen that today. And it just shows the strength of this wind, which has definitely picked up as the day has gone on. The drone in the sky doing well just to hold steady for us. Some fantastic pictures we see of this beautiful campus. There it is. There's the drone. Only a small bit of kit, but it does a lot. And here in the campus of Stanford University, we really are in the thick of things. You've got lacrosse around us. You've got the brand new softball stadium. The football stadium is just across the road. It really is world-class facilities, and so good to have the West Coast Sevens tournament second leg here today. We are seeing Cal going from left to right against Stanford here in the women's side of the draw. Big contest that really would determine a lot as to who ends up on top. heading into the knockout stages. Now, as Cal move their way up towards the 22 and beyond, it's a fine bit of a finishing and agility for Cal to get their first score. And the first try in this match goes to the Cal number 9, Jeremy. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, Esther Morrison, very, very impressive. Great beginning, just a minute 20 into this match. She actually makes her own conversion as well, so she takes the glory of the 7 points. And great start. It's the first time we've actually really seen Stanford's women, their defense exposed, so they'll be regrouping and coming back strong. Just a quick thing I wanted to say, just on a personal note. You mentioned Stanford Football Stadium, right to our right. Stanford actually was on the road today at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, where my son Ryan is a proud graduate. And I have to say, sorry to the Stanford people, but Southern Methodist took it to Stanford today. So it's been a good day in the Ognall household on several fronts, that being one of them. But this is especially important to me.
I will wait to hear what they had to pay you for you to make sure you said that on the broadcast today. But anyway, Cal, they have looked strong in the start of this game, or the West Coast Sevens. As they work it to the outside, they've got an overlap. Looks like they can get it there. Now into the speed hands. It's on to number 17. Basil is going to do it. Basil is going to do it and get over. The number 17 for Cal, making that look easy. It was just the player number advantage in the end for Cal, Jeremy. We talk about overlaps, but you got to actually execute it. They did there.
Yeah, they absolutely did. If you watch this replay here, it was beautifully done. There's a loose pass by Stanford that comes back to the Cal hands, and the rest they just executed perfectly on. You said as Basil takes it in, so that makes it 12-0. Still got 4 minutes left in this half, so I don't want anyone to think this match is over. It's not. But once again, I'll say Stanford has to tidy their game up to get back to how they were playing this morning if they want this to be a contest.
Cal playing into this wind as well, which I know I've mentioned already how wind doesn't necessarily play a huge factor in sevens, but running into wind does also take it out of you. So Stanford will really want to try and at least get a try before the end of the first half to make sure they give themselves some extra energy heading into the wind in the second half. They try and mount an attack from inside their own 60. Is it going to be a 60-meter run? Just held on there from the Cal defender, but offloaded really well. Stanford try and keep hold of this ball. They do, just on this near side.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best couple of phases we've seen from Stanford so far. So we're trying to attribute names to some jersey numbers here for Stanford. What I will tell you is they started to play, and here we go again. We saw her earlier on. She's been Stanford's best player. And now, what great offload off the ground there. Still not in, but definitely some good go-forward ball. The referee deemed that pass was actually, I think she's called that it was not a forward pass. She's going to be advised by the assistant referee to see if this try stands, but it looked good.
Just asking whether that ball had gone forward. You were mentioning about the person who's had a fantastic tournament. It's been Emma Cruz for Stanford. And she was influential in that, and the try goes to Stanford's name. So that is their first try of the game. 5 points with the conversion to come. And as you mentioned, Jeremy, the ability, I think that's Cruz there wearing the 5 jersey, the ability just to keep going through contact, keep the ball alive. I've said it so many times, but in sevens, if you can just stop the defense from getting set, well, how do you do that? Get in behind them, keep the offloading game going. And that's the wonderful thing about our sport. It's fluid. If you can play with fluidity, which Stanford have done today, and they did it in that try, you get rewarded.
Yeah, and you just mentioned Emma Cruz. She's definitely been the standout player, certainly for Stanford, maybe even for all the women's college competition today. She's really seemed to be heads and shoulders above a lot of the opponents. So good on them. They're back in the match. It's a one-score game, and really anything could go. And you keep talking about the wind, Will, and it's just picking up. You can probably hear it on our microphones here on the scaffold. We're definitely shaking up here, a little moving and grooving. But I think we're staying somewhat stable here on the TVX platform.
We're doing our best. There'll be a hefty insurance fee coming their way if we do fall off this, but we wish that not upon TVX Sports Video. We're here to enjoy the West Coast Sevens On a fine day, yeah, we're talking about the wind, but you've got to say the sun has been shining on this field, and Stanford have maybe this last attack of the first half, just under a minute to play. Great offload again. It's a wonderful offload. Does it keep hold of the ball? Yes, they do. It's going to be all the way for Stanford. And do they get themselves underneath the post? Try time for Stanford. And they are right back in this before the end of the first half.
Yeah, absolutely, right back in it, and they just, they took a couple of minutes to find their feet, didn't they? And Cal was definitely on top, but once Stanford got into a bit of a cadence, they showed what they're capable of, and with this conversion to come, even this wind, you'd fancy the chances of her leveling the scores here, and unfortunately she doesn't. It slides wide to the right, so it remains a Cal lead right now, 12-10. As we wind down into the last several seconds of the first half. But what a competition and what a second half we have to look forward to, Will.
We do indeed. Two great rugby programs going up against each other, and they've been heavyweights throughout this competition today.
The kick goes into touch. I think we'll probably see the halftime whistle here. The referee's considering. No, we're actually going to have one more play. So we're going to have a line out here to Cal, about halfway between the 10 and their own 22. Opportunity to try and strike and pad their lead a little bit more as the clock expires.
Just wondering if that ball has gone in straight. Referee might take a look at the watch. Decides there's still time for a scrum. Well, no, sorry. Is it back to a line-out? Even the players are a bit confused with what's going on here. It's a line-out. So it's Stanford's last chance. They have 2 tries, but not one of them was converted, so they are 2 points behind, about 25 metres out.
Yeah, I think Emma Cruz might be looking to go blind here if they have a good attacking scrum. No, she just ships it out to the backs, looking to hit the edge, which they do. Oh, unfortunately, a bit of a knock on there, which Cal, still has possibilities to attack from, playing advantage here. The whistle's going to go. No, it's not. So there's still one more opportunity for Cal. It's getting a little scrappy here right before halftime. Both teams probably need a bit of a break, a little of a coaching adjustment to be ready to fight for the next 7 minutes.
So that looks like that is the end of the first half. Stanford 10, Cal 12. So Stanford definitely finishing off the second half of that first half with a flourish, 2 tries, but Cal started the game off so well here on field number 1. Stanford 10, Cal 12. As we also have plenty of action on field 2. Looking over my shoulder, it looks as though Cal Poly are going to run in for a score. And Jeremy, as we build towards the back end of this day, we talked about how strong Cal have been in the men's side of things. And these two, though, really have been the standout, probably the competition in the women.
Yeah, I think these two seem to be the cream of the women's side. As you said, on the other side, it's been Cal. GCU has definitely shown some things. UCLA, they started very slowly, so I don't know where they are from an overall record right now relative to try and compete in the final. They didn't look good at the beginning of the day. They looked a lot better later in the day. Cal and Stanford on the women's side, and Cal and TBD, I would say, on the men's side for the finals. We've still got several more matches to go. Will, it's we're barely even breaking a sweat here, man. We are just early in our days, and I have to say, after the day is over, you, myself, Corbs, Colin, Isabella, and our good friend Mr. Thomasine might have the opportunity to get out for a Diet Coke and a quick debrief.
If Coke is out there and wants to sponsor the West Coast Sevens, please do get in contact with the West Coast Sevens at rugby.com. Made that up, by the way, so don't contact that number. But we always appreciate the sponsors that are involved with the West Coast Sevens, and you're right, we look forward to a bit of a refreshment later on. I tell you who's had a refreshment. It's this Cal women's team against the Stanford women. 12-10 to Cal. Stanford will be playing into this win, Jeremy. So what are the things they got to focus on?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've really adjusted from the first 2 minutes, keeping the ball alive, supporting each other, some really good communication. I would also say get the ball in Cruz's hand. That seems to be a recipe for success. We've talked about how playmakers can make a difference, and she's definitely a playmaker. So I'll be looking for her to have a lot of the ball over the next, 6 minutes 40. But right now, Cal has a good attacking platform, about 30 meters from Stanford's line. I'm sure they've got some training ground play that they're putting in right now.
So options to the right with no one there. Whether wants to scoot down the blind side but doesn't. Comes to this open side near us. Now try to work it to the outside. Is a great fend. Does she have the pace? Does she have the power? That's made. Lawrenson handing the ball off. Good defensive work from Stanford, trying to keep numbers on their feet. Will there be an overlap on that far side? Good defensive tackle, but it's an offload that gets the ball away. Another great tackle though from Stanford. They are not giving this ball up at all, or giving this try up, and they get the turnover. Wonderful work from Stanford. They are on their own line. They clear it upfield. Has now Cal. Can they retreat back and regather themselves? There's a lot of space and there's a lot of tired bodies on this field right now. And tired bodies equals potentially mistakes, and that's a forward pass. What defensive work from Stanford.
Well, that's what we said earlier, Will. That was what they sort of built their reputation on today, was their defense. And their goal line defense right there was incredible. And the fact that they managed to create a turnover from that defense was even more impressive. And then a bit of a speculative kick, to clear the line, which actually worked out for them in the end with a bit of a forward pass. Don't know that kicking there was the best idea, but I think what it told me is there were a lot of tired bodies, and this was the best way for them to be able to breathe just for a second. So, but now we have, Stanford with possession, 5 minutes left, and still plenty to play for, Will.
Still plenty to play for. Sevens has this great nature of turning a game on a dime, particularly when it's tight. All it takes is just one run, one mistake, and someone's underneath the posts. Stanford try and move this ball away from the scrum. Emma Cruz has been so good wearing that 5 jersey for Stanford. Definitely, regardless of results today, has been a MVP in the tournament so far. Another penalty goes in Stanford's way, so they are working their way up, but energy levels are looking a little bit tired, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, it's this time of day, isn't it? Your third match of the day. You've put a lot of heart and soul into this, and it shows. But, they're still executing. There's no quit in either of these teams. Now it just needs a moment of brilliance from someone, I think, to differentiate, one team from the other. Nice out the back ball there. Gave them an opportunity to really clear some of their lines. Now they'll be looking to come back to their left to hit the edge, see if they can get a little pace-on-pace action.
Wide pass over the top to that width that you say, Jeremy, and a good bit of speed. There's no one in front of her. Can she go all the way? Stanford against Cal. This would be such an important try. Going, gone, under the sticks, and Stanford get the try that gives them the lead. Caught brilliantly there on the drone, following. Look at that effort. Both players out on their feet. Stanford, Jeremy, with a massive play to score.
Yeah, massive play, Will, and again, just huge individual effort. And again, I think these girls are listening to you. You talked earlier about the 75-meter runs. That's what we saw there from Stanford number one. Beautiful, clean heels. Great chase effort by Cal, just not enough legs to get it down. And, credits to Stanford. They're back. They were down 12-0. They're up 15-12 now. And we've got about 3 minutes left. So fun action. So I definitely wouldn't be placing any bets right now. I'm usually too premature on them anyway, so I'm not making one for the moment.
Well, particularly when that conversion also didn't go over. So it's only a 3-point lead, 3 tries to 2. But without the extra points, Stanford have a lead of only 3 points, 15 points to 12. You can see the coaches on the sideline for Cal. They're getting a little bit anxious. It means a lot to these girls. It means a lot to these players. As now Cal get hold of the ball. And that is Basil, who just wondering where the penalty come from. It's tap and go. Not in the right position, though. A few players' arms and even the Questions from the players. Classic case of throwing the arms in the air. Although you don't talk back to the referee, it's shown a lot of respect. So it's going to be a scrum for Stanford. And
Yeah,
Jeremy,
look
you
at
just
drone
wonder,
shot,
this is
Will.
a perfect opportunity.
Sorry about that, Will. We just had an impressive drone shot. Sorry to chime in on you there. When I see the drone shot, it's an amazing vista that we're giving to our audience. And sorry, I wanted to point that out. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's a dogfight. It's an absolute dogfight, and it's a pleasure to watch, and it's a pleasure to commentate on.
Stanford then working all the way back. They were inside the Cal half. They've actually been pressured all the way back to their own half. The game has just slowed down a bit. It has been a long day. The legs will be feeling it. Stanford will be going from their own 70 metres. Good tackle coming in from Cal. All they need is one loose ball to get their hands on with just over a minute left. Stanford will be trying to keep hold of the ball. Great tackle, and it's a turnover that Cal needed. And it's going to be a scrum. And Jeremy, this might be the key point now. This scrum might be the last kind of play of the game, or last phases of the game for Cal to try and sneak it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've got under a minute left. It's a 3-point game. Again, beautiful drone shot here, so you can see the space. So I'm sure the Cal scrum half is looking at that blind side, see if there's an opportunity, if it's a dominant scrum to go down the blind. They don't need the conversion, they just need to dot it down. Or they just go with a standard play, spin it across the blacks and see if they can find some space. So with 35 seconds left, I'm sure that the Stanford coaches, who we were just saying, are hoping that they've got another defensive stand in them to hold out for this victory.
Cal then with control of the ball. We are down to the last 20 seconds. This will be, you like to think, the last attacking passenger play in this game. Can they get the try that wins them this important match in the women's side of the draw on the West Coast Sevens? Cal moving the way up. That's Devine wearing the number 10 shirt. Going through the middle with some physical running. Stanford still try and stay on their feet to try and make the tackles. And it's almost as if the floor has made the tackle on the Cal player. Stays, though, on Cal's side. But the turnover's good. Stanford grab it. And that might be game, set, and match. Defence winning them this match in the end.
Yeah, once again, turning defense into turnovers, and it worked perfectly for them. And what a result. I mean, early on, it looked like they were dead and buried. 12-0, hadn't really shown very much. But the last, this half and then the last 5 minutes, the first half, all credit to Stanford and the Stanford girls. They showed incredibly well. Very, very impressed.
Stanford then with 3 tries to Cal's 2. And even though none were converted, 15 points to 12 in a very important win in the context of the women's side of the draw on the West Coast Sevens. Here at Stanford, it is Stanford who grab the victory. So as we finish off a women's college game, we move back towards the high school boys. Jeremy, who have we got coming up here?
Yeah, just checking the seedings and the draw here, Will, just to see what we've got coming on next. It's the picture is muddied for me right now, Will, so I'm going to try and unmuddy as best that I can to make sure that we do these student athletes their justice.
St. Ignatius and Carmichael will be going up against each other as Jeremy just gets himself through the files of names and team names. In my eagle eye says that they are coming back onto the field. Yes, right in front of your eyes. There you go. As the high school boys come on here, some really hot steppers. Carmichael, keep an eye on them. I was watching in a small break I had on field 2. They have some elusive runners. St. Ignatius will have to be very aware of that. No doubt themselves be ready for this one here on the West Coast Sevens. So good to see the high schools, both men and women, being so competitive and such high quality in front of us. So Carmichael playing in that kind of green strip, grey and green. St. Ignatius playing in, what would we even say? Is that red and blue hoops? Let's go with that.
It is red and blue hoops, yeah. St. Ignatius would be to our right, playing to the left. They're playing against the wind in the first half. And then, as you said, we have Carmichael in the green hoops, to our left, playing with the wind advantage.
So this is a big high school boys game. Kicking off here on field 1. It's Carmichael that get us underway.
Great high kickoff there by St. Ignatius by Carmichael. And they've been able to retain possession. They're going backwards. I think the ball's flying a little bit with this wind, but they're looking to rebuild the attack. And straight away, it's number 11 there from Carmichael, who's just, looking really good with ball in hand. He's got some good supporting runners. That was, I believe that was Rupini Rukavau. With a really nice start. Oh, beautiful step inside. Great support. Once again, they're showing, we have the swan dive for the score from Carmichael. Early on, showing a little bit of dominance. And it all started with that man, Rukavau, who really showed that he knows what to do with ball in hand.
It was good work, Jeremy, as we take a look here on the replay. And for me, it was just never say die in contact as well. I think it's so good to see at this level is even though you have someone on you, to pump your legs and really fight hard, getting those extra yards, it's so hard then for a defense to get set. Good movement of the ball. And then the end for Carmichael. I did say before the game started, they got some hop steppers. Keep an eye out on them. Conversion goes over or adrift? Apologies, we didn't quite see that in the end.
No, the kick wasn't good, so it remains 5-0, but now we've got another kickoff again. Carmichael's first kick was very high hanging kick, which really led to their try. They kick it high and hanging again too, little contest, but it's knocked on there by St. Ignatius. Once again, Carmichael have ball in hand. This time it's their number 15, Cash Lazard, moving really, really well. And the biggest thing so far is just the continuity of play and supporting runners. They're a meter from the line, and now they dive over. Oh, unfortunately, the ball's knocked on, and St. Ignatius taking advantage, clearing their line, seeing an opportunity to take advantage of the knock-on, trying to get out from under the shadow of their posts. But now, once again, they have a loose pass. They've knocked it on, and now we have a turnover going the other way. So a little bit sloppy. The whistle will stop play here. But Carmichael will have an attacking scrum about 15 meters in from the left-hand touchline with an opportunity to strike. Like you said, with the steppers they've got, I see that they've got Rukavau out here on the right-hand side, Will, and a couple of really good runners in front of him, including Timochi, who goes by Jim, their number 8. Those two look like they know what they're doing, and now they're lined up with number 17, alongside them, who's really, looking to finish what they'll probably create in midfield.
I did, as I say, mention I saw them earlier. They've got 100% today, haven't lost. This has been a big game. They sneaked through, Jeremy.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple of times, haven't we? It was just great, the scrum half, great recognition, bit of a dominant scrum. He just saw a gap. The first defender for the St. Ignatius was too wide. He just goes back inside off that dominant scrum and goes in for the score. So, we've got some very quick scores from Carmichael and St. Ignatius. Right now, they've got their work to cut out for them to stay in this contest. But you mentioned them. I haven't seen Carmichael earlier like you did, but very impressed so far, Will.
Look like they're both physically and mentally quick thinking, as they'll be looking to try, I'm sure, get another win on the board. Here, this one on field 1. Seeing both two different sort of sides of their game. Tactical awareness on that second try, and then it was just pure athletic work, keeping the ball alive on their first. So looking like a pretty complete package, Jeremy, overall, this Carmichael side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Lazard again with the kickoff. I mean, it's a beautiful high hanging kick, especially in this wind. It's coming back on their side. It looks like we've been called for, perhaps contact with the receiver early. So it's a penalty that's going St. Ignatius' way. They're shifting the ball out, but again, it's a loose pass. I mean, one of the things, Will, that we have to point out here, as papers once again go flying all across the world, One of the things we do have to point out is, when the conditions are like this, you need to tighten up your spacing. You can't afford to be 15 meters wide in this wind, because the ball just floats, and that's what's happening right now to St. Ignatius. The ball is floating and causing all sorts of problems.
Causing all sorts of problems in our booth. We've had paper flying everywhere. But that won't stop us here at the West Coast Sevens. Neither will it be for these high school players. It's a good conversion, Jeremy. That's the 7 points, 17-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, very, very much one-way traffic right now, Will, for sure. As you said, the papers are flying, but we've still got a handle on this game. I'm looking forward to this kickoff again. I think of the kicks today. Cash Lazard, the number 15. Once again, he's put it up high, very contestable. This time, Ignatius get it back to their side, but they're loose with the possession and the pressure, and then a loose attempted kick right there by St. Ignatius, and the pressure that's coming on right now from Carmichael, which once again is going to result in a try out wide. I didn't see the number on that. We'll wait for the replay for you, Will, but it starts with the kick. It starts with kick pressure, then it's positioning pressure, and it results in another score.
I think for poor St. Ignatius, when they are chasing a game, you're desperate, and this was a desperate attempt to try and clear the ball away, and in the end the defensive effort just was coming thick and fast, and Carmichael just looked very connected in everything they're doing, from their restarts to their defensive work, and being the support runners around them means they can get those offloads and get the try.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we're under a minute to go. It's a 4-score game right now. All credit to Carmichael. You can see they're executing very well. They're clearly very well coached. And so at the moment, St. Ignatius don't has a foot in the game. There's another high kick. It's not going to go 10 then, so it's going to allow for a free kick midfield. We're allowing for play on. That's very clever by the number 12 from St. Ignatius. He recognized the whistle hadn't gone. That was Mason Kwan, who really tried to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, the cover tackle came, so possession remains with Carmichael, and now they're looking to clear their lines. And again, just catch pass, beautiful steps here. I mean, it's a pleasure to watch ball in hand. Now they're giving it out. We're rumbling out on the edge here. This is big number 1, Noah Gomez, who clearly knows what he's doing. He's not just a man of size. He's got a tremendous amount of skill. Ball goes to ground. Good clean ruck. They're moving it through the hands. Once again, it's in the danger man, out to the edge. We're going out on the edge there to number 17, for Carmichael. And once again, they score in the corner as time expires. And I mean, Will, let's be honest, they just seem to do everything well.
Very well connected, Jeremy. What a fantastic run from Big Gomez, though. Just shows you how abrasive you can be in sevens when you have power. It's not just the quick guys, it's the powerful running as well. Check this. Get off me, number 1. Get off me, number 2. And get off me, number 3. 3 defenders just beat. Still keeps the ball alive, and look how many is sucked in just to that one breakdown. That's where the space was created out wide. Gomez may have not scored that try, but he certainly helped create it.
Yeah, absolutely, and the conversion doesn't go. That was a hard kick in this win, but very comfortable. We're at 27 points to nothing, and the reality is it's a bit of a hiding on the scoreboard, but actually it's a bigger win than even the scoreboard. They have done everything well. So I'm sure that the coaching conversation, right now for Carmichael is just keep doing what you're doing. You've got this game in control. Don't get greedy. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Rely on the skill and talent you've got around you. And the conversation with St. Ignatius, Will, I'm sure is we've got to find some sort of a foothold. We have to be able to celebrate something. Right now they haven't had anything to celebrate. They've got to get their hands on the ball. They've got to try and go into their shape, get some sort of pattern established, and see at least if they can put a score or two on the board to at least threaten. But right now it's been very, very much one-way traffic, and I'm very impressed.
I'm impressed we've managed to just stay on this scaffold structure with the wind now really coming through. 27 points to 0, Carmichael. I'm looking ahead to the schedule, Jeremy. We've got some high school playoff games coming up on the girls' side of things here on field 1 and then also on field 2. We are making our way towards the back end of this West Coast Sevens here in Stanford. And it's great to see the amount of people coming through the gate as well, not just in the far stand on the field. There's plenty of spectators also on this near side, and then also on field 2. It's a real festival of rugby today.
Yeah, no, it's an absolute festival, and we've talked all day about the location, the weather. One thing we haven't talked about, Will, that we have to really commend is the officials. You know, they never really get the recognition. The only time you ever seem to talk about a referee is if it's a complaint about the call he or she made or didn't make. In this case, you know, they've run the games really, really well today. We also want to thank all our remote officials who are monitoring this game for health and safety and discipline. So, you know, we have the judicial officers and everyone remote keeping an eye on safety and making sure that we make, you know, the intelligent decisions to support the referees and keep the game as clean and disciplined as we can. So I do want to thank all of those people out there who are supporting us from afar. But yeah, across the board, just an unbelievable event. Really, really proud to be part of it. So as we get to the second half, though, Will, let's turn it back to the current teams. St. Ignatius, you know, now to our left in the red and blue with the kickoff. They've just got to find a way to get some traction in the game. Let's see how they go from this first kick and see if they're able to create anything dangerous. So here we go. The referee's whistle go. 7 minutes, you know, remaining in this match. Kick goes nice and 10. It's knocked on actually in the air by Carmichael. So for one time, we actually do have possession with St. Ignatius. They look to move the ball out to the left, go into contact. Good physical collision there, but they retain possession. Now they're looking to move the ball through the hands to the edge. You know, they might have a bit of a matchup. Oh, he kicks through. It's not a bad decision. The only problem is, you know, it goes into touch, so they lose control of the possession. They gain a little bit of territory, but right now Carmichael has ball in hand. They don't wait for the line out. They go for the quick line out. They see the opportunity with their strike runners they have out wide. I see that, you know, Baiko Rewa is waiting in position, you know, for an offload. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the chance to get it. The ball goes to ground. Now we'll have an attacking scrum to St. Ignatius. What would you like to see them run here, Will?
Well, first of all, I don't think kick the ball away. Playing into a stiff breeze, having the ball in your hands is going to be what you're going to need. Build some phases, and St. Ignatius have struggled to do that. I think now from this scrum, get the ball out quickly. I like to see that they are holding their depth, so clearly maybe they're going to try and get it to their width early, ask questions on the outside.
Yeah, so here we go, ball in hand, looking to move it to the edge. He steps back through the middle. Not really a good place to step back into. The defensive pressure is really strong. Get penalized, though, for not rolling away to Carmichael. So St. Ignatius have the ball again once more. Now he puts Will, just despite what you just said, he put boot to the ball. And the cover back from Carmichael is very good. Now they're looking to break out themselves. Again, a bit of a loose pass. You know, I think that Carmichael's getting a little bit ahead of themselves right now. St. Ignatius, you know, probably needs to keep ball in hand, even though they got a little bit of a territory gain. And so we'll have an attacking scrum here for St. Ignatius, about 20 meters from the Carmichael line. And again, they're just looking for something. They just need some sort of a platform, some sort of a success to be able to celebrate.
Hope for their side of things it's coming. And there's no better platform to attack from, Jeremy, than a scrum. Big blind side, no one there, all their attack on the open side. Will they go that way? They don't, Jeremy, so they're going to go open.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, they had the platform, they're going open. I don't know if that's the best shot, because the defensive pressure in midfield from Carmichael has been very good. You know, we do have the ball going to ground. It looks as though it's going to be a line out in St. Ignatius. Oh, no, actually, let's see what they've called here. The assistant referee says it's St. Ignatius ball, and it actually is, so it's coming back. You know, Carmichael tried a little bit of a sneaky one there, but it's coming back. So we've got a line out here for St. Ignatius. And again, they just need something. We're almost halfway through this second half. They really haven't shown much in this game. But I will say a lot of that is just because they haven't been given the opportunity by a very, very good Carmichael side. And a very physical Carmichael side, as you just saw there. And then we get another penalty here for not releasing. So we're going once more with the quick tap and go. Oh, I'm sure we're having a card here. We just mentioned, discipline. Well, they lost their discipline there, did Carmichael. Didn't retreat 10. It's an immediate yellow card. The player has still stayed on the field, so the referee's going to need to take charge of this soon, because it's supposed to be 7-on-6, and right now it's not. So someone's going to need to let the referee know. Oh, now he's running off a little bit late. He milked that for a minute. But at the same time, credit to St. Ignatius. They go around the edge. They take advantage of the extra man. They're going into the posts. That's the number 10. That's Ryan Neeson. Credit to him. He saw the opportunity out wide, goes in and delivers the first result of the day for the St. Ignatius team.
Great patience.
Good. And
Great
so we
patience.
now 27-7.
As you said, I did have a smile when the player who was running off the field just quietly managed to find his way in the defensive line. Good work in the end. St. Ignatius, if they hadn't scored, they would have felt very aggrieved.
Well, Will, what I will tell you is I was smiling. I was thinking that, I know that Paul Santinelli, who's responsible for a lot of discipline across the RAA, I'm sure he was looking at that and going, what the heck is going on here? How come they've got 7 men or one guy slowly going off? So I'm sure I'll be hearing from him later on. But again, here go Carmichael, ball in hand, running straight into contact. Good aggressive carry, ball to the floor. They've got some numbers out to the left, but he goes through the gap in the middle. That was just beautiful recognition. That was number 12 there from Carmichael. That's Linus Mudd. Love that name, Linus Mudd. Just head up, saw there was a gap, goes through, dots it down. That's the game. Speaking of Paul Santinelli, I will tell you, I just got a really nice text from him, and he was very complimentary about you and me and how well we work together. And so I really appreciate you, Paul, listening in and enjoying what Will and I are doing. So I appreciate that. Anyway, so great score there. Now we come back to the kickoff here. So once more, Carmichael with about 1:20 left. Game firmly in hand. They're just looking to close this one out. Now that's an interesting play, Will. I wouldn't have thought that. The referee called that it went backwards, so he allowed them to play, and then he just loosely kicked. And this game has lost its shape with about a minute to go. I think these guys have said, we've kind of had enough. And the naughty boy is back on after his about 10 seconds in the 2-minute sin bin. But he's back in play. And I definitely want to hear from Paul what he has to say about that.
It is just thick and fast stuff in sevens. And as the day goes on, fatigue sets in.
Yeah, good line out there. I wasn't sure it was straight, but good line out. And once again, St. Ignatius has the opportunity to move the ball through. Good cover tackle, though, by Carmichael. Very, very physical. Continuing to dominate on both sides of this match. St. Ignatius, I give them credit. They're really trying to do a good job of moving the ball to edge, looking for opportunity. But no, the game is lost. But if they could finish with a flourish with a score here, that'll be a good feeling as they head home at the end of the day. They do have a penalty here. So once again, they're looking to hit the edge. They have some numbers if they move the ball, which they're moving it a little bit more effectively. But once again, the Carmichael cover tackle. What do you think of that tackle, Will?
Technically brilliant. Absolutely fully committed. They keep coming up. They come up in their numbers as well. Jeremy, it's not just one-off big tackles, though. They're all coming up together. And I've said before, Carmichael, it's been a really unified performance, both sides of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that first big tackle was Alec Duarte, followed by another big one. And St. Ignatius has gone back about 30 meters with the physicality from this Carmichael team. And now they've got a turnover, and they're going and they're looking just to put the final nail in the coffin here. They're not able to do. They've knocked it on, but that's the final whistle. It's 34-7. And, congratulations to Carmichael. A good effort by St. Ignatius, but they were just outmanned by a much better team.
Great work from Carmichael. Well done, Jeremy. 34 points to 7. They win this one, and Carmichael continue their 100% record. Their boys were fired up, both on the sideline. We get a thumbs up from the big man, Gomez. We saw you, fella. We saw you. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, we'll
Great
have to
work.
track Gomez down, do a little bit of an interview with him if we can. Actually, if you want to take a little bit of a break, Will, why don't you try and track down Mr. Gomez, do a quick interview with him if you can, and I'll run with this one for a while. Isaac. No, sorry.
Noah.
Okay, well, as the boys' teams head off the pitch, we get ready for the next matchup here, and we've got Carondelet versus Sacramento Harlequins. Girls, high school girls coming up. So we're getting ready for these two teams. I'm just going to take a second to make sure I can get the paperwork organized and represent these girls as well as we can, but excited for this next matchup. So we got Carondelet in the red and white against Sacramento in the black and red. As we get ready for the referee to blow the whistle on this, again, high school girls, Carondelet, very snazzy jerseys there, the diamond shape on the jerseys, the red, black, and white against the solid black tops and the red shorts of Sacramento. Carondelet in possession here, just about the 10-meter line of Sacramento, looking to build some phases. We do have a penalty here. Not clear what the referee's given that for, but we do have a penalty, and we have a bit of an injury, so we're getting some medical care coming on. We'll take a brief break in the action. Very classy. The Carondelet girls are taking a knee, as they wait for the treatment on their opponent. So we'll give it a second break in the action, just 25 seconds into this match, and we have a short break.
On the field, it takes trust, teamwork, and a fierce drive to win. That's the spirit of rugby, and it's the foundation of Falcon West Insurance. We've built our company culture and our unique Career Building Academy program on those very principles. We provide thousands of families and businesses with the best carriers and coverage. When you need an insurance partner you can trust, remember Falcon West, because when you're fiercely independent with a team backing you, you're free to succeed.
Carondelet actually in the solid black tops with the red shorts, and the Harlequins are with the Harlequin jersey. So that's just my I don't know, idiosyncrasy or idiocy. I'm not sure what it is, but anyway. So unfortunately, Carondelet player, she's limping off injured. Looks pretty upset, so I don't think she'll be getting back into the action, but she's got good medical care taking care of her. So we go back to the action. We have a scrum down here. We have looks as though it's a Sacramento. No, it's a Carondelet put in halfway between their 22 and their 10. Wind has died down slightly, so maybe some opportunity for some crisp handling here to be able to move the ball to the edge. Having said that, the commentators jinx. We have a knock on there in midfield. It's now going to be a scrum down, and it's going to be a Harlequins put in. So let's see if they can create a platform here. It's a great attacking opportunity. They've got two out to the left side. They've got one attacker to the right side. So the scrum half here, depending on the platform from a scrum, can make a decision which way she wants to go. It's a decent platform. She's going to go to the left. Oh, she tries to cut back inside. Nice offload, though. Really good offload. Another attempted offload goes to ground. That's going to be knocked on. A little bit scrappy there, a little bit sloppy. And we're going to be coming back to the scrum, and it'll be a scrum down with a Carondelet put in. Just for anyone listening, at halftime of this, I think we will be going down to Mr. Will Hooley. He'll be interviewing, some of the players from Carmichael. I see them down below. Will is fixing his hair to look good for the camera. He's got the Carmichael boys waiting, so at halftime we'll have a really good chat with the high schoolers. Looking forward to that one after a very impressive performance. Now Carondelet looking to kick to clear the lines. Good cover by Sacramento. They go around the edge. Oh, that's a beautiful handoff there. That's going to go to, that's number 21 from the Harlequins, who ends up with ball in hands. That's Jalen Willis, who goes down for the score. So the first score of this match goes to the Harlequins with a kick to come. Difficult kick to come with the wind as it is, but 5 points on the board, 2 pending. It doesn't look as though they're even making the conversion attempt, so it's going to stay at 5-0. And now we'll have the Harlequins kicking to the right to Carondelet, who need to try and get a little bit of a toehold in the game. It's only a one-score game, plenty of time to go. Let's see what they can do with this next possession. Ball on the floor, good take. Looks as though she could have knocked on, but good take. She's moving out to the edge. Cover tackle is very, very good by the Harlequins. Get back to their feet to compete with it. Referee's going to call that she didn't release. You know, that goes against Mataki, the number 18. Again, love the physicality right there from Mataki the second time around. Lanietta Mataki, she's really showing some stuff on the edge. And she's going to be the one. Oh, she's not doing the throw in, the line out. Okay, we've moved the possession over now. The ball's in the hands of De Leon. Bo De Leon will be doing the throw in, and her teammate's gone back into midfield. Mataki looking to create some damage there. A little bit loose, at the line out is going to come back, and actually now this time the line out's going to go to Carondelet's way. Looking for a clean light, really nice, throw and catch and lift there, from Carondelet, giving themselves a bit of a platform, but there's a loose pass in midfield that was picked up very well by the Harlequins, who have possession. Now they've given possession up, and now we have a forward pass. So a little bit of a comedy of errors right there, sort of back to back, but it results in a Sacramento attacking scrum just outside of Carondelet's 22. And again, they're going to have some option here if they want to go to the blind side. Looks like they're stacking the open side, and they're probably just trying to move the ball to the edge on the open side and see if they create some mismatches. So let's see what the Harlequins can do at this stage. Decent platform, competitive scrum, decent platform, moving the ball, little wraparound play there, and then a switch back inside. And they're able to retain possession. Done a nice job there. Keeping the ball, and now they're loose with the ball again, but still staying on their side. So even though they haven't really gained very much, they certainly haven't given up the pill. Now we're looking, now it's back in the playmaker's hands again. That's our number 18. And there she goes. What a beautiful score. Yeah, that's Mataki. We called her name just a few minutes ago, and once more she dots it down. And now we've got the kick to come. So it's now 10 points with the conversion attempt to come. She's changed her mind. She's going to kick from in front of the post versus behind. I mean, that's a big difference. I'm sure you viewers know it, but in sevens, you actually can take the conversion from behind the post in the try zone. You don't have to do it in front. And this time she did it in front. Didn't go over, so it remains 10-0, and we've got about 45 seconds left. And in about 45 seconds, I will be turning it over to Mr. Hooley for what will be a very, very exciting and welcoming interview. Kickoff goes to 22, goes to ground, retained by Carondelet. Looking to try and break out from their end. That was Noelle Maze who had the ball. They've still got possession just inside the 22. Really got to try and create some penetration here, try and cause some problems to the Harlequins defense. They haven't been able to do it so far, and they weren't able to do it there. A little bit sideways and get thrown into touch. So it'll be an attacking line out here. Great attacking opportunity for the Harlequins as we go to full time in the first half. They tried a little bit of a sneaky line-out play at the front. The referee hasn't liked something about it. I don't know if she called it for not going 5 meters, but it's going to go the other way. It's now a line-out to Carondelet on their own 22, looking to clear their lines and try and secure at least they go in no more than 10 points down. Great line-out. Great, again, throw, lift, and jump. Looking to hit the edge here, see if they can get some pace on pace. She's looking to take the corner, and she's doing a great job of it. She's definitely got some wheels there. Good cover tackles coming across, but that's number 11 from Carondelet, who really showed. That's Noelle Maze again. Really showed some stuff there. And if they're quick with the ball here, they have the opportunity to attack a disrupted defense. They weren't able to do it, and then they give up a penalty for not rolling away at the breakdown. And once again, it's the Harlequins looking to break out of their lines, looking for some support, which they get. Doing a really good job of moving the ball through the hands and supporting each other. Their communication is good. Their ability to fend off the attackers, and they're moving one more. Oh, and then she gives it the other way, and there she goes again. It's that number 11, and I think this time she's going to go in. So we just talked about Noelle, and she just did it again, and she changes the direction of this game, makes it 10-5 with the kick to come as the full half expired, and she's had a very, very good first half. So let's see what happens with the kick in this wind. Kick is up, and it is good, and that makes it 10-7 to the Harlequins at halftime. And now I'm privileged to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Will Hooley. You have some special guests, I hear.
Yeah, I've just snuck into the middle of the Carmichael Hawks, the high school boys team doing so well. I've got Noah to my right. I've got Isaac and Logan. Noah, start with you, man. It was an impressive game, an impressive win. You go 3 from 3. And I saw your run in that match. I saw you bump off a couple of defenders. How does it feel to be out there?
Feels great, man. Just running with my brothers, just feels great. Being out here with the rugby community, I just love it.
I love seeing and watching you play. How's it been, Isaac? This tournament for West Coast Sevens. High school rugby being showcased. You guys are loving it. You enjoying the day?
Definitely enjoying the day. It's a great weather. Thank God for this beautiful weather. And we're just out here to have fun and play some rugby.
Logan, talk to me about the increase of interest of rugby. You guys have been telling me that you've been playing since the ages of about 6, if not even younger.
Yeah, I mean, it's really insane to watch. Growing up, like in 8th grade, there was no teams to play. We played like the same 3 teams, and now you come out here and there's all these teams to play, and it's really it's like nice to watch, Now
you got one big last game against the Wolverines. What do you think, Noah? Come on, what do we think?
They're going to be a good team. By then, we're going to come out more aggressive. I think just give it to the big man, let him run.
Is that the tactics?
Some part of the tactics, I'm not going to lie. But obviously, we got to keep together, play defense as one, and most importantly, just fight for each other.
Logan, last thing over to you, man. In terms of sevens, why do you love it?
I love sevens because there's just so much more pace. There's so much more freedom to what you can do. 15s, there's not a whole lot of room to move. You're stuck with 2 guys on your right. You have so much open space here. It's like freedom to move.
Well, boys, I need a bit of freedom to move because you're literally shadowing me here. Back over to Jeremy Ognall. Great to catch up with these boys. They go in. Carmichael taking on the Wolverines. It's going to be a big last game. Good luck, boys. Good luck. All the best. Thank you.
Awesome.
Well, thank you, Will. Great to hear you with those high school kids. I love the enthusiasm. Great to see them down there with you. Looking forward to the second half. You've got the Sacramento Harlequins in a dogfight now with Carondelet at 10-7. 7 minutes to go and everything to play for. Once again, credit to the Carmichael boys, and thanks for taking the time, away from your team to do that interview. So the kickoff here doesn't go 10, so we'll have a free kick midfield with the Harlequins with ball in hand, and looking forward to the next few minutes. Will is definitely on a well-earned break, and so I'll be with you for the rest of the second half as the Harlequins looking to carry through contact, still retaining possession. Very narrow right now, narrow in attack, but also pretty narrow in defense. So they'll be looking to create some opportunities. Really nice offload. And there again, the ball's out to the playmaker. Really good tackle I mean, so far the best two players I think across these teams are those two players in the tackle there. So we've got the number 18, as we've talked about a lot, Mataki from the Harlequins, but at the same time she was nicely matched by Noelle Maze from Carondelet, who get the ball. They're still deep in their 22, a loose pass, the ball's knocked on. We're going to have a scrum down, and we're going to have a really nice attacking platform here for the Sacramento Harlequins. I know we've talked about it all day, but the whole event today is spectacular. We've got a really, really good crowd. You can probably see that on some of the camera shots and some of the drone shots. We've got some incredible teams, men's college, women's college, boys high school, girls high school, cheered on by friends and family, and everyone just enjoying a most spectacular day here at Stanford. So once again, thanks to Stanford, everyone involved in Stanford for their support in putting this together, to all the volunteers at West Coast Sevens, to TVX Video who've put on an amazing production, and to all the broadcast crew that have been, supporting our efforts. Obviously Will Hooley, Alex Corbisiero, Colin Hawley, Caleb, Thomasine, and Isabella. They've just been doing sterling work, and still a lot to go. As we're speaking, a score goes in there for the Harlequins. It puts them up 15-7. Conversion wasn't good. We've got some fresh legs coming on for these teams as the kickoff goes. No, play hasn't started. The referee hasn't blown the whistle yet, so this will be coming back as substitutions were happening. As I say, 15-7. We've got about 4.5 minutes left in the match, and still plenty to play for. Slight edge, obviously, to the Harlequins on the scoreboard and a little bit performance-wise, but Carondelet has shown a couple of things that they can do that can cause some problems, and see if they can take advantage of it. Good catch and carry in midfield. She needs some supporting runners here, which she gets. The ruck is pretty clean, and moving the ball out to that left edge, looking for space. Really nice step back inside, and I've been talking about number 11 all day, Noelle Maze. Hopefully I'm pronouncing her name right if her parents are listening, but she is one impressive rugby athlete. And now they're moving the ball to the other side, looking for strike on the outside. We've got some pace here. Question is, do they have the covering run? We've got a good covering tackle coming up too. Really great covering tackle there, but it goes back inside. Number 20 there from Carondelet, who unfortunately gets taken to touch. That's Jordan Valena. Really nice supporting run, but she gets thrown into touch. So now we'll have a Harlequins line out inside the 22. The referee says they can't go quickly. The line out is formed, so we'll set up for a line out here. Really, really good phases there by Carondelet. They just couldn't finish it, but they've got Harlequins pinned deep in their own territory. Line out is deemed not straight by the referee, so that means it's going to become a Carondelet throw. They're going to take the line out, and so they have an option of taking a scrum or line out, but they're taking the line out. See if they can have an attacking platform just inside of the Harlequins 22. This line out's a bit overthrown. It could be anybody's ball, and the Harlequins are able to gather it and looking to clear their lines here. Bit of pressure at the breakdown, but they get away, and she's rumbling out about. That's a good carry. She's not looking for the offload. She's just looking to go to ground, which she did effectively. The Harlequins are down to 6 girls right now. We do have someone down injured, holding on to her shoulder, but play goes on. We'll go on until the referee determines otherwise. And once again, the ruck, the ball is very slow. They're looking for opportunity. Can definitely see there's some tired legs out here on both sides. But the ball retained by the Harlequins and moving slowly away from that 22. Ball goes to ground. It's loose, but the penalty's been called for not releasing. And now we do get a blow of the whistle. We do have a Harlequins player down, as I said to you, holding on her shoulder. That's number 22. If her parents are watching, that's number 22 from Sacramento on the floor. That's Gianna Ramirez. She's got medical attention looking at her. As I say, it looks like some sort of shoulder injury. It doesn't look overly severe, but she's got the right level of care, and they'll make sure she's in good shape before the whistle blows for continuation of the match. We've got about 1.5 minutes left. Again, it's 15-7 to the Harlequins, but still a lot to play for. A score here for Carondelet, could change the direction very, very quickly. Just listening to the Carondelet coaches there, they're giving some instructions that if they score, don't even waste time with the conversion. It is a 2-score game right now, so they just need the 5 points, and then they'll need to come back with another try. So the conversion won't matter. So really intelligent coaching there. Time is the most important thing. So it's great to hear coaches who understand the game at that level and give the right instructions to the girls. I can see the Carondelet sideline down here getting all excited to see their girls put one in. So look forward to seeing what they can do in the next 99 seconds. So Gianna Ramirez is coming off, holding her shoulder. So she'll get into the medical tent and get treated. Again, whether her parents are here watching, it looks like she's going to be okay. Just needs to get the shoulder checked out, but that she's got good medical care. And so here we go with the Harlequins. The Carondelet will be looking for a quick turnover here. They need an opportunity to strike, and they get it at the breakdown. But the referee, he didn't like the way they got it, so it comes back to the Harlequins penalty as they try and move to the halfway line with an opportunity to try and seal the game. Now we have a penalty going the other way, so now Carondelet does have an opportunity. We've got 1:13 left in the match. They need to get the ball through the hands into the playmakers' hands and see what they can do. Quick score here could make a big difference in this game. So we're coming out to the left-hand side. Got a little bit of an overload if she could take advantage of it. And there's the playmaker, and she's going down the side. This is unbelievable rugby, incredible rugby. She's going all the way under the post. As I said, they're not going to waste the time with the conversion. It's 15 points to 12, and we still have 40 seconds left. I'm joined by Isabella Caron, who's joined me right now. She could barely climb up the scaffolding with the wind. But Isabella, we have a dogfight with 30 seconds left and only one score.
This is so exciting. After playing Godzilla right now and climbing up this tower of a little post we got here, we are seeing Harlequins are getting possession of the ball right now, and it is a sprint all the way out. But it looks like there was a quick call that happened. Jeremy, we are dealing with some fun weather at the moment. And it's going to be a scrum.
Okay, so we have a great opportunity here. Basically, time is up. It's 15-12. Carondelet has the ball. They've got the opportunity to strike. Let's see what they can do. Got a nice platform at the scrum. They need to really secure the handling. Any ball on the floor here, aside from going backwards, will be the end of the game. They retain possession. They're looking to break out up the middle, and she's really got through some gaps there. Does she have the support runners? It looks like she does, continuing to carry.
This is a brutal fight, Jeremy. I don't know what I just walked into, but this has been so fun getting to watch these two teams battle it out right here in the second half.
And there she goes. She's done it again. We are seeing an unbelievable win here for Carondelet. My goodness, and it is that number 11 again. We've talked about her all game. She has just been so impressive. Her parents should be so proud. Noelle Maze, she's done everything for this Carondelet team, and she snatched it at the death, Isabella.
I mean, let's look at that really quick. She goes to grab her down. A quick pop right there, straight to number 14, and a brilliant run right up the side. Someone trying to clip her on the side, but that is no use for the mean wheels that this girl has straight into the try zone. I have nothing else to really say, Jeremy, other than that was some beautiful rugby I saw right now.
Yeah, it was beautiful rugby. I mean, aside the fact that it was the winning score. It was just their commitment. They never said die. They were down by 2 scores. The coaches gave unbelievable instruction. She makes the kick at the end there as well, just to put the icing on the cake. But it was just the effort by Carondelet as the coaches walked by us. Everything they did well. They should be extremely proud.
It was amazing getting to see Jeremy. One of the problems is when you hit this point in the game with only maybe, 7 seconds left, you think, oh my goodness, the game is going to be over, and you start to play defensive, not wanting to really let the pressure get to you. But they stayed on the offensive side. They kept pushing forward. They kept putting the pedal to the metal, and they took that win. There are some teary eyes of joy here on the field. And coming up next, we are going to see the California Grizzlies take on the Wolverines as the women join us on this field. And it is going to be a good way to start off this next match coming up here with the Grizzly women's. It's going to be the Golden State Retrievers. These are the Grizzlies. My bad. I'm looking at the wrong paper. And they're going to be kicking the ball over to the Wolverines. And it's a good grab right there, straight up the middle as she pops it to her side. Number 7 getting a position of the ball all the way to the wing, playing it along the bank. And she tries to go down, ends up popping right back up, pushing the momentum forward, gaining every single step that she can. And they're going to step back 10 yards right here. They still maintain possession of the ball, and they're going to move it forward.
I know who you are.
Great fake dummy offload right there from one of the Wolverine players, but she goes right back down. Great ruck getting set up right here. They're taking their time, getting their position ready, and moving that ball forward. And no one is able to take this woman down as she goes, but it's a pop off of the player straight into the Grizzlies' hands where they gain possession of the ball, and she runs for it. And the Wolverines are trying to capture her, but they just can't put a Grizzly Bear in a cage. Number 11 coming in hot. Absolute brilliant work here from Aaliyah. Gorgeous execution. I mean, if we're going to get to see a replay here in a moment, I would love to see and break down exactly what happened right now for you folks at home. But I'll tell you what just happened. The bear got mauled. They just mauled them. That's what it means to be a bear. And it is so incredible getting to see these women come out here and put up a score in that first half. And she tapped it. For those of you who don't know, at home, even though the ball gets run into the try zone, there still needs to be a tap into the try zone in order for the point to count. And that is exactly what happened with Grizzlies putting 5 on the board, kicking for the conversion. And it is good. Beautiful job here from the Grizzlies. And we're going to watch a replay really quick as the Wolverines take it into contact. Watch right here when she goes down. She sets it up to pop, but the ball pops straight into the Grizzlies' hands in a beautiful offload while she's going down. And that is why support is so important, to have a player to be there for when you go down so you can keep running a gorgeous sprint on the ball. And we're coming back into play right now with the Wolverines gaining possession of it, running it all the way to the side, trying to use it and pop it to the wing, and there's no one to defend her as the Wolverine makes it out of the bear cave, running and running and running all the way to the try zone. She's got a hot one on her, but it's not going to be any use because she takes it straight into the try zone. Beautiful execution, now putting up another point. Well, a first point for the Wolverines, making this a 5-7 as they begin to kick for their conversion. And here comes a replay coming in really hot. Great execution right there. Watch, this is why it's so important to have that person. She drew in the defense all the way from the offensive side, gave her no option. And so there was a beautiful offload right there to the wing, gaining possession and running, sprinting past 50 meters. Amazing work there from the Wolverines. I mean, rugby sevens is one of those sports where, honestly, I think it's the better of the sports that involves a high intensity amount of running running and sprinting to be able to make runs like this in situations in which you're given just that. And the ball is going to be given to the Grizzlies. It is now their turn to grab possession, and let's see what they could do with it here. Number 11, she's been able to get it and run with it, and I'm curious to see if that's exactly what she does. And she was running up Highway 1 all the way into the try zone. And that is another try for the Grizzlies. I mean, we got to see them earlier today execute not just a good try, but I mean a good game. They have come on, and every single match they have had has been fought with a lot of power and tension. Look at that good fake offload, a beautiful footwork there, faking out the defensive player, drawing her in, and then using that sideline to just run all the way up. And while number 20 was right on her, it was just not enough. Malia making it straight in and scoring. This is her second try, I believe, now for this game. And it's a good kick straight into the Wolverines' hands, making a sprint for it on the side, faking the dummy, running it. But the Grizzlies are on her right there. There's no one to support. She looks to try to offload the ball, but can't do it because there's no help. But nonetheless, their teammates are still there to put up a ruck. A great pick and go from the ruck, and footwork like no other. It is a Wolverine making it once again away from the Grizzlies, scoring another try for them within a split second. I mean, I can't even begin to explain how good of a caliber these women have to be playing at to make these levels of breakaways this quick within the game. I mean, let's watch that replay really quick. An excellent run right there. She has no one to pop to. She decides to take it down in for a ruck, which is exactly what you should do. There are players right there trying to defend it, secure the ruck. A good pop and go right there. Excellent footwork as she runs it straight in. You know, there was a stumble right there, not having any support, but truly that's where excellent players are able to be highlighted and where their brilliance is able to be showcased in moments like that. Still scoring the try, even without the support from her teammates, but they were there in the end. Amazing job from the Wolverines, and the conversion was good. We now have a tie game. Well, it looks like, pardon me, it was good, which means it's no longer a tie game with the Wolverines up 14-12. And it's going to be in the first half with only 50 seconds left. Number 11 gets the ball again. Is this woman going to run it all the way in? It's a quick pop right there into the middle, trying to fight for her life, and a Wolverine is on her, trying to blow up that ruck before the ref calls it really quick, and the possession is still going to be maintained for the Grizzlies as they do a tap and go right where the Sir is in the middle. And I am here joined with Caleb, who will be my color commentator. Caleb, where you been, man?
Yeah, sorry, got caught up on the first field, or the second field there for a little bit.
Gorgeous play right into number 11's hands. Caleb, if you haven't missed it, but this girl has scored 2 tries. The second number 11 gets the ball into possession. I am love getting to see it.
Yeah, but this looks like a wonderful match here between these two top-level women's high school teams. Really just exemplifying the caliber of play we have here within the States.
Exactly. And look at that. Look at the wings on the side, but it doesn't matter because she's about to take it straight into the try zone. Number 10 for the win all the way in. Gorgeous execution.
Yeah, what a great finish there as well. Honestly, the passage of play there, team try all around, utilizing the space in the middle of the field as we see here in this replay, fending off a defender with the left, nice little flick out the back, using the hands to go wide, finding the pace, and dotting it under the sticks. Can't ask for anything better than that.
No, Caleb, you really can't. And this is such a fun first half as we take a pause and begin our second half. Tell me, as this tournament is beginning to come into a close, what have you seen today that has shocked you, that maybe you weren't really anticipating on seeing today?
You know, I think just the level of play from the high schoolers all around, on the men's side and particularly on the women's side, just getting to see, you know, play where It's a little bit more freelance. It's not as scripted, but they're still finding the ball into hand, right? As we saw in that passage, a fend with the left, a flick out the back with the right. Looks really easy to do, but I promise you it's much more difficult than it looks. And to have the confidence in yourself and in your teammates to be able to pull it off in game, it's ultimately why the scoreline is what it is in this women's championship, right? 19-12 is a wonderful game. It's really anybody's game to go home with at this point.
You know, sevens in general, you can be up by so much or be down by so much and still have a comeback. But this is just such a close game being presented here from the Wolverines having 19 up on the board and California Grizzlies having 12. It is a beautiful day down here in Stanford at the West Coast Sevens Conference. We have just seen, like Caleb has said, an excellent caliber of players, both on the high school side, on the women's side, on collegiate, and even just in general. As these teams are just taking a second to put themselves together and decide how they want to approach it. Caleb, is there anything specific you as a coach would be telling your player right now with this close of a tie coming into the second half?
Man, you know, it's tough. It's tough to just pinpoint one thing. I think the biggest takeaway is to be able to exploit the sidelines. Really make the defense have to work sideline to sideline, communicate well in order to stop you. As an attacking side, you have such an advantage with ball in hand and while keeping possession, and it's just important to spread it wide, right? You want to get into the 5-meter channels 1, 2, 3 times even before getting tackled in the middle of the field. So one thing to say to both of these teams is don't be afraid to keep the ball in hand and go sideline to sideline before having to go up the middle.
Couldn't agree with you more, Caleb. This video is brought to you by TVX Sports Video. TVX has been covering sports in San Diego and around the Southwest for nearly 20 years, and they are committed to bringing you the best in live, local, and emerging sports. Visit tvxvideo.com or check them out at YouTube, Instagram, and X at TVX Sports Video. And we are getting off here in the second half of this game, this wonderful game that is extremely close with both of these women putting up such a fight. I mean, Caleb, I'm not just seeing skill in here, I'm seeing full-on passion. What about you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's some quite some determination in here from both of the sides, and the technical aspect is shining through as well.
You know, one of those things is a lot of people think because rugby is such a high contact sport, it has a lot to do with contact, but really IQ is what stands out within sevens. You have the ability to make those calls and decide when to hold that ball off, when to offload it, when to take it into contact, when to do whatever you need to do, and that is being shown right here today on this very pitch. A beautiful pass off right there to number, and it's right up the middle. The Wolverines are non-stop. I don't think they know the word breaks because they sure haven't put any on today. And they ran it straight through to the try zone, but I don't think was the try awarded?
Try was awarded. I really want to talk the viewers through this passage of play. This did not happen by accident. We'll see early on from the restart. Unfortunately, California Grizzlies got called with an obstruction, which then gave the ball over to the Wolverines for a quick tap penalty, and they knew exactly what they were going to do with it before the penalty was even called. They immediately go to the quick tap here, and you could see her calling in her attacking teammate, drawing a defender in, hitting a short line, finding a half gap, and offloading it then to the other to the other attacker. A beautiful fend and leg drive, awarding a try. Great piece of passage of play there, and we love to see it.
That was a beautiful execution of exactly what Caleb said here by the Wolverines as they kick it over to the Grizzlies. Let's see what they could do with it now. A beautiful fake out right there, but it just doesn't work as she comes into contact straight into the tackle, but the ball gets popped over to number 10 as she runs halfway across the field and deciding what to do, and she decided to plow the Wolverine all the way down, and it's going to be a knock-on ball going to the possession of the Wolverines. And they're gonna
here we go again with that short passage of play here with that quick tap. She's drawing a defender, flicking it out the back. Lots of hand signals and communication here by the Wolverine side. And you can see it's helping them just exploit gaps all over the field.
I am seeing it very difficult for these Grizzlies to just take down these Wolverines. I mean, both animals are very aggressive, and I'm seeing that being displayed today on the team. It's going to be a scrum right here. Looks like it was going to be a knock-on.
Yeah, the California Grizzlies did a great job to group tackle there on the edge, and reconvene, find their widths, and now slow the game down a little bit, right? They're down by 12 points. They're deep in their half. Plenty of rugby in this second half. But you don't want to get antsy, right? You don't want to think that you're chasing the game too early on. So settle down, utilize the set piece, and have it play ready to go.
And this is some really fun rugby we're seeing right now. As the ball gets passed out to number 12, she decides instead of passing it down to the line to take it straight into contact, popping it over to number 7, who's trying to run it into the try zone, and it is good. Amazing try once again. And Caleb, it looks like they're doing a similar technique. Can you just highlight exactly what they're doing well right here?
Yeah. One of the things about rugby is that you don't have the play calling and the coaching that you do in very many American sports, right? And there's no play call from an offense coordinator. You have to determine what you're going to do when you're out in the field. And part of the things that make teams great is being able to play to their strengths. And right now the Wolverines are dominating the contact area. They might have wonderful catch and pass, but they're really exceptional in this contact area. As we'll see here, they dominate the scrum, end up winning the ball, short pass, dummy, and then just driving their legs. Look at 3 defenders, right? Quick offload in, and then 3 more defenders are needed to be brought down. And it's just hard to recycle defenders if you're having to use 3 or 4 in a tackle every time.
Now, Caleb, I got to highlight this because, not a lot of people know, but playing rugby with wind is extremely hard. You have to overcompensate and think about where that ball is going to go with the wind, and there's a lot of wind right now, but the ball is still going to hand.
Yeah, these girls are doing a wonderful job honestly on both sides, just finding the ball into hand. So, catching the ball, passing the ball, finding the space, and it's not an easy thing, especially when it gets windy, when it gets wet. You can see a lot of teams just resort to pick and goes, but these girls are doing a wonderful job passing the ball.
Completely agree. And it looks like they're going to switch out one of their players right now within the scrum. For those who are watching at home, scrums are extremely havoc on the body, and you get really tired after running and sprinting and getting tackled, and so it's very efficient to kind of switch out your scrum every now and then if you have that ability. And number 9 picks the ball, 12 playing the position of number 9, and the ball goes down and loses possession of the ball, with the Grizzlies now gaining head force and headway into this next couple of minutes. They need to work on their time right here because they have the ability to make it up if they can do it, and it's a beautiful grubber straight down, but there's no one on the Grizzlies side to grab that possession, so instead it goes over to the Wolverines, where they are just being met by brick and brick of the Grizzlies, taking them down. Just getting to break down these plays a little bit. These girls are making beautiful hits. It's an excellent to contact, shoulder to hip, and this Wolverine number 20 is making a sprint for it with number 6 on her heels, but there's no support there, so she decides to get up and run with it again. And for those who are watching at home, Caleb, can you highlight them? That is legal.
Yeah, what a great little play there by number 20. Really exceptional IQ, knowing that she wasn't held in the tackle. Quick release of the ball, keeping it steady, able to pick it back up and go herself. We'll break it down a little bit in more detail here when we get the replay going, just so the fans at home can understand what I'm talking about a little bit. But in the game of sevens, if you are the defender and you make a tackle, you almost have to hold the attacker down for a split second just so that they can't get back up. And that's Miss B. Littler there, number 20, who with that long run, really backing her speed, using a nice fend, and then when she did get brought down, trusting her IQ and her instinct to get back up and put the ball over the touchline.
We did get to hear from her earlier, but let's watch this replay really quick.
Yeah, here's that replay. As you can see, she has the corner. She really uses her pace, eyeing the defender the whole time, using that big left fend and backing herself. This is what you love to see. Goes down, gets released, drops the ball, and picks it right back up to get over the try line. Something that is not commonly seen here in the game of sevens, but it is something that you can do.
It is, and she did just that, making an amazing try off of that specific play, all on her own. And the ball goes into touch right there as we're going to do a line out.
Yeah, and that's not a bad little spot there from the kick on the Wolverine side. Finding space on the grass for the ball to bounce on and then rolling out. It's going to give them a line out to the California Grizzlies, but they're deep inside their half. So in terms of options for the Wolverines, that was a great one.
It really was. And, like Caleb was saying, when you're playing rugby, you're not just getting a coach play-by-play, but a line-out is a perfect opportunity to run a play that you've gone over in practice. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing right here as number 9 goes into contact, setting it up. But the Wolverine is right there, picking it up, poaching it with beautiful jackals from both sides of the team. And it's going to be a knock-on right here. And the ball possession is going to be turned over to the Wolverines, where they're going to do a quick tap and go, and they're going to plow right through these Grizzlies, popping it, the plowing and the popping, the plowing and the popping. I mean, look at that. And there's no one to defend right there on the side as she makes a gorgeous offload to number 16, who runs it straight into the middle, scoring a try under the 2 posts. Beautiful work from the Wolverines.
Yeah, I mean, the California Grizzlies, they're giving their heart out there. They're playing with every bit of passion that they have. But at the end of the day, sometimes it just resorts to physics, right? If you had a bigger ball carrier running at you and they've got the skill to match, it's really hard to stop. And these women on here on the Wolverine side are doing a wonderful job passing the ball out the back, drawing in defenders, giving offloads to set up their supporting players. If there's any, coaches at the higher level looking at these young women on both sides of the ball, man, you guys have a bright future ahead of you.
Couldn't agree more, Caleb. And that concludes this game with the Wolverines taking it for the win, 43-12. Excellent work on both teams. Even though they did win by a good amount, I have to say this was some really freaking good rugby.
Oh, yeah. The standard of play here in Stanford, especially on this women's side, has just been unmatched. Something that I definitely haven't seen in my lifetime at this level, and I'm super excited for the women's game and the men's game to grow overall. Well done to all the ladies out here performing today.
What division is this?
Yeah, just to clarify for everyone watching at home, that was the high school women's final that just completed there, and the Wolverines taking home the cup, and great bit of contest from the Grizzlies, the California Grizzlies.
Exactly, Caleb. I am excited to see this game. We have Cal Poly coming up here against our home team, Stanford. This has got to be so exciting for Stanford. Playing this game this later on in the field, getting to see the day kind of come to an end here with the home team playing. And just watch. Layla takes it into contact. We got an interview with her earlier, and she just talked about the ways in which this team has been excelling after their championship win last year. I believe it was in 15s, and it was just this is evidently being shown here on the pitch today. Excellent work from Stanford. And the ball goes down into contact as they do a quick setup for a ruck. They look like they're about to make a play for it, straight into the middle, trying to blow up Poly's defensive side, but it is no work for a split second until they make it down the edge, and a gorgeous offload, but the ball doesn't make it to hand, and it looks like it's going to be a knock-on ball being awarded now to Cal Poly.
Yeah, beautiful little passage of play there by Stanford. They're really keeping the ball in hand, utilizing the width of the field. Not too long ago, they were just on this side next to us, and now they're almost on that far corner. But one thing that we want to do is not pass that ball if you don't have a clear set of hands supporting you. Just you want to take that ball into contact, let your teammates ruck over so you keep possession. Now Cal Poly's turn to have a go. Little beautiful play without the back here on the scrum.
Oh, beautiful work here from Cal Poly, popping the ball over to number 10, even though she was going right down instead of setting up for a ruck. You know, that takes a good rugby IQ, knowing when or not to pop that ball, and that was a great play right off of it, as it was a clean pick and go for number 19. Cal Poly taking it straight into the try zone under the 2 posts, setting them up for a beautiful conversion.
Yeah, and as we see on this replay here, just a great little passage of play from Cal Poly, able to set themselves up with that set piece, take a little out the back, utilize a couple phases. They see that Stanford overcommitted into the ruck, opportunity for a half gap there, and 15 just goes all the way. Nice dot down and setting themselves up 7-0 here early on.
Couldn't agree with you more. And we are going to begin off once again with the possession going back to Stanford, and this is their opportunity to really just exploit Cal Poly if they get the chance. They've been really good at being confident into every run that they do, and I'm excited to see what they do when they have possession of the ball. And the ball comes out to the wing, number 5, doing a dummy pass right there. And then the recyclement of the players taking it into contact, but she doesn't go down. Instead, she pops it to her player, and she makes a run for it straight up the middle, faking out the Cal Poly player right underneath to the try zone, putting them on the board. That is what I've been seeing from Stanford all day long.
Yeah, and just like that 7-0 lead from Cal Poly is met with 5-7. So after this conversion here, it might be back to evened up, which is what we like to see here going into these final rounds of the women's rugby for the day.
Completely agree, Caleb. This has been such an exciting and fun game. Getting to witness Stanford at their home tournament really just outplaying the ways in which, we've gotten to see them play in the past. They are doing an amazing job today. Cal Poly especially, we got to see them in some games earlier. They have an amazing way of just always playing on that offensive lead and taking that ball and turning it into their possession, no matter what side they're playing for. And I'm excited to see how the rest of this first half goes, as we only have 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in the first half. And the ball is getting awarded to Stanford, where they do a quick tap and go pass down to number 2, who looks like she's going to fake it in straight into number 1 hand. But a Cal Poly player is on her like white on rice. But it is no matter, because Stanford takes it into the try zone, putting up another 5 points for their team.
Yeah, great little bit of play there by Stanford, drawing in a defender, knowing that she has the ball in 2 hands to be a multiple threat option. Either take it up herself or pass it out wide like she did, as we see. Ball in 2 hands, dummy, defender bites down, puts number 1 into the try zone without much defense in front of her.
Completely agree, Caleb. And, both of these teams are just outplaying themselves today, doing an amazing job on both sides. With now Stanford having the lead, the ball is going back on over to Cal Poly. Every team that gets possession of it is just making these meters. And let's see the ways in which the offensive line is going to set up here against Stanford's defense. Stanford is on them really quick as she takes the ball down, setting up for a clean ruck. Good hands right on out, but the ball just does not go to hand. So instead, one of the players picks it up, running it straight in, setting it back down into the ruck. But there's a counter ruck, but it doesn't go through, giving them the perfect opportunity to move that ball out to the wing, but the toss was a little bit high, and so it gave the defensive line enough time to get up right on her. And then they set the ball back down. They're taking a quick breather.
Looks like there's an offside call there by the ref, giving Cal Poly a bit of relief from being under pressure.
And Cal Poly's running, but the Stanford is right on her, but it's no match, because guess what? They had support, and there Stanford goes in for the tackle and makes it with just a few meters shy of the try line. Cal Poly still wanting possession of it, trying to get it back in to home, and it's a swing around, and Stanford misses, and it's a try for Cal Poly, now making this almost a tie game. Beautiful execution.
Yeah, what play there from both sides. Honestly, the wherewithal for Cal Poly to take that quick tap, see the space in behind, and just really go for it. And then Stanford on the defensive side, not giving up. You know, it's easy to see somebody 20 meters ahead of you and say, oh, I'm just going to let them go. But it was the heart and the drive that ended up bringing them down, forcing them to make a kick into the corner. And, you know, to Cal Poly's surprise, they make it. What a wonderful kick that was for the PAT.
It really was, and that kick was exactly what they needed to put themselves in the lead going into the second half. We only have 20 seconds left in this first half, with Stanford going to get the chance and the ability to take possession of the ball. Let's see if Cal Poly has what it takes to stop them from doing anything with only 10 seconds left in the first half. And it's a good catch from Stanford, popping it off to number 2, who offloads it, but the ball doesn't go to hand on the outside, and Cal Poly is right there to take the ball down. And it's a quick setup from Stanford, pick and go for along the sidelines, barely making and staying within touch, and the ball goes right back into number 1's hand, and it's a pick up, kind of looked a little bit like a dump tackle, but it wasn't taken too hard into the ground. Then the ball sets right back up, trying to get it out to the wing where there's a lot of open space, and Cal Poly is just on them. Their defense is just showing up right here, not wanting Stanford to gain even a meter. And that is what it's going to be, ladies and gentlemen, going into the first half having concluded. As we begin the second half, we're going to take a little bit of a moment break. Caleb, what are you seeing out here?
Yeah, the defensive side from both teams is really exceptional. You know, you'd expect there to be a little bit more opportunities for the attacking side to exploit, but the way these women are covering ground is quite good. Even on line breaks, Cal Poly is having to work for it. And on the Stanford attacking side, I mean, they're not giving anything handed to them either. So both attacking sides are working for every inch, every meter, and it's great to see.
Yeah, Caleb, I'm not really seeing a lot of opportunities for breakaways specifically. What do you think is going to be the best course of action here for getting the ball into the try zone?
Yeah, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Utilizing the width of the field, I think it's something that's underrated in the game of sevens. It sounds so simple, it's not sexy, it's not glamorous, but it is the thing that works. Getting the ball into the 5-meter channel, going down, setting a ruck, doing that 2 or 3 times, really putting a lot of pressure on the defensive side to have to scramble and work sideline to sideline. Eventually the C's are going to part. You're going to have a highway 1 right open under the try zone. So one piece of advice I'd give to both of these teams is just keep that ball in hand, make the defense work, push them to the sidelines, and just trust yourselves.
Completely, Caleb. You know, rugby is such a breakdown sport on both offensive and defensive sides. If one team can break the other team down and exploit them in any way, and the ball goes into the air, it's free game, and they have the opportunities to just keep pushing forward and progress here. And I'm just really excited to kind of see this second half and kind of see what, you know, they're able to do with the ball, because we've seen that they've had a good defensive side. I want to see some cool breakaways here in the next half. What about you?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we made quite a few subs on both sides, so it'll be interesting to see how these fresh legs come on and impact the match.
Completely. And the kick is going to Cal Poly, where she receives it in the air. Beautiful work right there, stiff arming her, and she is still not going down. She is putting up quite a fight, as is every person on the team. A good quick fake, deciding whether or not to make that breakaway, but she decides to run up and through, but the ball comes into contact, and it's going to be a knock-on. Turnover possession, immediate quick and go from Stanford as they make a run for it. Beautiful offload into number 12's hands, but the ball was just a little too slow, giving the defensive side of Cal Poly enough time to get up on their offense and just put pressure. I mean, look at that. The defense is right there while the ball is in the air. They are taking no time for breaths. They are moving forward. And number 1 on Stanford gets that ball, running it all the way into the try zone. But the Cal Poly player is right on her heels, and yet it is no match because Stanford puts up another try on the board.
Yeah, how good was this all around from Stanford? You know, getting under the pump a little bit, deep in their half. The number 5 looks like she got over the ball. Get that quick steal, and chase, and then it's just history from there. We love to see here.
Caleb. And it looks like we're taking a quick second here for a water break before we begin off again. Let's see this quick. Was that a replay?
That was the replay there. Okay. We saw that wonderful kick from number 3, finding hands into number 1, and just beating the sideline down with pace.
We have 5 minutes and 20 seconds left here in the second half, and we're going to see exactly what these women can do with the ball. We've gotten to see some amazing tries. We've gotten to see some amazing defense. Let's see what we could find out happen in the last 5 minutes of this game, and it is a run along the side here from Cal Poly, making her way up, a clean pass, and that is why support is so important for every single one of the players. The ball goes down, but she lets it go, picks it right back up, and continues running. They set up for a clean ruck, trying to break through the defensive side there. Number 8 takes the ball back down. They're trying to set up the line, see if they can make it all the way to the wing, but they're not going to do that. Instead, they're going to run up the middle, and they're going to keep playing this game of hit and down. But you know what? They're gaining meters. They're gaining time, and that's exactly what they need to. But they just need to put some more points on the board, and that's exactly what's going to happen when Cal Poly runs it straight into the try zone, scoring another try almost right underneath the post. Excellent job from Cal Poly.
Man, this has just been a little bit of a round going back and forth between the two teams, switching off leads, and it's really easy to get in your own head. You know, you see that scoreboard tick the direction of the other team, and you're like, oh, might be over for us. But Cal Poly showing some real resilience here, sticking to their game plan, getting into their big ball carriers, breaking the line, and then using their fast feet out wide to just set up one-on-one opportunities to go over the try zone. As we're seeing this little replay here, starts off with a great pass on the base, couple sets of hands, great little draw and a load, and then just the pace to finish it off.
Completely, Caleb. I feel like, tell me if I'm wrong, but every time someone gets possession, they run it in.
Yeah, this has just been a little bit of a haymaker from both teams. It's quite fun to watch. It's exactly what we're looking for in these later rounds of the half when it comes to championship rugby.
You know, Caleb and I have talked about how sevens is just such a tiring sport with the sprinting and the running and then getting hit and getting back up and doing it all over again for 14 minutes nonstop. And we are out here now in the later part of the day, but these girls are showing no signs of weakness. I mean, their defense is completely locked down. Their offensive side is constantly open, looking for gaps in the ability to make those breakaways, make those run-throughs, and they're doing that here today on the field. As Stanford receives possession of the ball, they're running it straight along the ring, a quick pop over to number 6, and they take it into contact. Cal Poly right on their heels, trying to give them some pressure, trying to put it on at every second, at every turn, and the ball stumbles its way, but Stanford maintains possession of it, continually moving the ball forward. Quick tap and go right here from number 3, deciding whether or not to take it into contact, and a great hit right into the legs there made by a Cal Poly player coming right for her. They are showing no signs of weakness here on the defensive side of Cal Poly, putting the pressure on Stanford every second of the way, and you could tell Stanford is not getting the ball right into hand the way that they were previously. Maybe that pressure is working, but nonetheless it looks like it's going to be Cal Poly's ball feeding it into the scrum.
Yeah, what a great little piece of work here. Cal Poly is able to get the ball back. And again, the set piece here from the scrums is a great opportunity to attack. We see a clean ball, and now it's just 3-on-3 out wide.
Completely, Caleb. And Cal Poly is running that ball in, taking it into contact every chance they get. These women are not afraid to get hit and meet the grass today. They are going for it, making those runs, trampling over each other just to gain those meters, and it is showing, and they're doing it with an excellent job. Beautiful pop out there, but no one is able to recycle quite quick enough for her to make a pop, so instead she takes it down, setting up for a ruck so that they can recenter themselves. Number 5 taking the ball in, making a breakaway, but Stanford, number 6, is on her really quick. Pardon my language, that was number 8 on her, Stanford, and now the ball is turned over to them. Now they have the opportunity to make up for the past 2 points that they have missed.
Yes, you know, we got coming on 60 seconds left in this match, and that's not a lot of time, but it's also not short either. You know, you don't want to panic. You don't want to put yourself under unnecessary pressure, especially when you got time off. You got center scrum. This is the most ideal opportunity for an attacking side. So I'm excited to see what they make of it.
Completely, Caleb. It's moments like this where teams have to remember that they don't have to play on, if they're down, to not play on defense, to always play with a mindset of offense, to get that ball and make those tries, and they are doing just that. And it's going to be a quick tap and go, but it looks like the ref is calling something really quick. Caleb, did you see it?
I didn't see what that call was there. Looks like it was a offsides.
That would be my guess too.
But yeah, Cal Poly just needs to slow it down here, really eat out the clock. Here's that replay for us. Give us a... Oh, it looks like it was a poach there, so Cal Poly was able to get a steal.
Amazing
Get that ball
job.
back into their possession coming on this last couple seconds of the match.
And we are down to just that, the last second here in the second half. And Cal Poly maintains possession, trying to see if they can make that little bit of score in that little bit of time and make something of it. And they are just gaining ground right here, picking it up from the ruck, setting it back up in a quick loop along the side as they grub it, trying to get the ball out of touch. And that is a win for Cal Poly, 19-17. What an excellent show of effort here from our home team, Stanford. But nonetheless, Cal Poly prevailed, bringing home a win. You could see the joy on their faces. Caleb, what a beautiful game of rugby.
Yeah, how good, huh? What a nail biter all the way to the end. And it just comes down to a couple mistakes here. They just turn the ball over, giving it back to Cal Poly, let them eating out the clock. So it is part of the game, but good on Cal Poly exploiting every opportunity they were given, and just a great match through and through. And awesome. It looks like we're going to take a little bit of a break here as we have the men's running onto the field.
Fantastic work from here in the booth. Isabella and Caleb, great work, my man. And my girl as well. I tell you what, I didn't realise that you're going to get in. Oh, good. Getting down this scaffolding is an absolute challenge. Okay, here we go then. Isabella makes her way down. She'll be looking to try and do some of the trophy presentations. Caleb, you're still up here. This is the high school game. Final high school game here on field 1. Actually, on field 2 behind us is the Wolverines taking on Carmichael. That would be whoever wins that game will win the high school side of this West Coast Sevens. It's done on a table form. I'm almost educating you, Caleb, on that. You're probably looking at me going, where's the final? No, here we go. This is just Motherlode versus St. Catharus. Caleb, great work from you today, my man. You've been stellar. And no doubt been very impressed in this high school rugby you've seen on display.
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, we're starting out the gates here really hot here from both sides.
So here we go then. Playing on this last high school game on field 1.
St. Ignatius doing really well to go through a couple phases of play here. Looks like they're drawing an advantage from a high tackle. That's what you like to see here from an attacking side.
Sorry for the slight pause. We were just double checking in terms of results from behind us. St. Agathus getting this first try. It'll be their last game of the day. Credit to everyone involved. And I know that will mean a lot. You can see a lot of tired bodies out there, Caleb. And just a gap opened up and took his chance.
Yeah, I mean, heads-up play here by the whole St. Ignatius team. Just being able to quick tap, see the space in behind, looking for that one-on-one opportunity and just going up the middle. So easy to go to your default play of pushing the ball sideline to sideline, but sometimes you're just presented with a little parting of the Red Sea, and good on him for taking it.
Here we go, having a look at this replay from earlier, just straight tap and go. Wasn't anything special other than the right foot step. You would have been all right with that.
Yeah, that's not
you
bad
back yourself
there.
on a right foot step. He's being modest. I know he would make that right foot step and score the try. Caleb Thomasin. So then we have a 7-0 lead in St. Ignatius, sorry. Big tackle going in. Doesn't look like to be a legal one around the neck of the Motherload player as they try and have their first attack here in this last game of high school boys rugby here at Stanford University. It's really probably a case of who wants it that bit more. Tired bodies, beaten up bodies. St. Agathas with the lead, but the penalty given over to Motherload. Will they have this time to get over the line? Inside the 22, keeping hold of the ball. Can he get the ball away to his support runner? Keeps hold of it. Loads of room on this near side, and also on the outside. They get over the line. Patient work there.
Yeah, what a good play by that little number 9 there, in that number 10 playing in the number 9 position at dummy half. Communicating with his number 10, letting the defense think that he's going to go the ball wide, but ends up taking a little half gap himself just a meter off the try line.
Great score, great try for
Motherload. This little
Motherload.
replay here. These little quick taps have been quite advantageous to both of the attacking sides. Both tries this match scored off of them, and the offloads into contact is really setting Motherload up for some success here. Taking the ball into contact and then finishing it with a nice little dot down.
So it remains even score. Ignatius getting the first try, 5 points on the board early, but replied there from Motherload. They will have 5 points themselves, so it's all tied up. When you're tied in these tournaments, Caleb, I'm interested from your perspective. What will you be telling in terms of as a leader to your side?
Yeah, breaths. You know, it's simple. It's a simple thing, but just knowing that your heart rate is the only thing that's going to really get you through it. So really try to take 3 deep breaths. Inhale, hold it, exhale. Let that heart rate try to come down as much as possible.
It absolutely is about that. Just trying to get a little bit of calm and playing not too frantically. Well, talking frantically, it's a bit of a frantic attack this from St. Ignatius, who come on to that wide far side as they get the ball out there, but it's passed into touch. You mentioned it, staying calm under pressure, especially when you're tired, but also there's a bit of an element of trying to force it. That was the case.
Absolutely. I think one thing to take away from all of the matches today is if you look at how often teams are scoring after multiple phases of play, not forcing that extra pass and just going down with the ball so that your team can come over, recycle it, and keep it in play.
Copy. I heard that from Isabella.
Yeah, great little line out here by Motherload.
Boot to ball then, into some space. This needs to sit up. It doesn't. It rolls into the sideline. And that wind actually has played a big factor, particularly in the second part of the day. What do you think to that tactic, though?
Yeah, honestly, you know, the coach might not be too happy with that as it doesn't find hands, but I think it's a great little option there from the inside center. Being able to see space in behind, put it on the ground. He gave his wing an opportunity to go get it, and even though it didn't find hand, you're pinning St. Ignatius down inside their 5-meter channel, which is quite hard to get out of.
Trying to block the wind out of my... We're both trying to do it. Block the wind out of our microphones.
Yeah, apologies for any folks over at home. We're not protected by this nice, comfy glass over here in the booth.
We're in the elements, Caleb. Get used to it, my man. You're still playing these days as well.
Well, you've been around the rugby scene a long time. What are you seeing here from these young high school lads?
Honestly, the improvement I've seen since being in the States, I've been in the States full time now for 4 years, and the dedication to some of these youth programs, and it's actually the education, the rugby IQ. It's not just about being a good athlete, it's understanding the game, and this high school level has really impressed me. Understanding when to get the ball into space, how to take someone on, or just the decision of when to pass it or not, as we're seeing here now, a little bit of execution, and it will be coming back for a knock-on. So, yeah, I think, honestly, just the education side of the game, people are understanding rugby more. That's probably what I would say.
Yeah, well, we got quite a few years to catch up on, so it's great that, you know, as you being a non-native American over here, you can see that. It's, you know, means that we have a chance when it gets to the professional scene to compete at that level.
Well, it's great to see people like yourself, I know, who've added so much to the game. Your brother, of course. We need to keep feeding it down. We need to keep talking about rugby. Bring your friends along. I guarantee when you come and watch and play this sport, you will fall in love with it. We're here in the last 20 seconds of the first half. Still got one more play to come. 5 apiece. St Ignatius with the first try, followed up by Motherlode. Reminder, after this we will actually have a presentation with our high school women's winners. But first and foremost, we've got this high school boys game to finish up. I know there's a finishing up of the high school winners from the boys on pitch 2, but now it's Motherlode here on pitch 1 who get the score. The conversion to come, Caleb, all a bit easy.
Yeah, I mean, Motherlode did a great job just dotting that down in the try zone as they had the opportunity to do so. You don't want to get too greedy and work your way under the sticks. You got to take every opportunity you have. So great job by number 14 to pick up that ball early on. Gets called for the high tackle, and then Motherlode team taking a quick tap, getting the ball over the try zone.
Motherlode with the conversion, it goes wide. That will be half-time. I want to make sure that we get plenty of time on this one because we're going to go down to Isabella. She has got the winners of the high school girls with her. Isabella, over to you for the presentation.
Well, thank you so much. I am here with the high school women's team who have just won with their coach Gustav, Chris, and the captain Millet. It is my honor to present to you guys the winning championship.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, West Coast Sevens. Thank you, Wolverine Rugby Club.
Thank you so much, Will. And now back to you to finish off this men's match.
Great work from the Wolverines. Love seeing that. Love seeing that presentation. Quick fire here. And you can hear them as well. Caleb, that's what it's about, man. I know you've played in plenty of sevens competitions as well. I always like to make sure we celebrate the winners. I know it's about taking part, but you want to win.
Oh, yeah, that's what it's about. I mean, participation is fun, but winning is what you do it for, man. It's that feeling. You can't bottle it up. It's hard to describe if you haven't been in it. But the battles in, the blood, sweat, and tears, quite literally, that you put into the game of rugby with your teammates, going out to trainings on Tuesday, Thursday evenings, giving up your Saturdays. I mean, especially as you get older, it's not one of those well-rewarded games, like baseball or football, right? A lot of the players, especially in the professional scene, are doing it just for the love of the game. So, yeah, most definitely rewarding the teams that win is what it's about.
Absolutely correct, buddy. I really do echo everything you've just said. We've got this last high school boys game, St Ignatius 5, Motherlode 10. They got that try just before the end of the half. It's been a long day. I feel it in my legs, and I've not even ran today. I don't know about you, Caleb, but what a great festival of rugby we've had.
Man, I'm 6 weeks postseason, and I think I'm out of my sevens shape. I couldn't imagine doing what these boys are doing right now.
No, buddy. I've seen what you do on social media. Don't you worry. You're in fine nick, fine performance. I've no doubt you'd still be someone to keep an eye on for sure. I really hope you do continue to keep involved with the beautiful game. Here we go then. Motherlode making their way up the pitch. A bit of freshness after that half-time break. The last game here in the high school boys competition of the West Coast Sevens. Second leg here in Stanford University as the sun comes down on the west side. Oh, it's a little spin and go. Will he go all the way though? Motherlode breaking their way out inside the Ignatius 22, but they managed to turn the ball over.
Yeah, so you folks watching at home, once you get tackled, you have to release the ball. You can't hold on to it. So that's how St. Ignatius was able to get the ball there.
Great insight, and there, happening again, but this time in the favour of Motherlode. I think the referee is going to just stop play. That's not 10 metres. There will be a penalty. I wonder whether there might be a card on offer as well.
Yeah, Motherlode did a great job getting the ball down into this 5-meter line here. And it might not be a notable performance, but number 9 did a great job off that turnover with a right foot, left foot step and waiting for his supporting players to catch up to him before going forward.
Motherlode then working it to this near side. It's a jink, it's a step inside and outside, and it's try number 3 for Motherlode. And then number 10. Good footwork against some tired defenders, Caleb.
Yeah, it's really tough to defend on the goal line. You know, in the game of sevens, you have a bend, don't break mentality. You don't mind giving up some meters just because there's so much space. If you're trying to get dominant tackles in every position, you're going to end up missing some. So you want to give the attacking team some space to work with, but when you're pinned on your own 5-meter line, it's hard to do that. So it makes it easy for the attacking team just to do a 1-2 step, as we'll see here from number 10.
It's good, isn't it? Off the left, then off the right, then off the left, and get himself over. You're a man, plenty of experience and been through the sort of competitions into the collegiate sevens as well. Are you giving these young high school rugby players some advice? If they do want to continue their careers and get after those big college programs, what would you say to them?
Yeah, absolutely. First, I'd say get exposure. You know, get into as many high-level competitions just like this as you can. Really seek it out. Get your film nice and tidy. Send it to as many coaches because opportunities don't come unless you make them. And then secondly, I'd say just go where you feel confident and where you're going to play, because at the end of the day, you can have a big name on your school or a big school name on your jersey, but if you're not seeing the pitch, it's hard to develop as a player.
Get those reps.
That's right. That's what it's about.
Motherlode seem to be getting their reps inside the 22 of St. Ignatius. They are leading this game 15 points to 5 as we're approaching the last 5 minutes of this final high school boys game. Lineout gets in. Clean ball as well from the set piece. Now it's a matter of making sure the execution is there in the passing, stepping inside, coming back to this near side. Motherlode trying to add to that scoreline they have. They've got 3 tries already. You like to think maybe a 4th one would put this game to bed. Recycling ball. Opportunities either side. St. Ignatius tenacious in their defense. Penalty awarded to Motherlode. Can they go quickly as they can just dive over the line? It is. It's that man number 10 again for Motherlode. And Caleb, I think that is, I love the phrase, game, set, and match.
Yeah. I mean, what you're really looking for is that 3-score lead, right? In the game of sevens, you're looking for 17 points as the lead. That's the number. So we're just now coming up on that. We got the great little step here, and out the back pass by number 19. Sets number 6 up for a hard leg drive. St. Ignatius is on the back foot. Being under the pump, like I said before, is difficult to do. You're just trying to scramble any way you can, and sometimes you give up a penalty, and hard to come away from that without getting scored on.
4th try then for Motherlode, finishing their day's work very well here. As we see coaches on the sideline, no doubt, whatever the result, happy and proud of their boys, their girls, the men and women that has been playing here on the West Coast Sevens. Stanford University can't get over this campus, Caleb. I mean, the facilities here are just fantastic, including this rugby field.
Oh, I mean, this has got to be one of the nicest facilities I have ever seen, ever played on. This pitch is high quality, and I mean the Doyle Family Rugby Clubhouse is just a sight to see.
It's glorious.
It's glorious, absolutely. I mean, we need more of it here.
Find that money, is what I say. Plenty of it in our great game, of course. Alumni that have enjoyed rugby want to give back, plenty of which are involved in college rugby, and we need those people. Spoke to Warren Speaker earlier. He's been phenomenal in behind this West Coast Sevens. So here we go then. Motherlode have another attack. St. Ignatius really have not seen the ball in the second half as we're approaching the last, or just under the last 2 minutes in this final high school game. Cat flap out the back. That was delightful to see. Threw a few of them in your time, Caleb?
Oh, that's not my go-to move. I'm more of a look my teammate in the eye and give him a little spin pass.
Well, this is moves that I am enjoying to see. The number 10 from Motherlode is having a game to remember, finishing off in style. They have got numbers, they have got width, they have got an overlap, they've got a penalty advantage, they need to just get the ball over the line. Can they bring it to this right-hand side? Go through the middle, nearly over the line, offload, and they will get their score, deserved score. Motherlode make it a 5th try.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get down there, you get a bit of white line fever. You want to just take every opportunity you have available to you. You know, even if it might not seem like the right one in the moment, but if you make it work, it is the right one. Motherlode did a great job here. Just keep supporting their ball carriers and backing themselves, picking, jamming, you realize they had the advantage, so just keep ball in hand until the ref slows it down. But as we see here, big little leg drive from number 14. Quick recycle and just keeping the ball at the source. Not a bad option to go to, especially with that advantage.
So that is the full time here in the high school competition, actually. Motherload getting this final win on field 1. We will have the high school presentation a little bit later as we move towards the big final in the men's college side of the draw, where it will be Cal taking on GCU. I see them in the corner there. But Caleb, I'll ask you for this. You asked me about how good it is to see high school rugby doing so well. You've probably seen it more than me. You've been in this country for longer. How good has it been?
No, it's been fantastic to see. I mean, there was just not these kind of opportunities for me growing up. So to see these young guns have the stage to play on and really put their hands up, for college selections and for next level play is just wonderful. I think it's really developing the game all around when it comes to the men's side and the women's side alike.
Top man. So good to have you in the booth, my man.
Yeah, it's so good to be here, huh?
No, it's been awesome, and I know you were such a... You are such a talented player. You're still very much wanting to be involved, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've been playing in the men's side now for this past summer down with Belmont Shore, the men's rugby club, and then playing with SoCal Griffins over in Rugby Town. And the men's scene here in the United States is on the come up as well. With the uncertainty of the MLR, I think a lot of top-level players are deciding to get back into the men's scene. And it's great just for growing the game. It doesn't require a lot of, I don't say require a lot of time and energy, it does, but just not as much as you would see in the professional scene. Yeah.
Well, as Caleb Tomlinson steps away with some fine words and advice he's given us, so good to have him in the booth. I know we'll be seeing plenty of him. As we're seeing coming onto the field, then it is your final of the men's college competition. GCU versus Cal. I know we've got some presentations to come as well as we move thick and fast through the final game of this day and the presentations to come. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to TVX Sports video for this West Coast Sevens, the Stanford University leg. It is Cal versus GCU in the men's final. Cal have an opportunity to make it a second win on the second leg. They won in LA and now they will play here in this final in Stanford. Of course, West Coast Sevens brought to you, sponsored by Axos Bank. Thank you, Axos Bank, for your wonderful support, without which this competition could not happen. As we now get ready for the game, the referee comes into the middle, and talking of coming into the booth, Jeremy Ognall is back. We have the privilege of taking you through this final.
Yeah, great to be back here. Really looking forward. Cal's had a great day. GCU battled their way to the final, so really looking forward to seeing as the whistle blows. 14 minutes left.
Well, it's 14 minutes and it's finals rugby. Anything can happen. Cal definitely will be the stronger, you think, of these two sides, but GCU have plenty of fight and power. We saw in that first game of the day, but already Cal are looking to try and make something out of the first play of the match, and they do, all the way in that corner, waiting to see who got it down. But was that Oliver Teague in that far corner? I think it might have been. And Cal are on the board already, Jeremy.
Yeah, great start for them. Teague's done what he's been doing all day. Really impressive. Just feed the ball edge to the edge, use his size and speed, and, the result speaks for themselves. So, 30 seconds in and, 5 points with the conversion to come from Santos. Conversion's up, a great kick there, Will, and now it's 7 points, not even a minute in.
And that's a wonderful kick from Santos, brought to you by that fantastic drone footage from TVX. Here in Stanford, as the sun starts to come down, we're past 4 p.m. here on the West Coast, and the West Coast Sevens is, of course, dominated by Cal, and it's dominated by that man again. Number 4 in Oliver Teague from the kickoff. Now they move it to the far side. Santos with ball in hand. Great speed onto the ball, and it's just a skip and a jump round there. I think that's Max Threkel, the number 7, who gets down. It happened so quickly in front of my eyes. I'm questioning who even had it.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, Max. And again, just very, very clinical, very efficient. So it's really not a lot you can say. It's just beautiful, clean rugby. GCU looks as though they got some tired legs. You can watch here, but just the power and pace, the quick work of the breakdown there by Cal. Shift the ball, 2 sides to the right, three passes, and then just a kick from Threckeld and, in again. So 2 scores, 12-0, only 2 minutes in.
Great kick from Santos there. The drop goal, Jeremy, I'm telling you, is one of the hardest skills in the game of rugby. And I say that with some experience. Talking of drop kicks, that's a lovely little restart from Cal, changing things up. And they do that so well. Not just the power and athleticism, they've also got the brains to go with it. Tactical masterclass. This is Ran Santos. He's going to get it out to that man, Teague. Oh boy, if there's an MVP already in this final, it could be that man. Number 4 for Cal and Oliver Teague.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been great for them all day. He's continuing to show well in the final. Just clinical, absolutely clinical.
It's a huge credit, Cal. Run, of course, by Jack Clark and Tom Billups. Credit to both their sides today. They've had two sides out, Cal 1s and Cal 2s, and they've been both brilliant. Just shows the strength in depth that this school has on the rugby side of things. A brilliant program with fantastic support behind them, but they only have got that support really because they've been so successful, and that is a credit, of course, to someone like Jack Clark.
Oh, absolutely, and success breeds success. Talented rugby players, not just domestic talent, but a lot of internationals want to come. They want the education that they get to Cal Berkeley, and they want the rugby experience that they get with the Rugby Golden Bears. So it's all good news for Jack and for Tom and for the players who are just really, really showing well. And very, very committed. You'd think late in the day there might be a bit of slacking off. There's no slacking off in this Cal side.
No, they keep the foot on the throat. GCU then, that looks like Tomlinson enjoyed his performance in the first game that we had here on Field 1. Aggressive, powerful runner. He's going to need to have all of that, and his team bring all of that if they are going to try and even come back into this game. They are going to do it all the way from their own try line. GCU under pressure, keeping hold of the ball though. The big things in sevens, try not give it away easily as they try and just break their way upfield, but Cal defensively showing their class. It's a turnover. They will get the ball back only 5 metres out. Do they get over the line? Yes, they do. And that is Oliver Newell, the number 12. And yes, that was a try, but that was just magnificent defence.
And I think that's where it starts with the good teams, right? They don't give an inch on the defensive side. Their physicality at the contact is extremely impressive, and that wears on you from an attacking standpoint. You get less creative because your ribs are hurting, and there's another great kick from Ran Santos. All of a sudden the scoreboard is looking extremely comfortable in Cal's favour, and deservedly so.
Defensive effort from everyone there. Credit to the man who got the turnover, because he was also the guy, Newell, who got himself the try from his defensive work. It's another try to Cal. So they jump in front. It's another talking about jump. It's nearly taken in the air from those restarts. Those restarts from Cal are just sublime, aren't they?
Yeah, they almost had another one there. Unfortunately, a little bit of a knock on, but he was almost clean through. But the bounce goes GCU's way. They actually have a chance to have a possession and try and create something deep in their end.
GCU do have a chance, and let's just have a brief moment of credit to the GCU program. Of course, we know Sean O'Leary, who's not here today, but I know he's big behind GCU. And Sean, if you're watching, all the very best heading in, of course, to this brand new campaign. But I've always been impressed by them. Whenever I've watched them both on the 15 side of things and sevens, it's been a really good, strong rugby program.
No, they're a good rugby program. Sean's definitely put something nicely together there. He's got some great staff around him too. You and I saw them, last May. They were at the bowl game in the National Championship weekend in Indianapolis and showed very well there against a very tough Mary Washington team. So nothing but good news building in the desert for Sean O'Leary and GCU. The reality is, at the moment, they've just run into a buzzsaw that is Cal Berkeley, and looks like another turnover Cal's way.
It is another turnover, and it looks like it could be another try. It's a 2-on-1 on the far side. I think that's Solomon Williams, is it, on that far end? Yes, it is. Gets over the try line. So it is a handful of tries already. And we are not even quite done here in the first half, Jeremy.
No, we're not done. I think GCU might be done. We've got about 15 seconds left. At halftime, we're going to do a little ceremony. We need a few minutes. We'll be turning it over to Caleb in a second for some high school awards, some great high school rugby today. But 31-0, kick to come. And unfortunately, it's his first miss, I believe. But 31-0. We will have the kickoff right before halftime. They're looking to go quickly again.
Oh, it's smart.
Just really looking to rub salt into the wound. There's a knock on there. That should take us to the half. And a great first half. I think the referee's going to allow for the possession here. So it looks as though this play is going to happen.
We shall see. Yes, maybe there is one play. I know we are got a presentation awaiting ourselves at halftime. As the referee does deem there to be a couple of seconds. And this is, I would say, is the sort of stuff that gets Solomon Williams and Rand Santos excited. It's more or less a midfield scrum. They can go either way here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going blindside. I've just got that sense. And there he goes.
There you go. Solomon Williams takes it. Does he have the gas to get all the way? It's a little goose step, a hitch kick. And straight away from the scrum, it's a try. And it's only the first half, but it's safe to say that in this leg of the West Coast Sevens, you're looking at the champions, the dominant force of Cal Berkeley.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can almost virtually hand them a trophy right now. There's still 7 minutes to go, a lot of hard work. But while they take a breather and get some advice from their coaches, I do want to turn it down to Mr. Caleb Thomasine. After the kick is up, the kick is no good, so it remains 36-0. So, Caleb, I think you have some special guests with you.
Oh, we do. Thank you, Jeremy. With me here is Carmichael High School, the boys' championship winners from this West Coast Sevens tournament up here in Stanford. And just before I present this jersey, Captain Cash would like to say a few words about describing the feeling of what it feels to be a champion.
It feels amazing to be out there with all your boys and win. And first year of having a sevens team, so it feels really good.
There we go, yeah. Absolutely. Well, it's well deserved, you boys. All right, Mr. Jeremy, we're going to head it back over to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Caleb. Thanks. Great job. While we're at halftime, we've got another second. I do want to take a minute. We're going to turn the microphone back over for another awards ceremony. We have the women's college champion, and we will send it back downstairs for the awards ceremony.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. It is so good to be out here with the game-winning team, which happens to be our home team, Stanford. I'm here with the coach and the rest of the team. Congratulations, ladies.
Woo! Set thing up, Jeremy. Let's go. Never gets old.
We are so proud of the home team here. Thank you so much again for coming and staying tuned for this live tournament. Let's kick it off and finish it with the men. Jeremy, back to you.
Yeah, thanks. Sending back to me. I'm going to send it over to Will Hooley. We've got 36-0. We've got 7 minutes. What do you expect from the next 7 minutes, please, Mr. Hooley?
Wow, I'd love to see some fight from GCU. I know they've had some really strong performances today. You just wonder where the legs have got tired. They have got a flight to catch as well. Credit to them for even being here. I know there's a lot that goes into the logistics of making sure of turning up at these tournaments. They have the wins at their back. I can imagine Cal, though, will not want to give them an inch. Maybe GCU will just do their best to try and score a try as Cal move their way all the way to that far end. And this time, maybe it was a little too clever on their floating.
Yeah, just a little bit loose there, but again, good intent. Ball just didn't go quite that way on the bounce, so it's going to be a GCU put in the scrum. And what you just said there, Will, is so important for us to understand. GCU is flowing in here for a one-day tournament from Phoenix. Huge commitment by the whole team, the whole program. You know, we're getting the final done as quickly as we can so they can make their flight back home, because we all know how flying is today and the possible delays. So, you know, credits them. And the other thing that's exciting for you, for me, for the whole tournament is we're going to see them in 2 weeks in Oceanside.
Absolutely. 25th to the 26th in Oceanside. It all comes to a conclusion, this West Coast Sevens of 2025. GCU fighting their way to get the ball out of that scrum. They do. As Tomlinson's hands on the ball. As then another bone-crunching tackle. That is monstrous. He's rearranged the rib cage, getting back the ball, and this is just powerful, decisive, and all-round vicious stuff from Cal.
Yeah, vicious. I mean, legally vicious. I really feel the number 14, Becker, for GCU, he took one right in the ribs. I mean, it was perfectly timed, perfectly clean, very aggressive and clean, defensive rugby play. And Becker, unfortunately, is feeling the effects of it. So we'll take a second while the trainers try and look after him.
Here's the shot from Threcold. Look at that.
Oh, Max Threcold, he demolished him. He absolutely demolished him. That was like you with a burger at the lunch break today, Will. So, yeah, again, the thing you have to understand here, Will, I mean, they're up 43-0, and they're still delivering blows like that. It's pretty impressive.
I honestly believe it's to do with the cultural side of things. It's just embedded in this Cal team to go the full length, play with respect, play hard, and worry about themselves. They really don't mind who's going to be in this final. They have just thought about their game plan and their execution. They don't quite get the ball back on the restart, but another thundering hit goes in. As you can tell, it's getting spicy on the field now. The hit's flying in, but GCU have a little bit of room on that far side, and it was just hacked over the top. Lands, though, in the hands of the big number 8.
Yeah, some great fight here from GCU. Good ball retention. I have to give a lot of credit to Becker as well. He was down after that, massive rib shot, and he's back in and playing and very active. So, kudos to him. He's obviously a fighter, a very talented rugby player too. But again, just a little bit too much. Cal's ability to move the ball in contact, and to step around the edge. There we go again. We've got that number 14. That's Nate Comiskey, I believe, who just has delivered another score around the side. We've still got 3.5 minutes left, and that puts it 48-0 with the kick to come, Will. So, bit of a demolition.
Half century is looking upon us. Here you go, Jeremy. Talk us through it again. Lovely angle.
Yeah, once again, I think GCU got frustrated they weren't getting territory, tried the little kick through, probably not the best thing at this time of the game, and then it was literally, ball hit his hands and he was only going one way. He scoots around the edge all the way down to the posts, and, another very impressive Cal score.
Well, the conversion, no good, so we have not quite hit the 50 points yet. As now everyone makes their way here to Field 1, the final game of what's been a brilliant day here in Stanford. GCU, that's a much better take from the kickoff. They get the ball back. They're going to be met by that Cal brick wall defense on that far side. Can they get the ball to the deck? They do. So now they open up. Coming now to the near side. Passes out in front, looking good. This is Tomlinson, mentioned him already before. He's the person who gives them a bit of go forward. But look at that counter-up coming in. Not legal, though. But, man, it's physical from Cal.
Yeah, extremely physical. Every tackle, every breakdown is really contested. There's no give. Again, GCU showing a lot of heart, a lot of effort here. But, again, they're fighting some strong headwinds. But I do love the fact that Will really still giving it a go. I love, some of the play. Tomlinson hasn't given up the ghost. He's running as hard now as he did in the first game. He's had a great tournament. Unfortunately, they've run into a buzzsaw.
Yeah. Totally agree with you. Now it's the penalty in favour of Cal, and it's just a 3-on-2. It's just clinical stuff. It's not anything too extravagant. It's simple, and it works very efficiently. Nate Comiskey gets over for another score, Jeremy.
Yeah, they've seen something they like on this right edge here, and they're taking advantage of it. We've got just a minute 10 by the time the conversion goes up here. We're at 53, I think, already, with the kick to come. And the writing's been on the wall for a while. But again, I do want to doff my cap to GCU as the kick's up and good. They haven't quit. They've just been beaten by a much better team.
And sometimes that is all it is down to.
I think with a minute left, Will, I want to say a couple of things to you, to Colin Hawley, to Alex Corbacero, to our whole broadcast team. They've done just an incredible job. It was great adding, Caleb and Isabella in. They did phenomenal work for us today. But working with all of you has been an absolute pleasure for me. Most of us are going to be intact for Oceanside in 2 weeks. But I want to thank you again, Colin, and Corbs on the other pitch did a great job. Isabella and Caleb. It's been a fantastic day, and we just continue to build this thing. So thank you to you. Thanks to all the volunteers. Thanks to West Coast Sevens. Thanks to TVX Video, to our sponsors, to CRAA, to USA Rugby. Great day of rugby.
And Jeremy, well done yourself. You're also half decent in all that you do. It's great to be involved with good people doing good things like yourself. And again, I want to have a special shout out for Warren Speaker, who is big behind all of this. But the big result has been this one, Cal, in this last play of the game in the men's final. It's been all a bit too simple, but it's been destructive and it's been clean. And now is this another chance for a try for Cal? Or do GCU leave this game with something on their scoreboard? It's going to be penalised for a late tackle.
Yeah, I think he's called him there for a no-wrap tackle. Good hit, but no wrap. You've got to get your arms around him. Great breakout there by GCU, but just illegal, not dirty, just illegal there. So they do have one more chance. You mentioned Warren and the work he's put in. His whole team, we can't name them all, but they've all been phenomenal. And again, I think Andy Dukas needs a lot of recognition. He's the one who started the West Coast Sevens back in 2010, I believe it began. And, he's the one who's created, as we watch that monstrous but illegal hit, he's the one who created this event. And I think this match is going to end going into touch. Big collision there for Cal, but I think we're going to have one more play. We got a little conversation here, Will, with the assistant referee. But no, the final whistle's gone. We have a final score. It's 55 to Cal, 0 to GCU. Commend GCU for an amazing effort, amazing day, amazing travel. But once again, we have to recognize Cal as our champions.
As the players come onto the field to give thanks to each other, it is also our time to give thanks. Of course, this last presentation will happen for Cal picking this up again. As I will exit the scene from up the top here. Jeremy, over to you, as we have a trophy presentation to do.
Yeah, we do indeed. So we'll give Cal a minute to get together, speak to their coaches. I'm going to be handing it off to Will Hooley for the trophy presentation to the Cal Golden Bears. Again, as we've said a few times, just a phenomenal day here. Thank you to Stanford and everyone involved in it. Thank you to all of the volunteers, the TVX crew, all of the schools that came to represent, high school boys, high school girls, college women, college men, the officials who've put a lot of effort into this. Just a really, really good day of rugby that everyone should be very proud of. And again, a great foot forward in building towards Oceanside in 2 weeks. We haven't had the chance to, put names in the hat for the man of the tournament. Will has left me right now, so I haven't had the chance to speak to him or to speak to Corbs or to Colin. But based on everything we saw, and I'm going to ask Will if he agrees once he's on the microphone, once he's in. But my man of the tournament definitely goes to Mr. Mr. Oliver Teague. I apologize, Oliver Teague. He just had a day. He had an incredible day. So when I turn it over to Will, we'll also recognize the man of the tournament. And I think that Will might be happy that someone aside from Solomon Williams gets the award. So I'm going to turn it down to you, Will.
Well, I do agree with you. I thought Oliver Teague was phenomenal in that game and also just phenomenal in the whole tournament. Credit, of course, to the Cal Bears. They really are a sensational program. And rightful winners, they're having their team talk just over there, Jeremy. And like you've been saying before, it's great to have teams like Cal coming out here. GCU we've seen. But then in the women's side of things, we've seen Cal Poly. We've seen Oregon in the men. They came all the way down from Portland. Credit to them and high school boys and girls stuff. Just awaiting who is going to be doing or coming over from the presentation. Back up to you, Jeremy, just while I do quickly find out. When you do things live, it doesn't always go to plan. So going back to you, Jeremy, we're just going to, I think, get Jack Clark to come over.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm assuming you'll have a trophy in hand when they come, Will?
I hope so.
So, yeah, we want to recognize Coach Clark, Coach Phillips, the whole Cal team on an incredible performance. The captain, I believe, is Rand Santos. He'll probably come and get the trophy. And, Oliver Teague as the man of the tournament. Again, a very impressive performance. Could have gone to a few people, but Teague definitely deserves it.
He most certainly did. Right, Jeremy, I do have them down here. I know they'll be wanting to get their way across the bay, back over. Come in, guys, come in. Don't be scared. Don't be shy. I've got Rand Santos coming in. Hello, my man. How are you? Good to see you, buddy. A massive congratulations. Here we go to the winners once again. This is the second leg here in Stanford. The winners today, Cal, Rand Santos. Here's the trophy, buddy. Congratulations, boys. Well done. You're the winners today. And credit, of course, to Jack Clark, Tom Billups. Had to have a quick photo. Rand, I'll have a quick chat with you if that's all right. Just, I know, obviously, this is another tournament, it's another win, but you never take this for granted. I love the way how you put the foot on the throat, no matter who you play.
Yeah, I think we just look to keep on building and win every game. I think that's our mindset going in every game. So just 1% better every game. So that's our mindset.
Now, there's another leg, 2 weeks' time in Oceanside. It's a slate wiped clean, or do you learn from something like this and take it forward?
Definitely take our learnings that we have from this weekend, and again look to build and just constantly improve on what we have. So, yeah.
Winning's a habit. It's very much something at Cal. Obviously, the 15s national championships back in May. Then you're winning these sevens competitions. That's what you go after. It really has become a habit.
Yeah, we try. We put a lot of work in. So hopefully we can keep winning and move in the right direction.
Fantastic, my man. Congratulations. Thanks so much. Credit as well. I might ask if Tom Billups can just come over here just quickly, Tom, as I see there. We spoke to Jack 2 weeks ago. Tom, just a quick notion. These boys really put in a lot of hard work. I know you're big behind that. How proud are you of them today?
Yeah, I think the effort was good. There's a lot of things yet to clean up, but we'll get back to campus and get back to work Monday.
Now, I know this is the sevens side of your season, but how important is it for these young guys to have the skill set in sevens, whether it's transcending them to the 15s games or if they do want to obviously stay within the sevens?
Yeah, I think, we play rugby at Cal. Sevens, 15s, it doesn't matter. Some of these boys might want to be the next Danny Barrett.
Love that. And, of course, you're going to come back in 2 weeks' time in Oceanside. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tom, thank you so much. Jack as well, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone tuning in on TVX Sports Video. Jeremy, we might have to go back to you. I don't really want to, but we will, just to say bye for now. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the handoff. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Teague, man of the tournament. It was nice for him to get it ahead of Solomon Williams this time. It's nice for Mr. Teague to earn it. He had an amazing day. So congratulations to Jack, to Tom, to all of the Cal Bears. Amazing day. The whole crew, Cal's first side, Cal's second side. Just an absolute pleasure. And on that note, we're going to be signing off on behalf of the West Coast 7, signing off on behalf of TVX Video. But again, I'm Jeremy Ognall. I want to say thank you for your time and attention today. Thank you to Will Hooley, Alex Corbacero, Colin Hawley, Caleb Thomasine, and of course, Isabella coming in from Texas. Thanks to all. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we will see you in 2 weeks in beautiful Oceanside, California.
it's a real honor to be able to represent Cal.
Well, look, congratulations today, my man. I really do appreciate it. Well played. Go and enjoy the MVP award. Go and enjoy the Winners Award. See you in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
Cheers, buddy. Well done.
Hey, Solomon. What happened?